8. While Ginny was trying to stop Sammy Bushy's vaginal bleeding, and Twitch was giving the badly dehydrated little Walter IV fluids, Rusty Everett was sitting quietly on a park bench at the town hall edge of the common. The bench was beneath the spreading arms of a tall blue spruce, and he thought he was in shade deep enough to render him effectively invisible, as long as he didn't move around much, that was. There were interesting things to look at. He had planned to go directly to the storage building behind the town hall. Twitch had called it a shed, but the long wooden building which also housed the mill's 4 snowplows was actually quite a bit grander than that. And checked the propane situation there, but then one of the police cars pulled up, with Frankie de Lesseps at the wheel. Junior Rennie had emerged from the passenger side. The two had spoken for a moment or two, then de Lesseps had driven away. Junior went up the PD steps, but instead of going in, he sat down there, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. Rusty decided to wait. He didn't want to be seen checking up on the town's energy supply, especially not by the second selectman's son. At one point, Junior took his cell phone out of his pocket, flipped it open, listened, said something, listened some more, said something else, then flipped it closed again. He went back to rubbing his temples. Dr. Haskell had said something about that young man. Migraine headaches, was it? It certainly looked like a migraine. It wasn't just the temple rubbing. It was the way he was keeping his head down. Trying to minimize the glare, Rusty thought. Must have left his Imitrex or Zomig home. Assuming Haskell prescribed it, that is. Rusty had half risen, meaning to cut across Commonwealth Lane to the rear of the town hall, Junior clearly not being at his most observant. But then he spotted someone else and sat down again. Dale Barbara, the short-order cook who had reputedly been elevated to the rank of colonel, by the president himself, according to some, was standing beneath the marquee of the Globe, even deeper in the shadows than Rusty was himself. And Barbara also appeared to be keeping an eye on young Mr. Rennie. Interesting. Barbara apparently came to the conclusion that Rusty had already drawn. Junior wasn't watching, but waiting, possibly for someone to pick him up. Barbara hustled across the street and, once he was blocked from Junior's potential view by the town hall itself, paused to scan the message board out front. Then he went inside. Rusty decided to sit where he was a while longer. It was nice under the tree, and he was curious about whom Junior might be waiting for. People were still straggling back from dippers. Some would have stayed much longer had the booze been flowing. Most of them, like the young man sitting on the steps over yonder, had their heads down, not in pain, Rusty surmised, but in dejection. Or maybe they were the same. It was certainly a point to ponder. Now here came a boxy black gas gobbler Rusty knew well. Big Jim Rennie's Hummer. It honked impatiently at a trio of townsfolk who were walking in the street, shunting them aside like sheep. The Hummer pulled in at the PD. Junior looked up but didn't stand up. The doors opened. Andy Sanders got out from behind the wheel, Rennie from the passenger side. Rennie, allowing Sanders to drive his beloved Black Pearl? Sitting on his bench, Rusty raised his eyebrows. He didn't think he'd ever seen anyone but Big Jim himself behind the wheel of that monstrosity. Maybe he's decided to promote Andy from dog's body to chauffeur, he thought. But when he watched Big Jim mount the steps to where his son still sat, he changed his mind. Like most veteran medicos, Rusty was a pretty fair long-distance diagnostician. He would never have based a course of treatment on it, but you could tell a man who'd had a hip replacement 6 months ago from one currently suffering with hemorrhoids simply by the way he walked. You could tell a neck strain by the way a woman would turn her whole body instead of just looking back over her shoulder. You could tell a kid who'd picked up a good crop of lice at summer camp by the way he kept scratching his head. Big Jim held his arm against the upper slope of his considerable gut as he went up the steps. The classic body language of a man who has recently suffered either a shoulder strain, an upper arm strain, or both. Not so surprising that Sanders had been delegated to pilot the beast after all. The three of them talked. Junior didn't get up, but Sanders sat down beside him, rummaged in his pocket, and brought out something that twinkled in the hazy afternoon sunlight. Rusty's eyes were good, but he was at least 50 yards too far away to make out what the object might have been. Either glass or metal. That was all he could tell for sure. Junior put it in his pocket, then the three of them talked some more. Rennie gestured to the Hummer. He did it with his good arm, and Junior shook his head. Then Sanders pointed to the Hummer. Junior declined it again, dropped his head, and went back to working his temples. The two men looked at each other, Sanders craning his neck because he was still sitting on the steps, and in Big Jim's shadow, which Rusty thought appropriate. Big Jim shrugged and opened his hands. What can you do, gesture. Sanders stood up and the two men went into the PD building, Big Jim pausing long enough to pat his son's shoulder. Junior gave no response to that. He went on sitting where he was, as if he intended to sit out the age. Sanders played doorman for Big Jim, ushering him inside before following. The two selectmen had no more than left the scene when a quartet came out of the town hall. An oldish gent, a young woman, a girl, and a boy. The girl was holding the boy's hand and carrying a checkerboard. The boy looked almost as disconsolate as Junior, Rusty thought, and damned if he wasn't also rubbing one temple with his free hand. The four of them cut across Calm Lane, then passed directly in front of Rusty's bench. "Hello," the little girl said brightly. "I'm Alice. This is Aiden. We're going to live at the Passionage," the little boy named Aiden said dourly. He was still rubbing his temple, and he looked very pale. "That will be exciting," Rusty said. "Sometimes I wish I lived at a parsonage." The man and woman caught up with the kids. They were holding hands. Father and daughter, Rusty surmised. "Actually, we just wanted to talk to the Reverend Libby," the woman said. "You wouldn't know if she's back yet, would you?" "No idea," Rusty said. "Well, we'll just go over and wait, at the parsonage." She smiled up at the older man when she said this. Rusty decided they might not be father and daughter, after all. "That's what the janitor said to do." "Al Timmons?" Rusty had seen Al hop into the back of a Burpee's department store truck. "No, the other one," the older man said. "He said the Reverend might be able to help us with lodgings." Rusty nodded. "Was his name Dale?" "I don't think he actually gave us his name," the woman said. "Come on!" The boy let go of his sister's hand and tugged at the woman's instead. "I want to play that other game you said." But he sounded more querulous than eager. Mild shock, maybe, or some physical ailment. If the latter, Rusty hoped it was only a cold. The last thing the mill needed right now was an outbreak of flu. "They've misplaced their mother, at least temporarily," the woman said in a low voice. "We're taking care of them." "Good for you," Rusty said, and meant it. "Son, does your head hurt?" "No." "Sore throat?" "No," the boy named Aiden said. His solemn eyes studied Rusty. "Know what? If we don't trick-or-treat this year, I don't even care." "Aiden Appleton," Alice cried, sounding shocked out of her shoes. Rusty jerked a little on the bench. He couldn't help it. Then he smiled. "No? Why is that?" "Because Mommy takes us around and Mommy went for supplies." "He means supplies," the girl named Alice said indulgently. "She went for whoops," Aiden said. He looked like a little old man. A little old worried man. "I'd be scared to go Halloweening without Mommy." "Come on, Carol," the man said. "We ought to—" Rusty rose from the bench. "Could I speak to you for a minute, ma'am? Just a step or two over here." Carol looked puzzled and wary, but stepped with him to the side of the blue spruce. "Has the boy exhibited any seizure activity?" Rusty asked. "That might include suddenly stopping what he's doing, just standing still for a while, or a fixed stare, smacking of the lips." "Nothing like that," the man said, joining them. "No," Carol agreed, but she looked frightened. The man saw it and turned an impressive frown on Rusty. "Are you a doctor?" "Physician's assistant. I thought maybe—" "Well, I'm sure we appreciate your concern, Mr. Eric Everett, call me Rusty."
"We appreciate your concern, Mr. Everett, but I believe it's misplaced. Bear in mind that these children are without their mother."
"And they spent 2 nights alone without much to eat," Carol added. "They were trying to make it to town on their own when those 2 officers—" she wrinkled her nose as if the word had a bad smell— "found them." Rusty nodded. "That could explain it, I guess. Although the little girl seems fine. Children react differently, and we better go. They're getting away from us, Thirst." Alice and Aiden were running across the park, kicking up colorful bursts of fallen leaves. Alice flapping the checkerboard and yelling, "Passionage, passionage," at the top of her lungs. The boy was keeping up with her stride for stride and also yelling. Kid had a momentary fugue, that's all, Rusty thought. The rest was coincidence. Not even that. What American kid isn't thinking of Halloween during the last half of October? One thing was sure. If these people were asked later, they would remember exactly where and when they had seen Eric Rusty Everett. So much for stealth. The gray-haired man raised his voice.
"Children, slow down."
The young woman considered Rusty, then put out her hand. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Everett. Rusty." "Probably over-concern, occupational hazard." You're totally forgiven. This has been the craziest weekend in the history of the world. Chalk it up to that. You bet. And if you need me, check the hospital or the health center. He pointed in the direction of Kathy Russell, which would be visible through the trees once the rest of the leaves fell. If they fell. Or this bench, she said, still smiling. Or this bench. Right. Also smiling. Caro. Thirst sounded impatient. Come on. She gave Rusty a little wave, no more than a twiddle of the fingertips, then ran after the others. She ran lightly, gracefully. Rusty wondered if Thirst knew that girls who could run lightly and gracefully almost always ran away from their elderly lovers sooner or later. Maybe he did. Maybe it had happened to him before. Rusty watched them cut across the common toward the spire of the Congo church. Eventually the trees screened them from sight. When he looked back at the PD building, Junior Rennie was gone. Rusty sat where he was for a moment or two, drumming his fingers on his thighs. Then he came to a decision and stood up. Checking the town storage shed for the hospital's missing propane tanks could wait. He was more curious about what the mill's one and only Army officer was doing in the town hall. 9. What Barbie was doing as Rusty crossed Calm Lane to the town hall was whistling appreciatively through his teeth. The fallout shelter was as long as an Amtrak dining car, and the shelves were fully stocked with canned goods. Most looked pretty fishy. Stacks of sardines, ranks of salmon, and a lot of something called Snow's Clam Fry-ettes, which Barbie sincerely hoped he would never have to sample. There were boxes of dry goods, including many large plastic canisters marked rice, wheat, powdered milk, and sugar. There were stacked flats of bottles labeled drinking water. He counted 10 large cartons of U.S. government surplus crackers. 2 more were labeled U.S. government surplus chocolate bars. On the wall above these was a yellowing sign reading, 700 calories a day keeps hunger at bay. Dream on, Barbie muttered. There was a door at the far end. He opened it on Stygian blackness, felt around, found a light switch. Another room, not quite so big, but still large. It looked old and disused, not dirty. Al Timmons at least must know about it, because someone had been dusting the shelves and dry mopping the floors. But neglected for sure. The stored water was in glass bottles, and he hadn't seen any of those since a brief stint in Saudi. This second room contained a dozen folded cots, plus plain blue blankets and mattresses that had been zipped into clear plastic covers, pending use. There were more supplies, including half a dozen cardboard canisters labeled sanitation kit, and another dozen marked air masks. There was a small auxiliary generator that could supply minimal power. It was running. Must have started up when he turned on the lights. Flanking the little Jenny were 2 shelves. On one was a radio that looked as if it might have been new around the time C.W. McCall's novelty song Convoy had been a hit. On the other shelf were 2 hot plates and a metal box painted bright yellow. The logo on the side was from the days when CD stood for something other than compact disc. It was what he had come to find. Barbie picked it up, then almost dropped it. It was heavy. On the front was a gauge labeled counts per second. When you turned the instrument on and pointed the sensor at something, the needle might stay in the green, rise to the yellow center of the dial, or go over into the red. That, Barbie assumed, would not be good. He turned it on. The little power lamp stayed dark, and the needle lay quiet against 0. Battery's dead, someone said from behind him. Barbie almost jumped out of his skin. He looked around and saw a tall, heavy-set man with blonde hair standing in the doorway between the 2 rooms. For a moment the name eluded him, although the guy was at the restaurant most Sunday mornings, sometimes with his wife, always with his 2 little girls. Then it came to him. Rusty Evers, right? Close. It's Everett. The newcomer held out his hand. A little warily, Barbie walked over and shook it. Saw you come in, and that, he nodded to the Geiger counter, is probably not a bad idea. Something must be keeping it in place. He didn't say what he meant by it, and didn't need to. Glad you approve. You almost scared me to a goddamn heart attack. But you could take care of that, I guess. You're a doc, right? PA, Rusty said. That means... I know what it means. Okay, you win the waterless cookware. Rusty pointed at the Geiger counter. That thing probably takes a 6-volt dry cell. I'm pretty sure I saw some at Burpee's. Less sure anybody's there right now, so... maybe a little more recce? What exactly would we be reconning? The supply shed out back. And we'd want to do that because...
That depends on what we find. If it's what we lost up at the hospital, you and I might exchange a little information. Want to share in what you lost? Propane, brother. Barbie considered this. What the hell? Let's take a look. 10. Junior stood at the foot of the rickety stairs leading up the side of Sanders' hometown drug, wondering if he could possibly climb them with his head aching the way it was. Maybe. Probably. On the other hand, he thought he might get halfway up and his skull would pop like a New Year's Eve noisemaker. The spot was back in front of his eye, jigging and jagging with his heartbeat. But it was no longer white. It had turned bright red. I'd be okay, in the dark, he thought, in the pantry, with my girlfriends. If this went right, he could go there. Right now, the pantry of the McCain house on Presteel Street seemed like the most desirable place on earth. Of course, Coggins was there too, but so what? Junior could always push that gospel-shouting asshole to one side. And Coggins had to stay hidden, at least for the time being. Junior had no interest in protecting his father, and was neither surprised nor dismayed at what his old man had done. Junior had always known Big Jim Rennie had murder in him. But he did have an interest in fixing Dale Barbara's little red wagon. If we handle this right, we can do more than get him out of the way, Big Jim had said that morning. We can use him to unify the town in the face of this crisis. And that cotton-picking newspaper woman. I have an idea about her, too. He had laid a warm and hammy hand on his son's shoulder. We're a team, son. Maybe not forever, but for the time being they were pulling the same plow. And they would take care of Barbie. It had even occurred to Junior that Barbie was responsible for his headaches. If Barbie really had been overseas, Iraq was the rumor, then he might have come home with some weird Middle Eastern souvenirs. Poison, for instance. Junior had eaten in Sweetbriar Rose many times. Barbara could easily have dropped a little something-something in his food. Or his coffee. And if Barbie wasn't working the grill personally, he could have gotten Rose to do it. That cunt was under his spell. Junior mounted the stairs, walking slowly, pausing every 4 steps. His head didn't explode. And when he reached the top, he groped in his pocket for the apartment key Andy Sanders had given him. At first he couldn't find it and thought he might have lost it, but at last his fingers came upon it, hiding under some loose change. He glanced around. A few people were still walking back from Dippers, but no one looked at him up here on the landing outside Barbie's apartment. The key turned in the lock, and he slipped inside. He didn't turn on the lights, although Sanders' generator was probably sending juice to the apartment. The dimness made the pulsing spot in front of his eye less visible. He looked around curiously. There were books, shelves and shelves of them. Had Barbie been planning on leaving them behind when he blew town? Or had he made arrangements, possibly with Petra Searles, who worked downstairs, to ship them someplace? If so, he'd probably made similar arrangements to ship the rug on the living room floor. Some camel jockey-looking artifact Barbie had probably picked up in the local bazaar, when there were no suspects to waterboard or little boys to bugger. He hadn't made arrangements to have the stuff shipped, Junior decided. He hadn't needed to, because he had never planned to leave at all. Once the idea occurred, Junior wondered why he hadn't seen it before. Barbie liked it here, would never leave of his own free will. He was as happy as a maggot in dog puke. Find something he can't talk away, Big Jim had instructed, something that can only be his. Do you understand me? What do you think I am, Dad, stupid? Junior thought now. If I'm stupid, how come it was me who saved your ass last night? But his father had a mighty swing on him when he got his mat on, that much was undeniable. He had never slapped or spanked Junior as a child, something Junior had always attributed to his late mother's ameliorating influence. Now he suspected it was because his father understood, deep in his heart, that once he started he might not be able to stop. Like father, like son, Junior said, and giggled. It hurt his head, but he giggled anyway. What was that old saying about laughter being the best medicine? He went into Barbie's bedroom, saw the bed was neatly made, and thought briefly of how wonderful it would be to take a big shit right in the middle of it. Yes, and then wipe himself with the pillowcase. How would you like that, Barbie? He went to the dresser instead. 3 or 4 pairs of jeans in the top drawer, plus 2 pairs of khaki shorts. Under the shorts was his cell phone, and for a moment he thought that was what he wanted. But no. It was a discount store special, what the kids at college called a burner, or a throwaway. Barbie could always say it wasn't his. There were 6 pairs of skivvies and another 4 or 5 pairs of plain white athletic socks in the second drawer. Nothing at all in the third drawer. He looked under the bed, his head thudding and whamming. Not better after all, it seemed. And nothing under there, not even dust kitties. Barbie was a neat nick. Junior considered taking the Imitrex in his watch pocket, but didn't. He'd taken 2 already with absolutely no effect except for the metallic aftertaste in the back of his throat. He knew what medicine he needed. The dark pantry on Prestille Street. And the company of his girlfriends. Meantime, he was here. And there had to be something. Something, he whispered. You gotta have a little something. He started back to the living room, wiping water from the corner of his throbbing left eye, not noticing it was tinged with blood. Then stopped, struck by an idea. He returned to the dresser, opened the sock and underwear drawer again. The socks were bald. When he was in high school, Junior had sometimes hidden a little weed or a couple of uppers in his balled-up socks. Once, one of Adriette Nadeau's thongs. Socks were a good hiding place. He took out the neatly made bundles one at a time, feeling them up. He hit pay dirt on the third ball, something that felt like a flat piece of metal. No, 2 of them. He unrolled the socks and shook the heavy one over the top of the dresser. What fell out were Dale Barbara's dog tags. And in spite of his terrible headache, Junior smiled. In the frame, Barbie, he thought. You are in the fucking frame. 11. On the Tarker's Mill side of Little Bitch Road, the fires set by the Fast Hawk missiles were still raging, but would be out by dark. Fire departments from 4 towns, augmented by a mixed detachment of Marine and Army grunts, were working on it, and gaining. It would have been out even sooner, Brenda Perkins judged, if the firefighters over there hadn't had a brisk wind to contend with. On the mill side, they'd had no such problem. It was a blessing today. Later on, it might be a curse. There was no way to know. Brenda wasn't going to let the question bother her this afternoon because she felt good. If someone had asked her this morning when she thought she might feel good again, Brenda would have said maybe next year, maybe never. And she was wise enough to know this feeling probably wouldn't last. 90 minutes of hard exercise had a lot to do with it. Exercise released endorphins, whether the exercise was jogging or pounding out brush fires with the flat of a spade. But this was more than endorphins. It was being in charge of a job that was important, one that she could do. Other volunteers had come to the smoke. 14 men and 3 women stood on either side of Little Bitch, some still holding the spades and rubber mats they'd been using to put out the creeping flames, some with the Indian pumps they'd been wearing on their backs, now unslung and sitting on the unpaved hardpack of the road. Al Timmons, Johnny Carver, and Nell Toomey were coiling hoses and tossing them into the back of the Burpees truck. Tommy Anderson from Dippers and Alyssa Jameson, a little new agey, but also as strong as a horse, were carrying the sump pump they'd used to draw water from Little Bitch Creek to one of the other trucks. Brenda heard laughter and realized she wasn't the only one currently enjoying an endorphin rush. The brush on both sides of the road was blackened and still smoldering, and several trees had gone up, but that was all. The dome had blocked the wind and had helped them in another way as well, partially damming the creek and turning the area on this side into a marsh in progress. The fire on the other side was a different story. The men fighting it over there were shimmering wraiths, seen through the heat and accumulating soot on the dome. Romeo Burpee sauntered up to her. He was holding a soaked broom in one hand and a rubber floor mat in the other. The price tag was still clinging to the underside of the mat. The words on it were charred but readable. Every day is sale day at Burpee's. He dropped it and stuck out a grimy hand. Brenda was surprised, but willing. She shook firmly. "What's that for, Romy?" "For you doing one damn fine job out here," he said. She laughed, embarrassed but pleased. Anybody could have done it, given the conditions. It was only a contact fire, and the ground so squelchy it probably would have put itself out by sunset. "Maybe," he said, then pointed through the trees to a raggedy clearing with a tumble-down rock wall meandering across it. "Or maybe it would have gotten into that high grass, then the trees on the other side, and then Katie bar the door. It could have burned for a week or a month, especially with no damn fire department." He turned his head aside and spat. "Even without wind, a fire will burn if it gets a foothold. They got mine fires down south that have burned for 20, 30 years. I read it in National Geographic. No wind underground. And how do we know a good wind won't come up? We don't know jack about what that thing does or don't do." They both looked toward the dome. The soot and ash had rendered it visible, sort of, to a height of almost 100 feet. It had also dimmed their view of the Tarker's side, and Brenda didn't like that. It wasn't anything she wanted to consider deeply. Not when it might rob some of her good feelings about the afternoon's work, but no. She didn't like it at all. It made her think of last night's weird, smeary sunset. Dale Barbara needs to call his friend in Washington, she said. Tell him, when they get the fire out on their side, they have to hose that whatever it is off. We can't do it from our side. Good idea, Romeo said, but something else was on his mind. Do you recognize anything about your crew, ma'am? Because I sure do. Brenda looked startled. They're not my crew. Oh, yes, they are, he said. You were the one giving orders, that makes them your crew. You see any cops? She took a look. Not a one, Romeo said. Not Randolph, not Henry Morrison, not Freddie Denton or Root Libby, not Georgie Frederick. None of the new ones either. Those kids. They're probably busy with... She trailed off. Romeo nodded. Right. Busy with what? You don't know, and neither do I. But whatever they're busy with, I'm not sure I like it. Or think it's worth being busy with. There's going to be a town meeting Thursday night, and if this is still going on, I think there should be some changes. He paused. I could be getting out of my place here, but I think maybe you ought to stand for Chief of Fire and Police. Brenda considered it. Considered the file she had found marked Vader. Then shook her head slowly. It's too soon for anything like that. What about just Fire Chief? How about that one? The Lewiston on Parle coming on stronger in his voice now. Brenda looked around at the smoldering brush and charred trashwood trees. Ugly, granted, like something out of a World War I battlefield photo, but no longer dangerous. The people who had shown up here had seen to that. The crew. Her crew. She smiled. That I might consider. 12. The first time Ginny Tomlinson came down the hospital hallway, she was running, responding to a loud beeping that sounded like bad news. And Piper didn't have a chance to speak to her. Didn't even try. She had been in the waiting room long enough to get the picture. 3 people, 2 nurses, and a teenage candy striper named Gina Buffalino, in charge of an entire hospital. They were coping, but barely. When Ginny came back, she was walking slowly. Her shoulders were slumped. A medical chart dangled from one hand. Ginny? Piper asked. Okay? Piper thought Ginny might snap at her, but she offered a tired smile instead of a snarl, and sat down next to her. Fine, just tired. She paused. Also, Ed Carty just died. Piper took her hand. I am very sorry to hear that. Ginny squeezed her fingers. Don't be. You know how women talk about having babies? This one had an easy delivery. This one had it hard. Piper nodded. Death is like that, too. Mr. Carty was in labor a long time. But now he's delivered. To Piper, the idea seemed beautiful. She thought she could use it in a sermon. Except she guessed that people wouldn't want to hear a sermon on death this coming Sunday. Not if the dome was still in place. They sat for a while, Piper trying to think of the best way to ask what she had to ask. In the end, she didn't have to. She was raped, Ginny said. Probably more than once. I was afraid Twitch was going to have to try his suturing, but I finally got it stopped with a vaginal pack. She paused. I was crying. Luckily, the girl was too stoned to notice. And the baby? Your basic healthy 18-month-old, but he gave us a scare. He had a mini seizure. It was probably exposure to the sun, plus dehydration, hunger, and he has a wound of his own. Ginny traced a line across her forehead. Twitch came down the hall and joined them. He looked light years from his usual jaunty self. Did the men who raped her also hurt the baby? Piper's voice remained calm, but a thin red fissure was opening in her mind. Little Walter? I think he just fell, Twitch said. Sammy said something about the crib collapsing. It wasn't completely coherent, but I'm pretty sure it was an accident. That part, anyway. Piper was looking at him, bemused. That was what she was saying. I thought it was Little Water. I'm sure she wanted water, Ginny said, but Sammy's baby really is Little. First name, Walter. Second name. They named him after a blues harmonica player, I believe. She and Phil... Ginny mimed sucking a joint and holding in the smoke. Oh, Phil was a lot more than a smokehound, Twitch said. When it came to drugs, Phil Bushy was a multitasker. Is he dead? Piper asked. Twitch shrugged.
I haven't seen him around since spring. If he is, good riddance.
Piper looked at him reproachfully. Twitch ducked his head a little.
Sorry, Rev.
He turned to Ginny.
Any sign of Rusty?
He needed some time off, she said, and I told him to go. He'll be back soon, I'm sure. Piper sat between them, outwardly calm. Inside, the red fissure was widening. There was a sour taste in her mouth. She remembered a night when her father had forbidden her to go out to skate scene at the mall because she'd said something smart to her mother. As a teenager, Piper Libby had been an absolute font of smart things to say. She'd gone upstairs, called a friend she had expected to meet, and told that friend, in a perfectly pleasant, perfectly even voice, that something had come up and she wouldn't be able to meet her after all. Next weekend? For sure. You bet. Have a good time. No, I'm fine. Bye-bye. Then she had trashed her room. She finished by yanking her beloved Oasis poster off the wall and tearing it up. By then she had been crying hoarsely, not in sorrow, but in one of those rages that had blown through her teenage years like Force 5 hurricanes. Her father came up at some point during the festivities and stood in the doorway regarding her. When she finally saw him there, she stared back defiantly, panting, thinking how much she hated him, how much she hated them both. If they were dead, she could go live with her Aunt Ruth in New York. Aunt Ruth knew how to have a good time. Not like some people. He had held his hands out to her, open, extended. It had been a somehow humble gesture, one that had crushed her anger and almost crushed her heart. If you don't control your temper will control you, he had said, and then left her, walking down the hallway with his head bent. She hadn't slammed the door behind him. She had closed it, very quietly. That was the year she had made her often vile temper her #1 priority. Killing it completely would be killing part of herself, but she thought that if she did not make some fundamental changes, an important part of her would remain 15 for a long, long time. She had begun working to impose control, and mostly she had succeeded. When she felt that control slipping, she would remember what her father had said, and that open-handed gesture, and his slow walk along the upstairs hall, the house she had grown up in. She had spoken at his funeral service 9 years later, saying, "My father told me the most important thing I've ever heard." She hadn't said what that thing was, but her mother had known. She had been sitting in the front pew of the church in which her daughter was now ordained. For the last 20 years, when she felt the urge to flash out at someone, and often the urge was nearly uncontrollable because people could be so stupid, so willfully dumb, she would summon her father's voice. If you don't control your temper will control you. But now the red fissure was widening, and she felt the old urge to throw things, to scratch skin until the blood came sweating out. "Did you ask her who did it?" "Yes, of course," Ginny said. "She won't say. She's scared." Piper remembered how she'd first thought the mother and baby lying beside the road was a bag of garbage. And that, of course, was what they'd been to whoever did this. She stood up. "I'm going to talk to her." "That might not be such a good idea right now," Ginny said. "She's had a sedative and—"
"Let her take her shot," Twitch said.
His face was pale, his hands were knotted between his knees. The knuckles cracked repeatedly.
"And make it a good one, Rev."
13. Sammy's eyes were at half-mast. They opened slowly when Piper sat down beside her bed. "You were the one who—" "Yes," Piper said, taking her hand. "My name is Piper Libby." "Thank you," Sammy said. Her eyes began to drift closed again. "Thank me by telling me the names of the men who raped you." In the dim room, warm with the hospital's air conditioning shut down, Sammy shook her head. "They said they'd hurt me if I told." She glanced at Piper. It was a cow-like glance, full of dumb resignation. "They might hurt little Walter, too." Piper nodded. "I understand you're frightened," she said. "Now, tell me who they were. Give me the names." "Didn't you hear me?" Looking away from Piper now. "They said they would hurt—" Piper had no time for this. The girl would zone out on her. She grabbed Sammy's wrist. "I want those names, and you're going to give them to me." "I don't dare." Sammy began to ooze tears. "You're going to do it, because if I hadn't come along, you might be dead now." She paused, then drove the dagger the rest of the way in. She might regret it later, but not now. Right now, the girl in the bed was only an obstacle standing between her and what she needed to know. "Not to mention your baby. He might be dead, too. I saved your life, I saved his, and I want those names." "No." But the girl was weakening now, and part of the Reverend Piper Libby was actually enjoying this. Later she'd be disgusted. Later she'd think, you're not that much different from those boys. Forcing is forcing. But now, yes, there was pleasure, just as there had been pleasure in tearing the treasured poster from the wall and ripping it to shreds. I like it because it is bitter, she thought, and because it is my heart. She leaned over the crying girl. Dig the wax out of your ears, Sammy, because you need to hear this. What they've done once, they'll do again, and when they do, when some other woman shows up here with a bloody snatch and possibly pregnant with a rapist child, I will come to you and I will say, no, stop. You were part of it. You were right there, cheering them on. No, Sammy cried. Not me. That was Georgia. Georgia was the one cheering them on. Piper felt cold disgust. A woman had been there. In her head, the red fissure opened wider. Soon, it would begin to spew lava. Give me the names, she said. And Sammy did. 14. Jackie Weddington and Linda Everett were parked outside Food City. It was closing at 5 p.m. instead of 8. Randolph had sent them there thinking the early closing might cause trouble. A ridiculous idea because the supermarket was almost empty. There were hardly a dozen cars in the parking lot, and the few remaining shoppers were moving in a slow daze, as if sharing the same bad dream. The two officers saw only one cashier, a teenager named Bruce Yardley. The kid was taking currency and writing chits instead of running credit cards. The meat counter was looking depleted, but there was still plenty of chicken, and most of the canned and dry goods shelves were fully stocked. They were waiting for the last customers to leave when Linda's cell phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and felt a little stab of fear in her stomach. It was Marta Edmonds, who kept Janelle and Judy when Linda and Rusty were both working, as they had been almost nonstop since the dome came down. She hit callback. Marta? She said, praying it was nothing. Marta asking if it was okay for her to take the girls down to the common, something like that. Everything all right? Well, yes, that is, I guess so. Linda hating the worry she heard in Marta's voice. But you know that seizure thing. Oh, God, did she have one? I think so, Marta said, then hurried on. They're perfectly okay now, in the other room, coloring. What happened? Tell me. They were on the swings. I was doing my flowers, getting them ready for winter. Marta, please, Linda said, and Jackie laid a hand on her arm. I'm sorry. Audie started to bark, so I turned around. I said, honey, you all right? She didn't answer, just got out of the swing and sat down underneath, you know, where there's a little dip from all the feet. She didn't fall out or anything, just sat down. She was staring straight ahead and doing that lip-smacking thing you told me to watch for. I ran over, kind of shook her, and she said, let me think. Here it comes, Linda thought. Stop Halloween. You have to stop Halloween. But no, it was something else entirely. She said, the pink stars are falling in lines. Then she said, it's so dark and everything smells bad. Then she woke up and now everything's fine. Thank God for that, Linda said, and spared a thought for her 5-year-old. Is Judy okay? Did it upset her? There was a long pause on the line, and then Marta said, Oh. Oh, what does that mean, oh? It was Judy, Linda. Not Janelle. This time it was Judy. 15. I want to play that other game you said, Aiden had told Carolyn Sturgis when they had stopped on the common to talk to Rusty. The other game she had in mind was Red Light, although Carolyn had only the slightest recollection of the rules. Not surprising, since she hadn't played it since she was 6 or 7. But once she was standing against a tree in the commodious backyard of the Passionage, the rules came back to her, and unexpectedly to Thurston, who seemed not only willing to play, but eager. Remember, he instructed the children, who somehow seemed to have missed the pleasures of Red Light themselves. She can count to 10 as fast as she wants to, and if she catches you moving when she turns around, you have to go all the way back. She won't catch me, Alice said. Me either, Aiden said stoutly. We'll see about that, Carolyn said, and turned her face to the tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, red light. She whirled around. Alice was standing with a smile on her mouth and one leg extended in a big old giant step. Thurston, also smiling, had his hands extended in Phantom of the Opera claws. She caught the slightest movement from Aiden, but didn't even think about sending him back. He looked happy, and she had no intention of spoiling that. Good, she said. Good little statues. Here comes round 2. She turned to the tree and counted again, invaded by the old, childishly delicious fear of knowing people were moving in while her back was turned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Red light! She whirled. Alice was now only 20 paces away. Aiden was 10 paces or so behind her, trembling on one foot, a scab on his knee very visible. Thirst was behind the boy, one hand on his chest, like an orator, smiling. Alice was going to be the one to catch her, but that was all right. In the second game, the girl would be it, and her brother would win. She and Thirst would see to it. She turned to the tree again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Alice screamed. Carolyn turned and saw Aiden Appleton lying on the ground. At first she thought he was still trying to play the game. One knee, the one with the scab on it, was up, as if he were trying to run on his back. His wide eyes were staring at the sky. His lips were folded into a poochy little O. There was a dark spot spreading on his shorts. She rushed to him. "What's wrong with him?" Alice asked. Carolyn could see all the stress of the terrible weekend crushing in on her face. "Is he all right?" "Aiden?" Thirst asked. "You okay, big fella?" Aiden went on trembling, his lips seeming to suck at an invisible straw. His bent leg came down, then kicked out. His shoulders twitched. "He's having some kind of seizure," Carolyn said, "probably from overexcitement. I think he'll come out of it if we just give him a few "The pig stars are falling," Aiden said. "They make lines behind them. It's pretty. It's scary. Everyone is watching. No treats, only tricks. Hard to breathe. He calls himself the chef. It's his fault. He's the one." Carolyn and Thurston looked at each other. Alice was kneeling by her brother, holding his hand. "Pink stars," Aiden said. "They fall. They fall. Wake up!" Alice shouted into his face. "Stop scaring us!" Thurston Marshall touched her shoulder gently. "Honey, I don't think that's helping." Alice paid him no mind. "Wake up, you craphead!" And Aiden did. He looked at his sister's tear-streaked face, puzzled. Then he looked at Carolyn and smiled. The sweetest goddamn smile she had ever seen in her life. "Did I win?" he asked. 16. The Jenny in the town hall supply shed was badly maintained. Someone had shoved an old-timey galvanized tin wash basin under it to catch the dripping oil. And Rusty guessed about as energy efficient as Big Jim Rennie's Hummer, but he was more interested in the silver tank attached to it. Barbie looked briefly at the generator, grimaced at the smell, then moved to the tank. "It isn't as big as I would have expected," he said, although it was a hell of a lot bigger than the canisters they used at Sweetbriar, or the one he had changed out for Brenda Perkins. "It's called municipal size," Rusty said. "I remember that from the town meeting last year. Sanders and Rennie made a big deal of how the smaller tanks were going to save us yay bucks during these times of costly energy. Each one holds 800 gallons. Which means a weight of, what, 6,400 pounds? Rusty nodded. "Plus the weight of the tank. It's a lot to lift. You'd need a forklift or a hydraulic power step, but not to move. A Ram pickup is rated for 6,800 pounds, and it could probably carry more. One of these mid-sized tanks would fit in the bed, too. Sticking out the end a little bit is all." Rusty shrugged. "Hang a red flag from it, and you're good to go." "This is the only one here," Barbie said. "When it's gone, the town hall lights go out." "Unless Rennie and Sanders know where there are more," Rusty agreed. "And I'm betting they do." Barbie ran a hand over the blue stenciling on the tank. CRHOSP. "This is what you lost?" "We didn't lose it. It was stolen. That's what I'm thinking. Only there should be 5 more of our tanks in here, because we're missing a total of 6. Barbie surveyed the long shed. Despite the stored plows and cartons of reserve parts, the place looked empty, especially around the generator. "Never mind what got kited from the hospital. Where's the rest of the town's tanks?" "I don't know. And what could they be using them for?" "I don't know," Rusty said. "But I mean to find out." Pink Stars Falling. 1. Barbie and Rusty stepped outside and breathed deeply of the open air. It had a smoky tang from the recently extinguished fires west of town, but seemed very fresh after the exhaust fumes in the shed. A lackadaisical little breeze cat's-pawed their cheeks. Barbie was carrying the Geiger counter in a brown shopping bag he'd found in the fallout shelter. "This shit will not stand," Rusty said. His face was set and grim. "What are you going to do about it?" Barbie asked. Now, nothing. I'm going back to the hospital and do rounds. Tonight, though, I intend to knock on Jim Rennie's door and ask for a goddamn explanation. He better have one. And he better have the rest of our propane as well, because we're going to be dead out of the hospital by the day after tomorrow, even with every non-essential shut down. This might be over by the day after tomorrow. Do you believe it will be? Instead of answering the question, Barbie said, Selectman Rennie could be a dangerous man to press right about now. Just now? That tags you for a town newbie like nothing else could. I've been hearing that about Big Jim for the 10,000 or so years he's been running this town. He either tells people to get lost or pleads patience. For the good of the town, he says. That's #1 on his hit parade. Town meeting in March is a joke. An article to authorize a new sewer system? Sorry, the town can't afford the taxes. An article to authorize more commercial zoning? Great idea. The town needs the revenue. Let's build a Walmart out on 117. The University of Maine Small Town Environmental Study says there's too much gray water in Chester Pond. The selectmen recommend tabling discussion because everybody knows all those scientific studies are run by radical, humanist, bleeding-heart atheists. But the hospital is for the good of the town, wouldn't you say? Yes, I would. Barbie was a little bemused by this outburst. Rusty stared at the ground with his hands in his back pockets. Then he looked up. I understand the president tapped you to take over. I think it's high time you did so. It's an idea, Barbie smiled. Except, Rennie and Sanders have got their police force. Where's mine? Before Rusty could reply, his cell phone rang. He flipped it open and looked at the little window. Linda, what? He listened. All right, I understand if you're sure they're both okay now. And you're sure it was Judy, not Janelle. He listened some more, then said, I think this is actually good news. I saw 2 of the kids this morning, both with transient seizures that passed off quickly, long before I saw them. And both fine afterward. Had calls on 3 more. Ginny T took another one. It could be a side effect of whatever force is powering the dome. He listened. Because I didn't have a chance to, he said. His tone patient, non-confrontational. Barbie could imagine the question which had prompted that. Kids have been having seizures all day, and now you tell me? You're picking the kids up? Rusty asked. He listened. Okay, that's good. If you sense anything wrong, call me ASAP. I'll come on the run. And make sure Audie stays with him. Yes. Uh-huh. Love you too. He hooked the phone on his belt and ran both hands through his hair hard enough to make his eyes look briefly Chinese. Jesus, jumped up, Christ. Who's Audie? Our golden retriever. Tell me about these seizures. Rusty did so, not omitting what Janny had said about Halloween and what Judy had said about pink stars. The Halloween thing sounds like what the Dinsmore boy was raving about, Barbie said. Does, doesn't it? What about the other kids? Any of them talking about Halloween or pink stars? The parents I saw today said their kids babbled while the seizure was ongoing, but they were too freaked to pay any attention. The kids themselves didn't remember? The kids didn't even know they'd had seizures. Is that normal? It's not abnormal. Any chance your younger daughter was copying the older one? Maybe, I don't know, vying for attention? Rusty hadn't considered this, hadn't had the time, really. Now he did. Possible, but not likely. He nodded to the old-fashioned yellow Geiger counter in the bag. You going prospecting with that thing? Not me, Barbie said. This baby's town property, and the powers that be don't like me much. I wouldn't want to be caught with it. He held the bag out to Rusty. Can't, I'm just too busy right now. I know, Barbie said, and told Rusty what he wanted him to do. Rusty listened closely, smiling a little. Okay, he said, works for me. What are you going to be doing while I'm running your errands? Cooking dinner at Sweetbriar. Tonight's special is chicken a la Barbara. Want me to send some up to the hospital? Sweet, Rusty said. 2. On his way back to Kathy Russell, Rusty stopped by the Democrat's office and handed off the Geiger counter to Julia Shumway. She listened as he relayed Barbie's instructions, smiling faintly. The man knows how to delegate, I'll say that for him. I'll see to this with pleasure. Rusty thought of cautioning her to be careful about who saw the town's Geiger counter in her possession, but didn't need to. The bag had disappeared into the knee-hole of her desk. On his way to the hospital, he reached Ginny Tomlinson and asked her about the seizure call she'd taken. Little kid named Jimmy Wicker, the grandfather called it in. Bill Wicker? Rusty knew him. Bill delivered their mail. He was taking care of Jimmy while the boy's mom went to gas up their car. They're almost out of regular at the gas and grocery, by the way. And Johnny Carver's had the nerve to jack the price of regular to $11 a gallon. 11. Rusty bore this patiently, thinking he could have had his conversation with Ginny face to face. He was almost back to the hospital. When she was done complaining, he asked her if little Jimmy had said anything while he was seizing. Yes, indeed. Bill said he babbled quite a bit. I think it was something about pink stars, or Halloween, or maybe I'm getting it confused with what Rory Dinsmore said after he was shot. People have been talking about that. Of course they have, Rusty thought grimly, and they'll be talking about this too if they find out, as they probably will. All right, he said. Thanks, Ginny. When you coming back, Red Ryder? Almost there now. Good, because we have a new patient, Sammy Bushy. She was raped. Rusty groaned. It gets better. Piper Libby brought her in. I couldn't get the names of the doers out of the girl, but I think Piper did. She went out of here like her hair was on fire, and her ass... A pause. Ginny yawned loud enough for Rusty to hear. Her ass was catching. Ginny, my love, when's the last time you got some sleep? I'm fine. Go home. Are you kidding? Sounding aghast. No. Go home. Sleep. No setting the alarm, either. Then an idea struck him. But, stop by Sweetbriar Rose on the way, why don't you? They're having chicken. I heard it from a reliable source. The Bushy girl. I'll be checking on her in 5 minutes. What you're going to do is make like a bee and buzz. He closed his phone before she could protest again. 3. Big Jim Rennie felt remarkably good for a man who had committed murder the night before. This was partially because he did not see it as murder, no more than he had seen the death of his late wife as murder. It was cancer that had taken her, inoperable. Yes, he had probably given her too many of the pain pills over the last week, and in the end he'd still had to help her with a pillow over her face. But lightly, ever so lightly, slowing her breathing, easing her into the arms of Jesus. But he had done it out of love and kindness. What had happened to Reverend Coggins was a bit more brutal, admittedly. But the man had been so bullish, so completely unable to put the town's welfare ahead of his own. Well, he's eating dinner with Christ the Lord tonight, Big Jim said. Roast beef mashed with gravy. Apple crisp for dessert. He himself was eating a large plate of fettuccine Alfredo, courtesy of the Stofers Company. A lot of cholesterol, he supposed, but there was no Dr. Haskell around to nag him about it. I outlasted you, you old pope, Big Jim told his empty study and laughed good-naturedly. His plate of pasta and a glass filled with milk, Big Jim Rennie did not drink alcohol, were set on his desk blotter. He often ate in the study, and he saw no need to change that simply because Lester Coggins had met his end here. Besides, the room was once more squared away and spandy clean. Oh, he supposed one of those investigation units, like the ones on TV, would be able to find plenty of blood splatter with their luminol and special lights and things, but none of those people was going to be here in the immediate future. As for Pete Randolph doing any sleuthing in the matter, the idea was a joke. Randolph was an idiot. But, Big Jim told the empty room in a lecturely tone, he's my idiot. He slurped up the last few strands of pasta, mopped his considerable chin with a napkin, then once more began to jot notes on the yellow legal pad beside the blotter. He had jotted plenty of notes since Saturday. There was so much to do. And if the dome stayed in place, there would be more still. Big Jim sort of hoped it would remain in place, at least for a while. The dome offered challenges to which he felt certain he could rise, with God's help, of course. The first order of business was to consolidate his hold on the town. For that, he needed more than a scapegoat. He needed a boogeyman. The obvious choice was Barbara, the man the Democrat Party's commie-in-chief had tapped to replace James Rennie. The study door opened. When Big Jim looked up from his notes, his son was standing there. His face was pale and expressionless. There was something not quite right about Junior lately. As busy as he was with the town's affairs, and their other enterprise that had also kept him busy, Big Jim realized this. But he felt confident in the boy just the same. Even if Junior let him down, Big Jim was sure he could handle it. He spent a lifetime making his own luck. That wasn't going to change now. Besides, the boy had moved the body. That made him part of this, which was good, The essence of small-town life, in fact. In a small town, everybody was supposed to be a part of everything. How did that silly song put it? We all support the team. "Son," he asked, "all right?" "I'm fine," Junior said. He wasn't, but he was better. The latest poisonous headache finally lifting. Being with his girlfriends had helped, as he'd known it would. The McCain pantry didn't smell so good, but after he'd sat there a while holding their hands, he'd gotten used to it. He thought he could even come to like that smell. "Did you find anything in his apartment?" "Yes." Junior told him what he had found. "That's excellent, son, really excellent. And are you ready to tell me where you put him?" Junior shook his head slowly back and forth, but his eyes stayed in exactly the same place while he did it, pinned on his father's face. It was a little eerie. "You don't need to know. I told you that. It's a safe place, and that's enough." "So now you're telling me what I need to know?" But he said it without his usual heat. "In this case, yes." Big Jim considered his son carefully. "Are you sure you're all right? You look pale." "I'm fine, just a headache. It's going now." "Why not have something to eat? There are a few more fettuccinis in the freezer, and the microwave does a great job on them." He smiled. "Might as well enjoy them while we can." The dark, considering eyes dropped for a moment to the puddle of white sauce on Big Jim's plate, then rose again to his father's face. "Not hungry. When should I find the bodies?" "Bodies?" Big Jim stared. "What do you mean, bodies?" Junior smiled, lips lifting just enough to show the tips of his teeth. "Never mind. It'll help your cred if you're surprised like everyone else. Let's put it this way. Once we pull the trigger, this town will be ready to hang Barbie from a sour apple tree." "When do you want to do it?" "Tonight. Because that'll work." Big Jim considered the question. He looked down at his yellow pad. It was crammed with notes and splattered with Alfredo sauce. But only one was circled. "Newspaper bitch." "Not tonight. We can use him for more than Coggins if we play this right." "And if the dome comes down while you're playing it?" "We'll be fine," Big Jim said, thinking, and if Mr. Barber is somehow able to squirm free of the frame, not likely, but cockroaches have a way of finding cracks when the lights go on. There's always you. You and those other bodies. Now get yourself something to eat, even if it's only a salad." But Junior didn't move. "Don't wait too long, Dad," he said. "I won't." Junior considered him, with those dark eyes that seemed so strange now, then seemed to lose interest. He yawned. "I'm going up to my room and sleep a while. I'll eat later." "Just make sure you do. You're getting too thin." "Thin is in," his son replied, and offered a hollow smile that was even more disquieting than his eyes. To Big Jim, it looked like a skull smile. It made him think of the fellow who now just called himself the chef, as if his previous life as Phil Bushy had been canceled. When Junior left the room, Big Jim breathed a sigh of relief, without even being aware of it. He picked up his pen. So much to do. He would do it and do it well. It was not impossible that when this thing was over, his picture would be on the cover of Time magazine. 4. With her generator still running, although it wouldn't be for much longer unless she could find some more LP canisters, Brenda Perkins was able to fire up her husband's printer and make a hard copy of everything in the Vader file. The incredible list of offenses Howie had compiled, and which he had apparently been about to act on at the time of his death, seemed more real to her on paper than they had on the computer screen. And the more she looked at them, the more they seemed to fit the Jim Rennie she'd known for most of her life. She had always known he was a monster, just not how big a monster. Even the stuff about Coggins' Jesus-jumping church fit. Although if she was reading this right, it was really not a church at all, but a big old holy Maytag that washed money instead of clothes. Money from a drug manufacturing operation that was, in her husband's words, maybe one of the biggest in the history of the United States. But there were problems, which both Police Chief Howie Duke Perkins and the state AG had acknowledged. The problems were why the evidence-gathering phase of Operation Vader had gone on as long as it had. Jim Rennie wasn't just a big monster. He was a smart monster. That was why he had always been content to remain the second selectman. He had Andy Sanders to break trail for him. And to wear a target, that too. For a long time, Andy was the only one against whom Howie had had hard evidence. He was the front man, and probably didn't even know it. Cheery, glad-handing dumb shit that he was. Andy was first selectman, first deacon at Holy Redeemer, first in the hearts of the townsfolk, and out front on a trail of corporate documents that finally disappeared into the obfuscatory financial swamps of Nassau and Grand Cayman Island. If Howie and the state attorney general had moved too soon, he would also have been first to get his picture taken while holding a number. Maybe the only one, should he believe Big Jim's inevitable promises that all would be well if Andy just kept mum. And he probably would. Who was better at dummying up than a dummy? Last summer, things had begun working toward what Howie had seen as the endgame. That was when Rennie's name had started showing up on some of the paperwork the AG had obtained. Most notably, that of a Nevada corporation called Town Ventures. The Town Ventures money had disappeared west instead of east, not into the Caribbean, but into mainland China, a country where the key ingredients of decongestant drugs could be bought in bulk with few or any questions. Why would Rennie allow such exposure? Howie Perkins had been able to think of only one reason. The money had gotten too big too fast for one holy washing machine. Rennie's name had subsequently appeared on papers concerning half a dozen other fundamentalist churches in the Northeast. Town Ventures and the other churches, not to mention half a dozen other religious radio stations and AM talkers, none as big as WCIK, were Rennie's first real mistakes. They left dangling strings. Strings could be pulled, and sooner or later, usually sooner, everything unraveled. You couldn't let go, could you? Brenda thought, as she sat behind her husband's desk studying the papers. You'd made millions, maybe tens of millions, and the risks were becoming outrageous, but you still couldn't let go. Like a monkey who traps himself because he won't let go of the food. You were sitting on a damn fortune, and you just kept on living in that old 3-story and selling cars at that pit of yours out on 119. Why? But she knew. It wasn't the money, it was the town. What he saw as his town. Sitting on a beach somewhere in Costa Rica, presiding over a guarded estate in Namibia, Big Jim would become Small Jim. Because a man without a sense of purpose, even one whose bank accounts are stuffed with money, is always a small man. If she confronted him with what she had, could she make a deal with him? Force him out in return for her silence? She wasn't sure, and she dreaded the confrontation. It would be ugly, possibly dangerous. She would want to have Julia Shumway with her, and Barbie. Only Dale Barbara was now wearing his own target. Howie's voice, calm but firm, spoke up in her head. You can afford to wait a little while. I was waiting for a few final items of proof myself. But I wouldn't wait too long, honey. Because the longer this siege goes on, the more dangerous he'll become. She thought of Howie starting to back down the driveway, then stopping to put his lips on hers in the sunshine, his mouth almost as well known to her as her own, and certainly as well loved, caressing the side of her throat as he did it, as if he knew the end was coming, and one last touch would have to pay for all. An easy and romantic conceit for sure, but she almost believed it, and her eyes filled with tears. Suddenly the papers and all the machinations contained therein seemed less important. Even the dome didn't seem very important. What mattered was the hole that had appeared so suddenly in her life, sucking out the happiness she had taken for granted. She wondered if poor, dumb Andy Sanders felt the same way. She supposed he did. I'll give it 24 hours. If the dome's still in place tomorrow night, I'll go to Rennie with this stuff, with copies of this stuff, and tell him he has to resign in favor of Dale Barbara. Tell him that if he doesn't, he's going to read all about his drug operation in the paper. Tomorrow, she murmured, and closed her eyes. 2 minutes later, she was asleep in Howie's chair. In Chester's Mill, the supper hour had come. Some meals, including chicken a la king for 100 or so, were cooked on electric or gas ranges, courtesy of the generators in town that were still working. But there were also people who had turned to their wood stoves, either to conserve their jennies or because wood was now all they had. The smoke rose in the still air from hundreds of chimneys, and spread. 5. After delivering the Geiger counter, the recipient took it willingly, even eagerly, and promised to begin prospecting with it early on Tuesday. Julia headed for Burpee's department store with Horace on his leash. Romeo had told her he had a pair of brand-new photocopiers in storage, both still in their original shipping cartons. She was welcome to both. "I also got a little propane tucked away," he said, giving Horace a pat. "I'll see you get what you need, for as long as I can, at least. We got to keep that newspaper running, am I right? More important than ever, don't you think?" It was exactly what she taught, and Julia had told him so. She had also planted a kiss on his cheek. "I owe you for this, Romy. I'll be expecting a big discount on my weekly advertising circular when this is over." He had then tapped the side of his nose with a forefinger, as if they had a great big secret. Maybe they did. As she left, her cell phone chirruped. She pulled it out of her pants pocket. "Hello, this is Julia." "Good evening, Miss Shumway." "Oh, Colonel Cox, how wonderful to hear your voice," she said brightly. "You can't imagine how thrilled we country mice are to get out-of-town calls. How's life outside the dome?" "Life in general is probably fine," he said. "Where I am, it's on the shabby side. You know about the missiles." "Watch them hit and bounce off. They lit a fine fire on your side." "It's not and a fairly good one on ours." "I'm calling for Colonel Barbara," Cox said, "who should be carrying his own goddamn phone by now." "Goddamn right," she cried, still in her brightest tone. "And people in goddamn hell should have goddamn ice water." She stopped in front of the gas and grocery, now shut up tight. The hand-lettered sign in the window read, "Hours of op tomorrow, 11 a.m., 2 p.m. Get here early." "Ms. Shumway, we'll discuss Colonel Barbara in a minute," Julia said. "Right now, I want to know two things. First, when is the press going to be allowed at the Dome? Because the people of America deserve more than the government's spin on this, don't you think?" She expected him to say he did not think, that there would be no New York Times or CNN at the Dome in the foreseeable future, but Cox surprised her. "Probably by Friday, if none of the other tricks up our sleeve work." "What's the other thing you want to know, Ms. Shumway? Make it brief, because I'm not a press officer. That's another pay grade." "You called me, so you're stuck with me. Suck it up, Colonel." "Miss Shumway, with all due respect, yours is not the only cell phone in Chester's Mill I can reach out and touch." "I'm sure that's true, but I don't think Barbie will talk to you if you shine me on. He's not particularly happy with his new position as prospective stockade commandant." Cox sighed. "What's your question?" "I want to know the temperature on the south or east side of the dome. A true temperature, meaning away from the fire you guys set." "Why?" "Do you have that information or not? I think you do, or can get it. I think you're sitting in front of a computer screen right now, and you have access to everything, probably including my underwear size." She paused. "And if you say 16, this call is over." "Are you exhibiting your sense of humor, Miss Shumway, or are you always this way?" "I'm tired and scared. Chalk it up to that." There was a pause on Cox's end. She thought she heard the click of computer keys. Then he said, "It's 47 Fahrenheit in Castle Rock. Will that do?" "Yes." The disparity wasn't as bad as she had feared, but still considerable. "I'm looking at the thermometer in the window of the Mill Gas and Grocery. It says 58. That's an 11-degree difference between locations less than 20 miles apart. Unless there's a hell of a big warm front pushing through western Maine this evening, I'd say something's going on here. Do you agree?" He didn't answer her question, but what he did say took her mind off it. "We're going to try something else. Around 9 this evening. It's what I wanted to tell Barbie." "One hopes Plan B will work better than Plan A. At this moment, I believe the President's appointee is feeding the multitudes at Sweetbriar Rose. Chicken a la king is the rumor." She could see the lights down the street, and her belly rumbled. "Will you listen and pass on a message?" And she heard what he did not add, "You contentious bitch." "Happy to," she said, smiling because she was a contentious bitch when she had to be. "We're going to try an experimental acid, a hydrofluoric compound, man-made, 9 times as corrosive as the ordinary stuff." "Living better through chemistry." "I'm told you could theoretically burn a hole 2 miles deep in the bedrock with it." "What highly amusing people you work for, Colonel." "We're going to try where Motton Road crosses—" There was a rustle of paper. "Where it crosses into Harlow. I expect to be there." "Then I'll tell Barbie to have someone else wash up." "Will you also be favoring us with your company, Miss Shumway?" She opened her mouth to say, "I wouldn't miss it," And that was when all hell broke loose up the street. "What's going on there?" Cox asked.
Julia didn't reply.
She closed her phone and stuck it in her pocket, already running toward the sound of yelling voices. And something else. Something that sounded like snarling. The gunshot came while she was still half a block away. 6. Piper went back to the parsonage and discovered Carolyn, Thurston, and the Appleton kids waiting there.
She was glad to see them, because they took her mind off Sammy Bushy.
At least temporarily. She listened to Carolyn's account of Aiden Appleton's seizure, but the boy seemed fine now, chowing ever deeper into a stack of fig Newtons. When Carolyn asked if the boy should see a doctor, Piper said, "Unless there's a recurrence, I think you can assume it was brought on by hunger and the excitement of the game." Thurston smiled ruefully. "We were all excited, having fun." When it came to possible lodging, Piper first thought of the McCain house, which was close by, only she didn't know where their spare key might be hidden. Alice Appleton was on the floor, feeding fig Newton crumbs to Clover. The shepherd was doing the old "my muzzle's on your ankle because I'm your best friend" routine in between offerings. "This is the best dog I've ever seen," she told Piper. "I wish we could have a dog." "I've got a dragon," Aiden offered. He was sitting comfortably on Carolyn's lap. Alice smiled indulgently. "That's his invisible Frein." "I see," Piper said. She supposed they could always break a window at the McCain place. Needs must when the devil drives. But as she got up to check on the coffee, a better idea occurred. The Dummagens. I should have thought of them right away. They went to Boston for a conference. Coralie Dummagen asked me to water her plants while they're gone. "I teach in Boston," Thurston said. "At Emerson. I edited the current issue of Plowshares." And sighed. "The key is under a flower pot to the left of the door," Piper said. "I don't believe they have a generator, but there's a wood stove in the kitchen." She hesitated, thinking, city people. "Can you use a wood stove to cook on without setting the house on fire?" "I grew up in Vermont," Thurston said. "Was in charge of keeping the stoves lit, house and barn, until I went off to college. What goes around comes around, doesn't it?" And he sighed again. "There'll be food in the pantry, I'm sure," Piper said. Carolyn nodded. "That's what the janitor at the town hall said." "Also, Junior," Alice put in. "He's a cop. A foxy one." Thurston's mouth turned down. "Alice's foxy cop assaulted me," he said. "Him or the other one. I couldn't tell them apart myself." Piper's eyebrows went up. "Punched Thurston in the stomach," Carolyn said quietly. "Called us massholes, which I suppose we technically are, and laughed at us. For me, that was the worst part, how they laughed at us. They were better once they had the kids with them, but..." She shook her head. "They were out of control." And just like that, Piper was back to Sammy. She felt a pulse beginning to beat in the side of her neck. Very slow and hard, but she kept her voice even. "What was the other policeman's name?" "Frankie," Carolyn said. "Junior called him Frankie D. Do you know these guys?" "You must, huh?" "I know them," Piper said. 7. She gave the new makeshift family directions to the Dummagens. The house had the advantage of being near to Kathy Russell if the boy had another seizure, and sat a while at her kitchen table after they were gone, drinking tea. She did it slowly. Took a sip and set the cup down. Took a sip and set it down. Clover whined. He was tuned into her, and she supposed he could sense her rage. Maybe it changes my smell, makes it more accurate or something. A picture was forming, not a pretty one. A lot of new cops, very young cops, sworn in less than 48 hours ago and already running wild. The sort of license they had exhibited with Sammy Bushy and Thurston Marshall wouldn't spread to veteran cops like Henry Morrison and Jackie Weddington. At least she didn't think so. But to Fred Denton, Toby Whalen, maybe, probably. With Duke in charge, those guys had been all right. Not great. The kind of guys apt to lip you unnecessarily after a traffic stop, but all right. Certainly the best the town's budget could afford. But her mother had been wont to say, you buy cheap, you get cheap. And with Peter Randolph in charge, something had to be done. Only she had to control her temper. If she didn't, it would control her. She took the leash from the peg by the door. Clover was up at once, tail swishing, ears perked, eyes bright. "Come on, you big lug, we're going to lodge a complaint." Her shepherd was still licking Fig Newton crumbs from the side of his muzzle as she led him out the door. 8. Walking across the town common with Clover heeling neatly to her right, Piper felt she did have her temper under control. She felt that way until she heard the laughter. It came as she and Clover were approaching the police station. She observed the very fellows whose names she had gotten out of Sammy Bushy. De Lesseps, Thibodeau, Searles. Georgia Rue was also present, Georgia, who had egged them on, according to Sammy, do that bitch. Freddie Denton was there, too. They were sitting at the top of the Stone PD steps, drinking sodas, gassing among themselves. Duke Perkins never would have allowed such a thing, and Piper reflected that if he could see them from wherever he was, he'd be rolling in his grave fast enough to set his own remains on fire. Mel Searles said something, and they all broke up again, laughing and backslapping. Thibodeau had his arm around the Rue girl, the tips of his fingers on the side swell of her breast. She said something, and they all laughed harder. It came to Piper that they were laughing about the rape. What a gall-darned good old time it had been. And after that, her father's advice never had a chance. The Piper who ministered to the poor and the sick, who officiated at marryings and buryings, who preached charity and tolerance on Sundays, was pushed rudely to the back of her mind, where she could only watch as though through a warped and wavery pane of glass. It was the other Piper who took over, the one who had trashed her room at 15, crying tears of rage rather than sorrow. There was a slate-paved square known as War Memorial Plaza between the town hall and the newer brick PD building. At its center was a statue of Ernie Calvert's father, Lucian Calvert, who had been awarded a posthumous Silver Star for heroic action in Korea. The names of other Chester's Mill war dead, going all the way back to the Civil War, were engraved on the statue's base. There were also 2 flagpoles, the stars and stripes at the top of one, and the state flag, with its farmer, sailor, and moose, at the top of the other. Both hung limp in the reddening light of oncoming sunset. Piper Libby passed between the poles like a woman in a dream, Clover still heeling behind her right knee with his ears up. The officers atop the steps burst into another hearty roar of laughter, and she thought of trolls in one of the fairy stories her dad had sometimes read her. Trolls in a cave, gloating over piles of ill-gotten gold. Then they saw her, and quieted. "Good evening, Reverend," Mel Searles said, and got up, giving his belt a self-important little hitch as he did so. Standing in the presence of a lady, Piper thought. Did his mother teach him that? Probably. The fine art of rape he probably learned somewhere else. He was still smiling as she reached the steps, but then it faltered and grew tentative, so he must have seen her expression. Just what that expression might be, she didn't know. From the inside, her face felt frozen, immobile. She saw the biggest of them watching her closely. Thibodeau, his face as immobile as hers felt. He's like Clover, she thought. He smells it on me. The rage. "Reverend," Mel asked, "everything okay? There a problem?" She mounted the steps, not fast, not slow. Clover still heeling neatly behind her right knee. "You bet there's a problem," she said, looking up at him. "What?" "You," she said. "You're the problem." She pushed him. Mel wasn't expecting it. He was still holding his cup of soda. He went tumbling into Georgia Rue's lap, flailing his arms uselessly for balance, and for a moment the soda was a dark manta ray hanging against the reddening sky. Georgia cried out in surprise as Mel landed on her. She sprawled backward, spilling her own soda. They went running across the wide granite slab in front of the double doors. Piper could smell either whiskey or bourbon. Their cokes had been spiked with what the rest of the town could no longer buy. No wonder they'd been laughing. The red fissure inside her head opened wider. "You can't," Frankie began, starting to get up himself. She pushed him. In a galaxy far, far away, Clover, ordinarily the sweetest of dogs, was growling. Frankie went on his back, eyes wide and startled for a moment, looking like the Sunday school boy he once might have been. "Rape is the problem," Piper shouted. "Rape." "Shut up," Carter said. He was still sitting, and although Georgia was cowering against him, Carter remained calm. The muscles of his arms rippled below his short-sleeved blue shirt. "Shut up and get out of here right now. If you don't want to spend the night in a cell downstairs—" "You're the one who'll be going into a cell," Piper said. "All of you." "Make her shut up," Georgia said. She wasn't whimpering, but she was close. "Make her shut up, Cart." "Ma'am?" Freddie Denton. His uniform, shirt untucked and bourbon on his breath, Duke would have taken one look and fired his ass, fired all their asses. He started to get up, and this time he was the one who went sprawling, a look of surprise on his face that would have been comical under other circumstances. It was nice that they had been sitting while she was standing, made it easier. But oh, how her temples were thudding. She returned her attention to Thibodeau, the most dangerous one. He was still looking at her with maddening calm, as though she were a freak he'd paid a quarter to see in a sideshow tent. But he was looking up at her, and that was her advantage. "But it won't be a cell downstairs," she said, speaking directly to Thibodeau. "It'll be in Shawshank, where they do to little play-yard bullies like you what you did to that girl." "You stupid bitch," Carter said. He spoke as if remarking on the weather. "We weren't anywhere near her house." "That's right," Georgia said, sitting up again. There was coke splattered on one of her cheeks, where a virulent case of teenage acne was fading, but still holding on to a few final outposts. "And besides, everyone knows Sammy Bushy is nothing but a lying lesbo cunt." Piper's lips stretched in a smile. She turned it on Georgia, who recoiled from the crazy lady who had appeared so suddenly on the steps while they'd been having a nice sunsetter or two. "How did you know the lying lesbo cunt's name?" "I didn't say it." Georgia's mouth dropped into an O of dismay, and for the first time something flickered beneath Carter Thibodeau's calm. Whether fear or just annoyance, Piper didn't know. Frank de Lesseps got cautiously to his feet. "You better not go around spreading accusations you can't back up, Reverend Libby." "Nor assaulting police officers," Freddie Denton said. "I'm willing to let it go this time. Everyone's under stress, but you have to cease and desist these accusations right now." He paused, then added lamely, "And the pushing, of course." Piper's gaze remained fixed on Georgia. Her right hand curled so tightly around the black plastic grip of Glover's leash it was throbbing. The dog stood with his forepaws spread and his head lowered, still growling. He sounded like a powerful outboard motor set to idle. The fur on his neck had bushed out enough to hide his collar. "How'd you know her name, Georgia?" I just assumed." Carter gripped her shoulder and squeezed it. "Shut up, babe." And then to Piper, still not standing because he doesn't want to be pushed back down, the coward. He said, "I don't know what kind of bee you've got in your Jesus bonnet, but we were all together last night at Alden Dinsmore's farm, trying to see if we could get anything out of the soldier boys stationed on 119, which we couldn't." "That's on the other side of town, from Bushy's." He looked around at his friends. "Right," Frankie said. "Right," Mel chimed in, looking at Piper distrustfully. "Yeah," Georgia said. Carter's arm was around her again, and her moment of doubt was gone. She looked at Piper defiantly. "Georgie girl assumed it was Sammy you were yelling about," Carter said with that same infuriating calm, "because Sammy's the biggest lying scumbucket in this town." Mel Searles yodeled laughter. "But you didn't use protection," Piper said. Sammy had told her this, and when she saw Thibodeau's face tighten, she knew it was true. "You didn't use protection, and they rape-kitted her." She had no idea if this was true, and didn't care. She could see from their widening eyes that they believed it, and their belief was enough. "When they compare your DNA to what they found." "That's enough," Carter said. "Shut it." She turned her furious smile on him. "No, Mr. Thibodeau, we are only getting started, my son." Freddie Denton reached for her. She pushed him down, then felt her left arm caught and twisted. She turned and looked into Thibodeau's eyes. No calm there now. They were shining with rage. "Hello, my brother," she thought incoherently. "Fuck you, you fucking bitch," he remarked, and this time she was the one who was pushed. Piper fell backward down the stairs, trying instinctively to tuck and roll, not wanting to hit her head on one of those stone risers, knowing they could smash her skull in, kill her, or, worse, leave her a vegetable. She struck on her left shoulder instead, and there was a sudden howl of pain there. Familiar pain. She had dislocated that one playing high school soccer 20 years ago, and damned if she hadn't just done it again. Her legs flew over her head, and she turned a back somersault, wrenching her neck, coming down on her knees, and splitting the skin on both. She finally came to rest on her stomach and breasts. She had tumbled almost all the way to the bottom of the steps. Her cheek was bleeding. Her nose was bleeding. Her lips were bleeding. Her neck hurt, but God, her shoulder was the worst, humped all up, crooked in a way she remembered well. The last time she'd seen a hump like that, it had been in a red nylon Wildcats jersey. Nevertheless, she struggled to her feet, thanking God she still had the power to command her legs. She could also have been paralyzed. She'd lost hold of the leash halfway down, and Clover jumped at Thibodeau, his teeth snapping at the chest and belly under his shirt, tearing the shirt open, knocking Thibodeau backward, going for the young man's vitals. "Get him off me!" Carter screamed. Nothing calm about him now. "He's gonna kill me!" And, yes, Clover was trying. His front paws were planted on Carter's thighs, going up and down as Carter thrashed. He looked like a German shepherd on a bicycle. He shifted his angle of attack and bit deep into Carter's shoulder, eliciting another scream. Then Clover went for the throat. Carter got his hands on the dog's chest, just in time to save his windpipe. "Make him stop!" Frank reached for the trailing leash. Clover turned and snapped at his fingers. Frank skittered backward, and Clover returned his attention to the man who had pushed his mistress down the steps. His muzzle opened, revealing a double line of shining white teeth, and he drove at Thibodeau's neck. Carter got his hand up, then shrieked in agony as Clover seized on it and began to shake it like one of his beloved rag toys. Only his rag toys didn't bleed, and Carter's hand did. Piper came staggering up the steps, holding her left arm across her midriff. Her face was a mask of blood. A tooth clung to the corner of her mouth like a crumb of food. "Get him off me! Christ, get your fucking dog off me!" Piper was opening her mouth to tell Clover to stand down when she saw Fred Denton drawing his gun. "No," she screamed, "no! I can make him stop!" Fred turned to Mel Searles and pointed at the dog with his free hand. Mel stepped forward and kicked Clover in the haunch. He did it high and hard, as he had once, not so long ago, punted footballs. Clover was whipped sideways, losing his hold on Thibodeau's bleeding, shredded hand, where two fingers now pointed in unusual directions, like crooked signposts. "No!" Piper screamed again, so loud and so hard the world went gray before her eyes. "Don't hurt my dog!" Fred paid no attention. When Peter Randolph burst out through the double doors, his shirt tail out, his pants unzipped, the copy of Outdoors he had been reading on the crapper still held in one hand, Fred paid no attention to that either. He pointed his service automatic at the dog and fired. The sound was deafening in the enclosed square. The top of Clover's head lifted off in a spray of blood and bone. He took one step towards his screaming, bleeding mistress. Another, then collapsed. Fred, gun still in hand, strode forward and grabbed Piper by her bad arm. The hump in her shoulder roared a protest, and still she kept her eyes on the corpse of her dog, whom she had raised from a pup. "You're under arrest, you crazy bitch," Fred said. He pushed his face pale, sweaty, the eyes seeming ready to pop right out of their sockets, close enough to hers for her to feel the spray of his spittle. "Anything you say can and will be used against your crazy ass." On the other side of the street, diners were pouring out of Sweetbriar Rows, Barbie among them, still wearing his apron and baseball cap. Julia Shumway arrived first. She took in the scene, not seeing details so much as a gestalt summation. Dead dog, clustered cops, bleeding, screaming woman with one shoulder higher than the other, bald cop, Freddie goddamn Denton, shaking her by the arm connected to that shoulder, more blood on the steps, suggesting that Piper had fallen down them, or had been pushed. Julia did something she had never done before in her life, reached into her handbag, flipped her wallet open, and climbed the steps, holding it out, yelling, "Press! Press! Press!" It stopped the shaking, at least. 9. 10 minutes later, in the office that had been Duke Perkins not so long ago, Carter Thibodeau sat on the sofa under Duke's framed pictures and certificates, with a fresh bandage on his shoulder and paper towels around his hand. Georgia was sitting beside him. Large beads of pain sweat stood out on Thibodeau's forehead. But after saying, "I don't think nothing's broken," he was silent. Fred Denton sat in a chair in the corner. His gun was on the chief's desk. He had surrendered it willingly enough, only saying, "I had to do it. Just look at Cart's hand." Piper sat in the office chair that was now Peter Randolph's. Julia had mopped most of the blood off Piper's face with more paper towels. The woman was shivering with shock and in great pain, but she was as silent about it as Thibodeau. Her eyes were clear. "Clover only attacked him." She raised her chin to Carter. "After he pushed me down the stairs. The push caused me to lose hold of my leash. What my dog did was justified. He was protecting me from a criminal assault." "She attacked us," Georgia cried. "Crazy bitch attacked us. Came up the steps spouting all this shit." "Shut up," Barbie said. "All of you, shut the hell up." He looked at Piper. "This isn't the first time you've dislocated your shoulder, is it?" "I want you out of here, Mr. Barbara," Randolph said, but he spoke with no great conviction. "I can deal with this," Barbie said. "Can you?" Randolph made no reply. Mel Searles and Frank the Lessup stood outside the door. They looked worried. Barbie turned back to Piper. This is a subluxation, a partial separation. Not bad. I can pop it back in before you go to the hospital.
Hospital?
Fred Denton squawked. She's under arrest. Shut up, Freddie, Randolph said. Nobody's under arrest. At least, not yet. Barbie held Piper's eyes with his own. But I have to do it now, before the swelling gets bad. If you wait for Everett to do it at the hospital, they'll have to give you anesthesia. He leaned close to her ear and murmured, While you're out, they'll be telling their side, and you won't be telling yours. What are you saying? Randolph asked sharply. That it's going to hurt, Barbie said. Right, Rev? She nodded. Go on. Coach Gromley did it right on the sidelines, and she was a total dope. Just hurry, and please, don't screw it up. Barbie said, Julia, grab a sling from the first aid kit, then help me lie her down on her back. Julia, very pale and feeling ill, did as she was told. Barbie sat down on the floor to Piper's left, slipped off one shoe, and then grasped her forearm just above her wrist with both hands. I don't know Coach Gromley's method, he said, but this is how a medic I knew in Iraq did it. You're going to count to 3, and then yell wishbone. Wishbone, Piper said, bemused in spite of the pain. Well, okay. You're the doctor. No, Julia thought. Rusty Everett was now the closest thing the town had to a doctor. She had contacted Linda and gotten his cell phone number, but her call had been immediately shunted to voicemail. The room was silent. Even Carter Thibodeau was watching. Barbie nodded to Piper. Beads of sweat stood out on her forehead. But she had her game face on, and Barbie respected the shit out of that. He slipped his sock foot into her left armpit, snugging it tight. Then, while pulling slowly but steadily on her arm, he applied counter-pressure with his foot. Okay, here we go. Let's hear you. 1, 2, 3. Wishbone! When Piper shouted, Barbie pulled. Everyone in the room heard the loud thunk as the joint went back into place. The hump in Piper's blouse magically disappeared. She screamed but didn't pass out. He slipped the sling over her neck and around the arm, immobilizing it as well as he could. Better? He asked. Better, she said. Much, thank God. Still hurts, but not as bad. I've got some aspirin in my purse, Julia said. Give her the aspirin and then get out, Randolph said. All of you, except for Carter, Freddie, the Reverend, and me. Julia looked at him unbelievingly. Are you kidding? The Reverend is going to the hospital. Can you walk, Piper? Piper stood up shakily. I think so. A little way. Sit down, Reverend Libby, Randolph said, but Barbie knew she was already gone. He could hear it in Randolph's voice. Why don't you make me? She gingerly lifted her left arm in the sling holding it. The arm trembled, but it was working. I'm sure you can dislocate it again very easily. Go on, show these boys that you're just like them. And I'll put it all in the paper, Julia said brightly. Circulation will double. Barbie said, Suggest you defer this business until tomorrow, Chief. Allow the lady to get some painkillers stronger than aspirin, and have those knee lacerations checked by Everett. Given the dome, she's hardly a flight risk. Her dog tried to kill me, Carter said. In spite of the pain, he sounded calm again. Chief Randolph, the Lessups, Searles, and Thibodeau are guilty of rape. Piper was swaying now. Julia put an arm around her, but her voice was firm and clear. Rue is an accessory to rape. The hell I am, Georgia squawked. They need to be suspended immediately. She's lying, Thibodeau said. Chief Randolph looked like a man watching a tennis match. He finally settled his gaze on Barbie. Are you telling me what to do, kiddo? No, sir, just making a suggestion based on my enforcement experience in Iraq. You'll make your own decisions. Randolph relaxed. Okay, then. Okay. He looked down, frowning in thought. They all watched him notice his fly was still unzipped and take care of that little problem. Then he looked up again and said, Julia, take Reverend Piper to the hospital. As for you, Mr. Barbara, I don't care where you go, but I want you out of here. I'll take statements from my officers tonight, and from Reverend Libby tomorrow. Wait, Thibodeau said. He extended his crooked fingers to Barbie. Can you do anything about these? I don't know, Barbie said. Pleasantly enough, he hoped. The initial ugliness was over, and now came the political aftermath. which he remembered well from dealing with Iraqi cops who were not all that different from the man on the couch and the others crowding the doorway. What it came down to was making nice with people you wished you could spit on. Can you say wishbone? 10. Rusty had turned his cell phone off before knocking on Big Jim's door. Now Big Jim sat behind his desk, Rusty in the seat before it, the chair of supplicants and applicants. The study, Rennie probably called it a home office on his tax returns, had a pleasant piney smell, as if it had recently been given a good scrubbing, but Rusty still didn't like it. It wasn't just the picture of an aggressively Caucasian Jesus delivering the Sermon on the Mount, or the self-congratulatory plaques, or the hardwood floor that really should have had a rug to protect it. It was all those things, and something else as well. Rusty Everett had very little use for or belief in the supernatural, but nevertheless, this room felt almost haunted. It's because he scares you a little, he thought. That's all it is. Hoping that how he felt didn't show in his voice or face, Rusty told Rennie about the hospital's missing propane tanks, about how he had found one of them in the supply shed behind the town hall, currently running the town hall's generator, and how it was the only one. So, I have 2 questions, Rusty said. How did a tank from the hospital supply wander downtown? And where did the rest go? Big Jim rocked back in his chair, put his hands behind his neck, and looked up at the ceiling meditatively. Rusty found himself staring at the trophy baseball sitting on Rennie's desk. Propped in front of it was a note from Bill Lee, once of the Boston Red Sox. He could read the note because it was turned outward. Of course it was. It was for guests to see, to marvel over. Like the pictures on the wall, the baseball proclaimed that Big Jim Rennie had rubbed elbows with famous people. Look on my autographs, ye mighty, and despair. To Rusty, the baseball in the note turned outward seemed to sum up his bad feelings about the room he was in. It was window dressing, a tinny testimonial to small-town prestige and small-town power. I wasn't aware you had anyone's permission to go poking around in our supply shed, Big Jim remarked to the ceiling. His hammy fingers were still laced together behind his head. Perhaps you're a town official and I wasn't aware of it. If so, my mistake, my bad, as Junior says. I thought you were basically a nurse with a prescription pad. Rusty thought this was mostly technique, Rennie trying to piss him off, to divert him. I'm not a town official, he said, but I am a hospital employee and a taxpayer. So? Rusty could feel blood rushing to his face. So those things make it partly my supply shed. He waited to see if Big Jim would respond to this, but the man behind the desk remained impassive. Besides, it was unlocked, which is all beside the point, isn't it? I saw what I saw, and I'd like an explanation. As a hospital employee. And a taxpayer, don't forget that. Rusty sat looking at him, not even nodding. I can't give you one, Rennie said. Rusty raised his eyebrows. Really, I thought you had your fingers on the pulse of this town. Isn't that what you said the last time you ran for selectman? And now you're telling me you can't explain where the town's propane went? I don't believe it. For the first time, Rennie looked nettled. I don't care if you believe it or not. This is news to me. But his eyes darted fractionally to one side as he said it, as if to check that his autographed photo of Tiger Woods was still there. The classic liar's tell. Rusty said, The hospital's almost out of LP. Without it, the few of us who are still in the job might as well be working in a Civil War battlefield surgery tent. Our current patients, including a post-coronary and a serious case of diabetes that may warrant amputation, will be in serious trouble if the power goes out. The possible amp is Jimmy Siroy. His car is in the parking lot. It's got a sticker on the bumper that says, Elect Big Jim. I'll investigate, Big Jim said. He spoke with the air of a man conferring a favor. This town's propane is probably stored in some other town facility. As for yours, I'm sure I can't say. What other town facilities? There's the FD and the sand and salt pile out on God Creek Road. Not even a shed there, but those are the only ones I'm aware of. Mr. Everett, I'm a busy man. You'll have to excuse me now. Rusty stood. His hands wanted to ball into fists, but he wouldn't let them. I'm going to ask you one more time, he said, straight out and straight up. Do you know where those missing tanks are? No. This time, it was Dale Earnhardt. Rennie's eyes flickered too. And I'm not going to read any implication into that question, son, because if I did, I'd have to resent it. Now why don't you run along? Check on Jimmy Siroy. Tell him Big Jim sends his best, and he'll stop by as soon as the nitpickery slows down a little. Rusty was still battling to hold on to his temper, but this was a fight he was losing. Run along? I think you forgot that you're a public servant, not a private dictator. For the time being, I'm this town's chief medical officer, and I want some Big Jim's cell rang. He snared it, listened. The lines around his drawn-down mouth grew grimmer. Gosh darn it, every time I turn my darn back. He listened some more, then said, If you've got people with you in the office, Pete, shut your trap before you open it too wide and fall right the heck in. Call Andy. I'll be right there, and the three of us will clean this up. He killed the phone and got to his feet. I have to go to the police station. It's either an emergency or more nitpickery. I won't be able to tell which until I get there. And you'll be wanted at either the hospital or the health center, I believe. There seems to be a problem with the Reverend Libby. Why, what happened to her? Big Jim's cold eyes surveyed him from hard little sockets. I'm sure you'll hear her story. I don't know how true it'll be, but I'm sure you'll hear it. So go do your job, young fella. And let me do mine. Rusty walked down the front hall and out of the house, his temples throbbing. In the west, the sunset was a lurid blood show. The air was almost completely still, but bore a smoky stench just the same. At the foot of the steps, Rusty raised a finger and pointed it at the public servant waiting for him to leave his property before he, Rennie, left himself. Rennie scowled at the finger, but Rusty did not drop it. Nobody needs to tell me to do my job, and I'm going to make looking for that propane part of it. If I find it in the wrong place, someone else is going to be doing your job, Selectman Rennie. That's a promise. Big Jim flapped a contemptuous hand at him. Get out of here, son. Go to work. 11. During the first 55 hours of the dome's existence, over 24 children suffered seizures. Some, like those of the Everett girls, were noted. Many more were not, and in the days ahead the seizure activity would rapidly taper down to nothing. Rusty would compare this to the minor shocks people experienced when they came too close to the dome. The first time, you got that almost electric frisson that stiffened the hair on the back of your neck. After that, most people felt nothing. It was as if they had been inoculated. Are you saying the dome is like chickenpox? Linda asked him later. Catch it once and you're set for life? Janelle had 2 seizures, and so did a little kid named Norman Sawyer, but in both cases the second seizure was milder than the first, and not accompanied by any babble. Most of the kids Rusty saw had only the one, and there seemed to be no after effects. Only 2 adults had seizures during those first 55 hours. Both came around sunset on Monday evening, and both had easily traceable causes. With Phil Bushy, a.k.a. the chef, the cause was too much of his own product. Around the time Rusty and Big Jim parted company, Chef Bushy was sitting outside the storage barn behind WCIK, looking dreamily at the sunset. This close to the missile strikes, the scarlet in the sky was further darkened by soot on the dome. His hitty pipe clasped loosely in one hand. He was tweaked at least to the ionosphere, maybe 100 miles beyond. In the few low-lying clouds which floated on that bloody light, he saw the faces of his mother, his father, his grandfather. He saw Sammy and little Walter as well. All the cloud faces were bleeding. When his right foot began to twitch and then his left foot picked up the beat, he ignored it. Twitchin' was part of tweakin', everyone knew that. But then his hands began to tremble and his pipe fell into the long grass, yellow and sere as a result of the factory work that went on out here. A moment later his head began to jerk from side to side. This is it, he thought with a calm that was partly relief. I finally overdid it. I'm checking out. Probably for the best. But he didn't check out. Didn't even pass out. He slid slowly sideways, twitching and watching as a black marble rose in the red sky. It expanded to a bowling ball, then an overinflated beach ball. It went on, growing until it had eaten up the red sky. The end of the world, he thought. Probably for the best. For a moment he thought he was wrong because the stars came out, only they were the wrong color. They were pink, and then, oh God, they began to fall down, leaving long pink trails behind them. Next came fire, a roaring furnace, as if someone had opened a hidden trapdoor and loosed hell itself on Chester's Mill. It's our treat, he muttered. His pipe pressed against his arm, making a burn he would see and feel later. He lay twitching in the yellow grass with his eyes turned up to glabrous whites that reflected the lurid sunset.
Our Halloween treat. First the trick, then the treat.
The fire was becoming a face, an orange version of the bloody ones he'd been looking at in the clouds just before the fit fell on him. It was the face of Jesus. Jesus was scowling at him and talking to him, telling him that bringing the fire was his responsibility, the fire and the
purity,
he muttered as he lay in the grass.
No, the purification.
Jesus didn't look so mad now. And he was fading. Why? Because the chef had understood. First came the pink stars, then came the purifying fire. Then the trial would end. The chef stilled as the seizure passed into the first real sleep he'd had in weeks, perhaps months. When he woke up, it was full dark. Every trace of red gone from the sky. He was chilled to the bone, but not damp. Under the dome, dew no longer fell. 12. While the chef was observing the face of Christ in that evening's infected sunset, Third Selectman Andrea Grinnell was sitting on her couch and trying to read. Her generator had quit, or had it ever run at all? She couldn't remember. But she had a gadget called a Mighty Bright Light that her sister Rose had tucked into her Christmas stocking last year. She'd never had occasion to use it until now, but it worked just fine. You clamped it to your book and turned it on. Easy peasy. So light wasn't a problem. The words, unfortunately, were. The words kept squirming around on the page, sometimes even changing places with each other. And Nora Roberts' prose, ordinarily crystal clear, made absolutely no sense. Yet Andrea kept trying, because she could think of nothing else to do. The house stank, even with the windows open. She was suffering diarrhea, and the toilet would no longer flush. She was hungry but couldn't eat. She had tried a sandwich around 5 p.m., just an inoffensive cheese sandwich, and had thrown it up in the kitchen wastebasket minutes after it was down. A shame, because eating that sandwich had been hard work. She was sweating heavily, had already changed her clothes once, probably should change them again, if she could manage to do it, and her feet kept jittering and jerking. They don't call it kicking the habit for nothing, she thought, and I'll never make the emergency meeting tonight if Jim still means to have one. Considering how her last conversation with Big Jim and Andy Sanders had gone, maybe that was good. If she showed up, they'd just bully her some more, make her do things she didn't want to do. Best she'd stay away until she was clear of this shit, she said, and brushed her damp hair out of her eyes. This fucking shit in my system. Once she was herself again, she would stand up to Jim Rennie. It was long overdue. She would do it in spite of her poor aching back, which was such a misery without her OxyContin, but not the white-hot agony she had expected. That was a welcome surprise. Rusty wanted her to take methadone. Methadone, for God's sake. Heroin under an alias. If you're thinking about going cold turkey, don't, he had told her. You're apt to have seizures. But he'd said it could take 10 days his way, and she didn't think she could wait that long. Not with this awful dome over the town. Best to get it over with. Having come to this conclusion, she had flushed all of her pills, not just the methadone, but a few last OxyContin pills she'd found in the back of her nightstand drawer, down the toilet. That had been just 2 flushes before the toilet gave up the ghost. And now she sat here shivering, and trying to convince herself she'd done the right thing. It was the only thing, she thought. That kind of takes the right and wrong out of it. She tried to turn the page of her book, and her stupid hand struck the Mighty Bright gadget. It went tumbling to the floor. The spot of brilliance it threw went up to the ceiling. Andrea looked at it, and was suddenly rising out of herself, and fast. It was like riding an invisible express elevator. She had just a moment to look down and see her body still on the couch, twitching helplessly. Foamy drool was slipping down her chin from her mouth. She saw the wetness spreading around the crotch of her jeans and thought, "Yep, I'll have to change again, all right. If I live through this, that is." Then she passed through the ceiling, through the bedroom above it, through the attic with its dark stacked boxes and retired lamps, and from there out into the night. The Milky Way sprawled above her, but it was wrong. The Milky Way had turned pink, and then began to fall. Somewhere, far, far below her, Andrea heard the body she had left behind. It was screaming. 13. Barbie thought he and Julia would discuss what had happened to Piper Libby on their ride out of town, but they were mostly silent. lost in their own thoughts. Neither of them said they were relieved when the unnatural red sunset finally began to fade, but both of them were. Julia tried the radio once, found nothing but WCIK booming out, "All Prayed Up," and snapped it off again. Barbie spoke only once. This just after they turned off Route 119 and began to drive west along the narrower black top of the Mountain Road, where woods bulked up close on either side. Did I do the right thing? In Julia's opinion, he had done a great many right things during the confrontation in the chief's office, including the successful treatment of 2 patients with dislocations. But she knew what he was talking about. Yes, it was the exquisitely wrong time to try asserting command. He agreed, but felt tired and dispirited and not equal to the job he was beginning to see before him. I'm sure the enemies of Hitler said pretty much the same thing. They said it in 1934, and they were right. In 36, and they were right. Also in 38. The wrong time to challenge him, they said. And when they realized the right time had finally come, they were protesting in Auschwitz or Buchenwald. This is not the same, she said. You think not? She made no reply to this, but saw his point. Hitler had been a paper hanger, or so the story went. Jim Rennie was a used car dealer, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Up ahead, fingers of brilliance shone through the trees. They printed an intaglio of shadows on the patched tar of Mountain Road. There were a number of military trucks parked on the other side of the dome. It was Harlow over there at this edge of town, and 30 or 40 soldiers moved hither and yon with a purpose. All had gas masks hooked to their belts. A silver tanker truck bearing the legend, "Extreme Danger, Keep Back," had been backed up until it almost touched a door-sized shape that had been spray-painted on the dome's surface. A plastic hose was clamped to a valve on the back of the tanker. 2 men were handling the hose, which ended in a wand no bigger than the barrel of a big pen. These men were wearing shiny all-over suits and helmets. There were air tanks on their backs. On the Chester's Mill side, there was only one spectator. Lissa Jameson, the town librarian, stood beside an old-fashioned lady's Schwinn with a milk box carrier on the rear fender. On the back of the box was a sticker reading, "When the power of love is stronger than the love of power, the world will know peace. Jimi Hendrix." "What are you doing out here, Lissa?" Julia asked, getting out of her car. She held up a hand to shield her eyes from the bright lights. Lissa was nervously fiddling with the ankh she wore around her neck on a silver chain. She looked from Julia to Barbie, then back to Julia again. "I go for a ride on my bike when I'm upset or worried. Sometimes I ride until midnight. It soothes my pneuma. I saw the lights and came to the lights." She said this in an incantatory way and let go of her ankh long enough to trace some kind of complicated symbol in the air. "What are you doing out here?" "Came to watch an experiment," Barbie said. "If it works, you can be the first one to leave Chester's Mill." Lissa smiled. It looked a little forced, but Barbie liked her for the effort. "If I did that, I'd miss the Tuesday night special at Sweetbriar. Isn't it usually meatloaf?" "Meatloaf's the plan," he agreed, not adding that if the dome was still in place the following Tuesday, the spécialité de la maison was apt to be zucchini quiche. "They won't talk," Lissa said. "I tried." A squat fireplug of a man came out from behind the tanker and into the light. He was dressed in khakis, a poplin jacket, and a hat with the logo of the Maine Black Bears on it. The first thing to strike Barbie was that James O. Cox had put on weight. The second was his heavy jacket, zipped to what was now dangerously close to a double chin. Nobody else, Barbie, Julia, or Lissa, was wearing a jacket. There was no need of them on their side of the dome. Cox saluted. Barbie gave it back, and it actually felt pretty good to snap one off. "Hello, Barbie," Cox said. "How's Ken?" "Ken's fine," Barbie said, "and I continue to be the bitch that gets all the good shit." "Not this time, Colonel," Cox said. "This time it appears you got fucked at the drive-thru." 14. "Who's he?" Lissa whispered. She was still working at the ankh. Julia thought she'd snap the chain soon if she kept at it. "And what are they doing over there?" "Trying to get us out," Julia said. "And after the rather spectacular failure earlier in the day, I'd have to say they're wise to do it on the quiet." She started forward. "Hello, Colonel Cox. I'm your favorite newspaper editor. Good evening." Cox's smile was, to his credit, she thought, only slightly sour. "Ms. Shumway, you're even prettier than I imagined." "I'll say one thing for you. You're handy with the bullshit." Barbie intercepted her 3 yards from where Cox was standing and took her by the arms. "What?" she asked. "The camera." She had almost forgotten she had it around her neck until he pointed to it. Is it digital? Sure, Pete Freeman's Extra. She started to ask why, then got it. You think the dome will fry it? That'd be the best-case scenario, Barbie said. Remember what happened to Chief Perkins' pacemaker. Shit, she said. Shit! Maybe I've got my old Kodak in the trunk. Lissa and Cox were looking at each other with what Barbie thought was equal fascination. What are you going to do? She asked. Is there going to be another bang? Cox hesitated. Barbie said, might as well come clean, Colonel. If you don't tell her, I will. Cox sighed. You insist on total transparency, don't you? Why not? If this thing works, the people of Chester's Mill will be singing your praises. The only reason you're playing them close is force of habit. No, it's what my superiors have ordered. They're in Washington, Barbie said. And the press is in Castle Rock, most of them probably watching Girls Gone Wild on pay-per-view. Out here, it's just us chickens. Cox sighed and pointed to the spray-painted door shape. That's where the men in the protective suits will apply our experimental compound. If we're lucky, the acid will eat through, and we'll then be able to knock that piece of the dome out the way you can knock a piece of glass out of a window, after you've used a glass cutter. And if we're unlucky? Barbie asked. If the dome decomposes, giving off some poison gas that kills us all? Is that what the gas masks are for? Actually, Cox said, the scientists feel it more likely that the acid might start a chemical reaction that would cause the dome to catch fire. He saw Lissa's stricken expression and added, they consider both possibilities very remote. They can, Lissa said, twirling her ankh. They're not the ones who'd get gassed or roasted. Cox said, I understand your concern, ma'am. Melissa, Barbie corrected. It suddenly seemed important to him that Cox understand these were people under the dome, not just a few thousand anonymous taxpayers. Melissa Jameson. Lissa to her friends. She's the town librarian. She's also the middle school guidance counselor, and teaches yoga classes, I believe. I had to give that up, Lissa said with a fretful smile. Too many other things to do. Very nice to make your acquaintance, Miss Jameson. Cox said, look, this is a chance worth taking. If we felt differently, could we stop you? She asked. This Cox did not answer directly. There's no sign that this thing, whatever it is weakening or biodegrading unless we're able to breach it. We believe you're in for the long haul. Do you have any idea what caused it? Any at all? None, Cox said. But his eyes shifted in a way Rusty Everett would have recognized from his conversation with Big Jim. Barbie thought, why are you lying? Just that knee-jerk reaction again? Civilians are like mushrooms, keep them in the dark and feed them shit. Probably that was all it was, but it made him nervous. It's strong? Lissa asked. Your acid, is it strong? The most corrosive in existence, as far as we know, Cox replied. And Lissa took 2 large steps back. Cox turned to the men in the spacesuits. Are you boys about ready? They gave him a pair of gloved thumbs up. Behind them, all activity had stopped. The soldiers stood watching with their hands on their gas masks. Here we go, Cox said. Barbie, I suggest you escort those 2 beautiful ladies at least 50 yards back from... Look at the stars, Julia said. Her voice was soft, awestruck. Her head was tilted upward, and in her wondering face, Barbie saw the child she had been 30 years ago. He looked up and saw the Big Dipper, the Great Bear, Orion, all where they belonged, except they had smeared out of clear focus and turned pink. The Milky Way had turned into a bubblegum spill across the greater dome of the night. Cox, he said, do you see that? Cox looked up. See what, the stars? What do they look like to you? Well, very bright, of course, no light pollution to speak of in these parts. Then a thought occurred to him, and he snapped his fingers. What are you seeing? Have they changed color? They're beautiful, Lissa said. Her eyes were wide and shining. But scary, too. They're pink, Julia said. What's happening? Nothing, Cox said, but he sounded oddly reluctant. What? Barbie asked. Spill it. And added without thinking, Sir? We got the meteorological report at 1900 hours, Cox said. Special emphasis on winds, just in case. Well, just in case. Leave it at that. The jet stream's currently coming west as far as Nebraska or Kansas, dipping south, then coming up the eastern seaboard. Pretty common pattern for late October. What's that got to do with the stars? As it comes north, the jet passes over a lot of cities and manufacturing towns. What it picks up over those locations is collecting on the dome, instead of being whisked north to Canada and the Arctic. There's enough of it now to have created a kind of optical filter. I'm sure it's not dangerous. Not yet, Julia said. But what about in a week or a month? Are you going to hose down our airspace at 30,000 feet when it starts getting dark in here? Before Cox could reply, Lessa Jameson screamed and pointed into the sky. Then she covered her face. The pink stars were falling, leaving bright cone trails behind them. 15. More dope, Piper said dreamily as Rusty listened to her heartbeat. Rusty patted Piper's right hand. The left one was badly scraped. No more dope, he said. You're officially stoned. Jesus wants me to have more dope, she said in that same dreamy voice. I want to get as high as a mockingbird pie. I believe that's elephant's eye, but I'll take it under consideration. She sat up. Rusty tried to push her back down, but he dared push on only her right shoulder, and that wasn't enough. Will I be able to get out of here tomorrow? I have to see Chief Randolph. Those boys raped Sammy Bushy. And could have killed you, he said. Dislocation or not, you fell extremely lucky. Let me worry about Sammy. Those cops are dangerous. She put her right hand on his wrist. They can't go on being police. They'll hurt someone else. She licked her lips. My mouth is so dry. I can fix that, but you'll have to lie down. Did you take sperm samples from Sammy? Can you match them to the boys? If you can, I'll hound Peter Randolph until he makes them give DNA samples. I'll hound him day and night. We're not equipped for DNA matching, Rusty said. Also, there are no sperm samples because Gina Buffalino washed her up at Sammy's own request. I'll get you something to drink. All the fridges except for the ones in the lab are turned off to save juice. But there's an igloo cooler at the nurse's station. Juice, she said, closing her eyes. Yes. Juice would be good. Orange or apple. Not V8. Too salty. Apple, he said. You're on clear liquids tonight. Piper whispered, I miss my dog, then turned her head away. Rusty thought she'd probably be out by the time he got back with her juice box. Halfway down the corridor, Twitch rounded the corner from the nurse's station at a dead run. His eyes were wide and wild. Come outside, Rusty. As soon as I get Reverend Livia... No, now, you have to see this. Rusty hurried back to room 29 and peeped in. Piper was snoring in a most unladylike way, not unusual, considering her swelled nose. He followed Twitch down the corridor, almost running to keep up with the other man's long strides. What is it? Meaning, what now? I can't explain. You probably wouldn't believe me if I did. You have to see it for yourself. He banged out through the lobby door. Standing in the driveway beyond the protective canopy where drop-off patients arrived were Ginny Tomlinson, Gina Buffalino, and Harriet Bigelow, a friend whom Gina had recruited to help out at the hospital. The three of them had their arms around each other, as if for comfort, and were staring up into the sky. It was filled with blazing pink stars, and many appeared to be falling, leaving long, almost fluorescent trails behind them. A shudder worked up Rusty's back. Judy foresaw this, he thought. The pink stars are falling in lines. And they were. They were. It was as if heaven itself was coming down around their ears. 16. Alice and Aidan Appleton were asleep when the pink stars began falling, but Thurston Marshall and Carolyn Sturgis weren't. They stood in the backyard of the Dummigan house and watched them come down in brilliant pink lines. Some of the lines crisscrossed each other, and when this happened, pink runes seemed to stand out in the sky before fading. Is it the end of the world? Carolyn asked. Not at all, he said. It's a meteor swarm. They're most commonly observed during autumn here in New England. I think it's too late in the year for the Perseids. So this one's probably a wandering shower, maybe dust and chunks of rock from an asteroid that broke up 1 trillion years ago. Think of that, Carol. She didn't want to. Are meteor showers always pink? No, he said. I think it probably looks white on the outside of the dome, but we're seeing it through a film of dust and particulate matter. Pollution, in other words. It's changed the color. She thought about that as they watched the silent pink tantrum in the sky. There's the little boy, Aidan. When he had that fit, or whatever it was, he said, I remember what he said. The pink stars are falling. They make lines behind them. How could he know that? Thurston only shook his head. Carolyn hugged him tighter. At times like this, although there had never been a time exactly like this in her life, she was glad Thurston was old enough to be her father. Right now, she wished he was her father. How could he know this was coming? How could he know? 17. Aiden had said something else during his moment of prophecy. Everyone is watching. And by 9:30 on that Monday night, when the meteor shower was at its height, that was true. The news spreads by cell phone and email, but mostly in the old way, mouth to ear. By 10:15, Main Street is full of people watching the silent fireworks display. Most are equally silent. A few are crying. Leo Lemoyne, a faithful member of the late Reverend Coggins Holy Redeemer congregation, shouts it's the apocalypse, that he sees the 4 horsemen in the sky, that the rapture will begin soon, etc., etc. Sloppy Sam Boudreau, back on the street again since 3 that afternoon, sober and grumpy, tells Leo that if Leo doesn't shut up about the crock of shit, he'll be seeing his own stars. Roop Libby of the CMPD, hand on the butt of his gun, tells them both to shut the hell up and stop scaring people. As if they're not scared already. Willow and Tommy Anderson are in the parking lot of Dippers, Willow crying with her head on Tommy's shoulder. Rose Twitchell stands beside Anson Wheeler outside Sweetbriar Rose. Both are still wearing their aprons, and they also have their arms around each other. Norrie Calvert and Benny Drake are with their parents. And when Norrie's hand steals into Benny's, he takes it with a thrill the falling pink stars cannot match. Jack Cale, the current manager of Food City, is in the supermarket parking lot. Jack called Ernie Calvert, the previous manager, late that afternoon and asked if Ernie would help him do a complete inventory of supplies on hand. They were well into this job, hoping to be done by midnight when the furor on Main Street broke out. Now they stand, side by side, watching the pink stars fall. Stewart and Fernald Bowie are outside their funeral parlor, gazing up. Henry Morrison and Jackie Weddington stand across from the funeral parlor with Chaz Bender, who teaches history up to the high school. It's just a meteor shower, seen through a haze of pollution, Chaz tells Jackie and Henry. But he still sounds odd. The fact that accumulating particulate matter has actually changed the color of the stars brings the situation home to people in a new way, and gradually the weeping becomes more widespread. It is a soft sound, almost like rain. Big Jim is less interested in a bunch of meaningless lights in the sky than he is in how people will interpret those lights. Tonight he expects they'll just go home. Tomorrow, though, things may be different. And the fear he sees on most faces may not be such a bad thing. Fearful people need strong leaders. And if there's one thing Big Jim Rennie knows he can provide, it's strong leadership. He's outside the police station doors with Chief Randolph and Andy Sanders. Standing below them, crowded together, are his problem children, Thibodeau, Searles, the rude Chippy, Junior's friend, Frank. Big Jim descends the steps that Libby fell down earlier. She could have done us all a favor if she'd broken her neck, he thinks. And taps Frankie on the shoulder. Enjoying the show, Frankie? The boy's big, scared eyes make him look 12 instead of 22, or whatever he is. What is it, Mr. Rennie, do you know? Meteor shower, just God saying hello to his people. Frank de Lesseps relaxes a little. We're going back inside, Big Jim says, jerking his thumb at Randolph and Andy, who are still watching the sky. We'll talk for a while, then I'll call you four in. I want you all to tell the same cotton-picking story when I do. Have you got that? Yes, Mr. Rennie, Frankie says. Mel Searles looks at Big Jim, his eyes like saucers and his mouth hanging loose. Big Jim thinks the boy looks like his IQ might reach all the way up to 70. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, either. It looks like the end of the world, Mr. Rennie, he says. Nonsense. Are you saved, son? I guess so, Mel says. Then you have nothing to worry about. Big Jim surveys them one by one, ending with Carter Thibodeau. On the way to salvation tonight, young man, is all of you telling the same story. Not everyone sees the pink stars. Like the Appleton kids, Rusty Everett's little Jays are fast asleep. So is Piper. So is Andre Grinnell. So is the chef, sprawled on the dead grass beside what might be America's biggest methamphetamine lab. Ditto Brenda Perkins, who cried herself to sleep on her couch with the Vader printout scattered on the coffee table before her. The dead also do not see, unless they look from a brighter place than this darkling plain where ignorant armies clash by night. Myra Evans, Duke Perkins, Chuck Thompson, and Claudette Sanders are tucked away in the Bowie funeral home. Dr. Haskell, Mr. Carty, and Rory Dinsmore are in the morgue of Catherine Russell Hospital, Lester Coggins, Dodie Sanders, and Angie McCain are still hanging out in the McCain pantry. So is Junior. He is between Dodie and Angie, holding their hands. His head aches, but only a little. He thinks he might sleep the night here. On Moughton Road in Eastchester, not far from the place where the attempt to breach the dome with an experimental acid compound is even then going on beneath the strange pink sky, Jack Evans, husband of the late Myra, is standing in his backyard with a bottle of Jack Daniels in one hand and his home protection weapon of choice, a Ruger SR-9, in the other. He drinks and watches the pink stars fall. He knows what they are, and he wishes on every one. And he wishes for death, because without Myra the bottom has dropped out of his life. He might be able to live without her, and he might be able to live like a rat in a glass cage, but he cannot manage both. When the falling meteors become more intermittent, this is around 10:15, about 45 minutes after the shower began, he swallows the last of the Jack, casts the bottle onto the grass, and blows his brains out. He is the Mills' first official suicide. He will not be the last. 18. Barbie, Julia, and Lissa Jameson watched silently as the two spacesuited soldiers removed the thin nozzle from the end of the plastic hose. They put it into an opaque plastic bag with a Ziploc top, then put the bag into a metal case, stenciled with the words hazardous materials. They locked it with separate keys, then took off their helmets. They looked tired, hot, and out of spirits. Two older men, too old to be soldiers, wheeled a complicated-looking piece of equipment away from the site of the acid experiment, which had been performed 3 times. Barbie guessed the older guys, possibly scientists from NSA, had been doing some sort of spectrographic analysis. Or trying to. The gas masks they had been wearing during the testing procedure were now pushed up on top of their heads like weird hats. Barbie could have asked Cox what the tests were supposed to show, and Cox might even have given him a straight answer, but Barbie was also out of spirits. Overhead, the last few pink meteoroids were zipping down the sky. Lissa pointed back toward Eastchester. I heard something that sounded like a gunshot. Did you? Probably a car backfiring or some kid shooting off a bottle rocket, Julia said. She was also tired and drawn. Once, when it became clear that the experiment, the acid test, so to speak, wasn't going to work, Barbie had caught her wiping her eyes. It hadn't stopped her from taking pictures, with her Kodak, though. Cox walked toward them, his shadow thrown in 2 different directions by the lights that had been set up. He gestured to the place where the door shape had been sprayed on the dome. I guess this little adventure cost the American taxpayer about $750,000, and that's not counting the R&D expenses that went into developing the acid compound, which ate the paint we sprayed on there and did absolutely fuck all else. Language, Colonel, Julia said with a ghost of her old smile. Thank you, Madam Editor, Cox said sourly. Did you really think this would work? Barbie asked. No, but I didn't think I'd ever live to see a man on Mars, either. But the Russians say they're going to send a crew of 4 in 2020. Oh, I get it, Julia said. The Martians got wind of it and they're pissed. If so, they retaliated in the wrong country, Cox said. And Barbie saw something in his eyes. How sure are you, Jim? He asked softly. I beg pardon? That the dome was put in place by extraterrestrials. Julia took 2 steps forward. Her face was pale, her eyes blazing. Tell us what you know, goddammit. Cox raised his hand. Stop. We don't know anything. There is a theory, however. Yes. Marty, come over here. One of the older gentlemen who had been running tests approached the dome. He was holding his gas mask by the strap. Your analysis? Cox asked. And when he saw the older gentleman's hesitation, speak freely. Well, Marty shrugged. Trace minerals, soil, and airborne pollutants. Otherwise, nothing. According to spectrographic analysis, that thing isn't there. What about the HY-908? And to Barbie and the women, the acid. It's gone, Marty said. The thing that isn't there ate it up. Is that possible, according to what you know? No, but the dome isn't possible, according to what we know. And does that lead you to believe that the dome may be the creation of some life form with more advanced knowledge of physics, chemistry, biology, whatever? When Marty hesitated again, Cox repeated what he'd said earlier.
Speak freely.
It's one possibility. It's also possible that some earthly supervillain set it up. A real-world Lex Luthor. Or it could be the work of a renegade country like North Korea.
Who hasn't taken credit for it? Barbie asked skeptically.
I lean toward extraterrestrial, Marty said.
He knocked on the dome without wincing. He'd already gotten his little shock from it.
So do most of the scientists working on this right now. If we can be said to be working when we're not actually doing anything. It's the Sherlock rule. When you eliminate the impossible, the answer, no matter how improbable, is what remains.
Has anyone or anything landed in a flying saucer and demanded to be taken to our leader? Julia asked.
No, Cox said.
Would you know if something had? Barbie asked, and thought, are we having this discussion, or am I dreaming it?
Not necessarily,
Cox said, after a brief hesitation.
It could still be meteorological, Marty said. Hell, even biological, a living thing. There's a school of thought that this thing is actually some kind of E. coli hybrid.
Colonel Cox, Julia said quietly, are we something's experiment? Because that's what I feel like. Lissa Jameson, meanwhile, was looking back toward the nice houses of the Eastchester burblet. Most of the lights there were out, either because the people who lived there had no generators, or were saving them. That was a gunshot, she said. I'm sure that was a gunshot.
Feeling it. 1.
Other than town politics, Big Jim Rennie had only one vice, and that was high school girls basketball. Lady Wildcats basketball, to be exact. He'd had season tickets ever since 1998 and attended at least a dozen games a year. In 2004, the year the Lady Wildcats won the state Class D championship, he attended all of them. And although the autographs people noticed when they were invited into his home study were inevitably those of Tiger Woods, Dale Earnhardt, and Bill Spaceman Lee, the one of which he was proudest, the one he treasured, was Hannah Compton's, the little sophomore point guard who had led the Lady Wildcats to that one and only gold ball. When you're a season ticket holder, you get to know the other season ticket holders around you and their reasons for being fans of the game. Many are relatives of the girls who play, and often the spark plugs of the booster club, putting on bake sales and raising money for the increasingly expensive away games. Others are basketball purists who will tell you, with some justification, that the girls' games are just better. Young female players are invested in a team ethic that the boys, who love to run and gun, dunk, and shoot from way downtown, rarely match. The pace is slower, allowing you to see inside the game and enjoy every pick and roll or give and go. Fans of the girls' game relish the very low scores that boys' basketball fans sneer at, claiming that the girls' game puts a premium on defense and foul shooting, which are the very definition of old-school hoops. There are also guys who just like to watch long-legged teenage girls run around in short pants. Big Jim shared all these reasons for enjoying the sport. But his passion sprang from another source entirely, one he never vocalized when discussing the games with his fellow fans. It would not have been politic to do so. The girls took the sport personally, and that made them better haters. The boys wanted to win, yes, and sometimes a game could get hot if it was against a traditional rival. In the case of the Mills Wildcat sports teams, the despised Castle Rock Rockets. But mostly with the boys, it was about individual accomplishments, showing off, in other words, and when it was over, it was over. The girls, on the other hand, loathed losing. They took loss back to the locker room and brooded over it. More importantly, they loathed and hated it as a team. Big Jim often saw that hate rear its head. During a loose ball brawl deep in the second half of the score tide, he could pick up that "no you don't, you little bitch, that ball is mine" vibe. He picked it up and fed on it. Before 2004, the Lady Wildcats made the state tournament only once in 20 years, that appearance a one-and-done affair against Buckfield. Then had come Hannah Compton, the greatest hater of all time, in Big Jim's opinion. As the daughter of Dale Compton, a scrawny pulp cutter from Tarker's Mills who was usually drunk and always argumentative, Hannah had come by her out-of-my-face tude naturally enough. As a freshman, she had played JV for most of the season. Coach swung her up to varsity only for the last 2 games,
where she'd outscored everyone and left her opposite number from the Richmond Bobcats writhing on the hardwood after a hard but clean defensive play. When that game was over, Big Jim had collared Coach Woodhead. "If that girl doesn't start next year, you're crazy," he said. "I'm not crazy," Coach Woodhead had replied. Hannah had started hot and finished hotter, blazing a trail that Wildcats fans would still be talking about years later. Season averaged 27.6 points per game. She could spot up and drop a three-pointer anytime she wanted, but what Big Jim liked best was to watch her split the defense and drive for the basket, her pug face set in a sneer of concentration, her bright black eyes daring anyone to get in her way, her short ponytail sticking out behind her like a raised middle finger. The Mills' second selectman and premier used car dealer had fallen in love. In the 2004 championship game, the Lady Wildcats had been leading the Rock Rockets by 10 when Hannah fouled out. Luckily for the Cats, there was only a $1.16 left to play. They ended up winning by a single point. Of their 86 total points, Hannah Compton had scored a brain-freezing 63. That spring, her argumentative dad had ended up behind the wheel of a brand-new Cadillac, sold to him at cost minus 40% by James Rennie Sr. New cars weren't Big Jim's business, but when he wanted one off the back of the carrier, he could always get it. Sitting in Peter Randolph's office with the last of the pink meteor shower still fading away outside, and his problem children waiting, anxiously, Big Jim hoped, to be summoned and told their fate. Big Jim recalled that fabulous, that outright mythic basketball game. Specifically the first 8 minutes of the second half, which had begun with the Lady Wildcats down by 9. Hannah had taken the game over with the single-minded brutality of Joseph Stalin taking over Russia, her black eyes glittering, and seemingly fixed upon some basketball nirvana beyond the sight of normal mortals. Her face locked in that eternal sneer that said, "I'm better than you, I'm the best, get out of my way, or I'll run you the fuck down." Everything she threw up during that 8 minutes had gone in, including one absurd half-court shot that she launched when her feet tangled together, getting rid of the rock just to keep from being called for traveling. There were phrases for that sort of run, the most common being in the zone, but the one Big Jim liked was feeling it, as in, she's really feeling it now. As though the game had some divine texture beyond the reach of ordinary players, although sometimes even ordinary players felt it, and were transformed for a brief while into gods and goddesses, every bodily defect seeming to disappear during their transitory divinity. A texture that, on special nights, could be touched. Some rich and marvelous drape such as must adorn the hardwood halls of Valhalla. Hannah Compton had never played her junior year. The championship game had been her valedictory. That summer, while driving drunk, her father had killed himself, his wife, and all 3 daughters while driving back to Tarker's Mills from Brownies, where they had gone for ice cream fraps. The bonus Cadillac had been their coffin. The multiple fatality crash had been front-page news in western Maine. Julia Shumway's Democrat published an issue with a black border that week. But Big Jim had not been grief-stricken. Hannah never would have played college ball, he suspected. There the girls were bigger, and she might have been reduced to role-player status. She never would have stood for that. Her hate had to be fed by constant action on the floor. Big Jim understood completely. He sympathized completely. It was the main reason he had never even considered leaving the mill. In the wider world he might have made more money, but wealth was the short beer of existence. Power was champagne. Running the mill was good on ordinary days, but in times of crisis it was better than good. In times like that you could fly on the pure wings of intuition, knowing that you couldn't screw up, absolutely couldn't. You could read the defense even before the defense had coalesced, and you scored every time you got the ball. You were feeling it, and there was no better time for that to happen than in a championship game. This was his championship game, and everything was breaking his way. He had the sense, the total belief, that nothing could go wrong during this magical passage. Even things that seemed wrong would become opportunities rather than stumbling blocks, like Hannah's desperation half-court shot that had brought the whole Derry Civic Center to its feet, the Mills fans cheering, the Castle Rockers raving in disbelief. Feeling it. Which was why he wasn't tired, even though he should have been exhausted. Which was why he wasn't worried about Junior, in spite of Junior's reticence and pale watchfulness. Which was why he wasn't worried about Dale Barbara and Barbara's troublesome coterie of friends, most notably the newspaper bitch. Which was why when Peter Randolph and Andy Sanders looked at him dumbfounded, Big Jim only smiled. He could afford to smile. He was feeling it. Close the supermarket? Andy asked. Won't that get a lot of people upset, Big Jim? The supermarket. And the gas and grocery, Big Jim corrected, still smiling. Brownies we don't have to worry about. It's already closed. Good thing, too. It's a dirty little place. Selling dirty little magazines, he did not add. Jim, there's still plenty of supplies at Food City, Randolph said. I spoke to Jack Cale about that just this afternoon. Meat's thin, but everything else is holding up. I know that, Big Jim said. I understand inventory, and Cale does too. He should. He's Jewish, after all. Well, I'm just saying everything's been orderly so far because people keep their pantries well stocked. He brightened. Now I could see ordering shorter hours at Food City. I think Jack could be talked into that. He's probably already thinking ahead to it. Big Jim shook his head, still smiling. Here was another example of how things broke your way when you were feeling it. Duke Perkins would have said it was a mistake to put the town under any extra stress, especially after this night's unsettling celestial event. Duke was dead, however, and that was more than convenient. It was divine. Closed up, he repeated. Both of them. Tight as ticks. And when they reopen, we'll be the ones handing out supplies. Stuff will last longer and the distribution will be fairer. I'll announce a rationing plan at the Thursday meeting. He paused. If the dome isn't gone by then, of course. Andy said hesitantly, I'm not sure we have the authority to close down businesses, Big Jim. In a crisis like this, we not only have the authority, we have the responsibility. He clapped Pete Randolph heartily on the back. The mill's new chief wasn't expecting it and gave out a startled squeak. What if it starts a panic? Andy was frowning. Well, that's a possibility, Big Jim said. When you kick a nest of mice, they're all apt to come running out. We may have to increase the size of our police force quite a bit if this crisis doesn't end soon. Yes, quite a bit. Randolph looked startled. We're going on 20 officers now, including... He cocked his head toward the door. Yup, Big Jim said. And speaking of those fellers, better bring 'em in, Chief, so we can finish this and send them home to bed. I think they're going to have a busy day tomorrow. And if they get roughed up a little, so much the better. They deserve it for not being able to keep their jack handles in their pants. 2. Frank, Carter, Mel, and Georgia shuffled in like suspects onto a police lineup stage. Their faces were set and defiant, but the defiance was thin. Hannah Compton would have laughed at it. Their eyes were down, studying their shoes. It was clear to Big Jim that they expected to be fired, or worse. And that was just fine with him. Fright was the easiest of emotions to work with. Well, he said, here are the brave officers. Georgia Rue muttered something under her breath. Speak up, honey bunch. Big Jim cupped a hand to his ear. Said we didn't do nothing wrong, she said. Still in that teacher's being mean to me mumble. Then exactly what did you do? And when Georgia, Frank, and Carter all started to talk at once, he pointed at Frankie. You. And make it good, for gosh sake. We were out there, Frank said, but she invited us. Right, Georgia cried, folding her arms below her considerable bosom. She... Shut it. Big Jim pointed a hammy finger at her. One speaks for all. That's how it works when you're a team. Are you a team? Carter Thibodeau saw where this was going. Yes, sir, Mr. Rennie. Glad to hear it. Big Jim nodded for Frank to go on. She said she had some beers, Frank said. That's the only reason we went out. Can't buy it in town, as you know. Anyway, we were sitting around, drinking beers, just a can each, and we were pretty much off duty. Completely off duty, the chief put in. Isn't that what you meant? Frank nodded respectfully. Yes, sir, that's what I meant to say. We drank our beers, and then said we'd better go. But she said she appreciated what we were doing, every one of us, and wanted to say thank you. Then she kind of spread her legs. Showing her woofer, you know, Mel clarified with a large and vacant smile. Big Jim winced and gave silent thanks that Andrea Grinnell wasn't here. Dope addict or not, she could have gone all politically correct in a situation like this. She took us in the bedroom one by one, Frankie said. I know, it was a bad decision, and we're all sorry, but it was purely voluntary on her part. I'm sure it was, Chief Randolph said. That girl has Quite a reputation. Her husband, too. You didn't see any drugs out there, did you?
No, sir.
A four-part chorus.
And you didn't hurt her?
Big Jim asked. I understand she's claiming she was punched around and whatnot.
Nobody hurt her,
Carter said.
Can I say what I think happened?
Big Jim flapped an assenting hand. He was beginning to think that Mr. Thibodeau had possibilities. She probably fell down after we left. Maybe a couple of times. She was pretty drunk. Child welfare should take that kid away from her before she kills it.
No one picked up on that.
In the town's current situation, the child welfare office in Castle Rock might as well have been on the moon.
So, basically, you're all clean,
Big Jim said.
As a whistle, Frank replied.
Well, I think we're satisfied. Big Jim looked around. Are we satisfied, gentlemen?
Andy and Randolph nodded, looking relieved.
Good, Big Jim said. Now, it's been a long day, an eventful day, and we all need some sleep, I'm sure. You young officers especially need it because you'll report back for duty at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The supermarket and the gas and grocery are both going to be closed for the duration of this crisis. And Chief Randolph thought that you'd be just the ones to guard Food City, in case the people who show up there don't take kindly to the new order of things. Think you're up to that, Mr. Thibodeau, with your war wound? Carter flexed his arm. I'm okay. Her dog didn't rip the tendon none. We can put Fred Denton with them, too, Chief Randolph said, getting into the spirit of the thing. Weddington and Morrison at the gas and grocery should be enough.
Jim, Andy said, maybe we should put the more experienced officers at Food City and the less experienced ones at the smaller...
I don't think so, Big Jim said, smiling, feeling it. These young folks are the ones we want at Food City, the very ones. And another thing, a little bird told me that some of you folks have been carrying weapons in your cars, and a couple have even been wearing them on foot patrol. Silence greeted this. You're probationary officers, Big Jim said. If you've got personal handguns, that's your right as Americans, but if I hear that any of you are strapped while standing out in front of Food City tomorrow and dealing with the good folks of this town, your police officer days are over. Absolutely right, Randolph said. Big Jim surveyed Frank, Carter, Mel, and Georgia. Any problems with that? Any of you? They didn't look happy about it. Big Jim hadn't expected that they would be, but they were getting off easy. Thibodeau kept flexing his shoulder and his fingers, testing them. What if they weren't loaded? Frank asked. What if they were just there, as a warning? Big Jim raised a teacherly finger. I'm going to tell you what my father told me, Frank. There's no such thing as an unloaded gun. We've got a good town here. They'll behave. That's what I'm banking on. If they change, we'll change. Got it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Rennie.
Frank didn't sound happy about it. That was fine with Big Jim. He rose, only instead of leading them out, Big Jim extended his hands. He saw their hesitation and nodded, still smiling. Come on now. Tomorrow's going to be a big day, and we don't want to let this one go without a word of prayer. So grab on. They grabbed on. Big Jim closed his eyes and bowed his head. Dear Lord. It went on for some time. 3. Barbie mounted the outside steps to his apartment at a few minutes to midnight, his shoulders sagging with weariness, thinking that the only thing in the world he wanted was 6 hours of oblivion before answering the alarm and going up to Sweetbriar Rose to cook breakfast. The weariness left him as soon as he snapped on the lights, which, courtesy of Andy Sanders' generators, still worked. Someone had been in here. The sign was so subtle that at first he couldn't isolate it. He closed his eyes, then opened them and let them swing casually about his combination living room kitchenette, trying to take in everything. The books he'd been planning to leave behind hadn't been moved around on the shelves. The chairs were where they had been, one under the lamp and the other by the room's only window, with its scenic view of the alley outside. The coffee cup and the toast plate were still in the dish drainer beside the tiny sink. Then it clicked home, as such things usually did if you didn't push too hard. It was the rug. What he thought of as his Not Lindsay rug. About 5 feet long and 2 wide, Not Lindsay was a repeating diamond pattern in blue, red, white, and brown. He had bought it in Baghdad, but had been assured by an Iraqi policeman he trusted that it was of Kurdish manufacture. Very old, very beautiful, the policeman had said. His name was Latif Abd al-Khalik Hassan, a good troop. Look, Turkey, but no. Big grin, white teeth. A week after that day in the marketplace, a sniper's bullet had blown Latif Abd al-Khalik Hassan's brains right out through the back of his head. Not Turkey, Iraqi. The rug merchant wore a yellow t-shirt that had said, "Don't shoot me, I'm only the piano player." Latif listened to him, nodding. They laughed together. Then the merchant had made a startlingly American jack-off gesture, and they laughed even harder. What was that about? Barbie had asked. He says, American senator bought 5 like these. Lindsey Graham. 5 rug, $500. 500 out front for press. More on the down low, but all senator rug fake. Yes. This one not fake. This one real. I, Latif Hassan, tell you this, Barbie. Not Lindsey Graham rug. Latif had raised his hand and Barbie slapped him 5. That had been a good day. Hot but good. He had bought the rug for $200 American and an All Territories Kobe DVD player. Not Lindsey was his one souvenir of Iraq, and he never stepped on it. He always stepped around it. He had planned to leave it behind when he left the mill. He supposed down deep his idea had been to leave Iraq behind when he left the mill. But fat chance of that. Wherever you went, there you were. The great Zen truth of the age. He hadn't stepped on it. He was superstitious about that. He always detoured around it, as if to step on it would activate some computer in Washington and he would find himself back in Baghdad or fucking Fallujah. But somebody had, because not Lindsey was must. Wrinkled and a little crooked. It had been perfectly straight when he left this morning, 1,000 years ago. He went into the bedroom. The coverlet was as neat as always, but that sense that someone had been here was equally strong. Was it a lingering smell of sweat? Some psychic vibe? Barbie didn't know and didn't care. He went to his dresser, opened the top drawer, and saw that the pair of extra faded jeans which had been on top of the pile was now on the bottom, and his khaki shorts, which he'd laid in with the zippers up, were now zippers down. He went immediately to the second drawer and the socks. It took less than 5 seconds to verify that his dog tags were gone, and he wasn't surprised. No, not surprised at all. He grabbed the disposable cell he had also been planning to leave behind and went back into the main room. The combined Tarker's-Chester's telephone directory was sitting on a table by the door, a book so skinny it was almost a pamphlet. He looked for the number he wanted, not really expecting it to be there. Chiefs of police did not make a practice of listing their home phone numbers. Except, it seemed, in small towns, they did. At least this one had, although the listing was discreet. H&B Perkins, 28 Morin Street. Even though it was now past midnight, Barbie punched in the number without hesitation. He couldn't afford to wait. He had an idea that time might be extremely short. 4. Her phone was tweeting. Howie, no doubt, calling to tell her he was going to be late, to just lock up the house and go to bed. Then it came down on her again, like unpleasant presence raining from a poisoned piñata, the realization that Howie was dead. She didn't know who could be calling her at, she checked her watch, 20 past midnight. But it wasn't Howie. She winced as she sat up, rubbing her neck, cursing herself for falling asleep on the couch, also cursing whoever had wakened her at such an ungodly hour, and refreshed her recollection of her strange new singularity. Then it occurred to her that there could be only one reason for such a late call. The dome was either gone or had been breached. She bumped her leg on the coffee table hard enough to make the papers there rattle, then limped to the phone beside Howie's chair. How it hurt her to look at that empty chair. And snatched it up. What? It's Dale Barbara. Bobby? How's it broken? Has the dome broken? No, I wish that's why I was calling, but it's not. Then why? It's almost 12:30 in the morning. You said your husband was investigating Jim Rennie. Brenda paused, getting the sense of this. She had put her palm against the side of her throat, the place where Howie had caressed her for the last time. He was, but I told you, he had no absolute. I remember what you said, Barbie told her. You need to listen to me, Brenda. Can you do that? Are you awake? I am now. Your husband had notes? Yes, on his laptop. I printed them. She was looking at the Vader file, spread out on the coffee table. Good. Tomorrow morning I want you to put the printout in an envelope and take it to Julia Shumway. Tell her to put it in a safe place. An actual safe, if she's got one. A cash strongbox or a locked file cabinet if she doesn't. Tell her she's only to open it if something happens to you, or me, or both of us.
You're scaring me.
She is not to open it otherwise. If you tell her that, will she do it? My instincts say she will.
Of course she will, but why not let her look?
Because if the editor of the local paper sees what your husband had on Big Jim, and Big Jim knows she's seen it, most of the leverage we have will be gone. Do you follow that?
Yes.
She found herself wishing desperately that Howie were the one having this post-midnight conversation. I said I might be arrested today if the missile strike didn't work. Do you remember me telling you that?
Of course.
Well, I wasn't. That fat son of a bitch knows how to bide his time. But he won't bide it much longer. I'm almost positive it's going to happen tomorrow. Later today, I mean. If, that is, you can't put a stop to it by threatening to air whatever dirt your husband dug up.
What do you think they're going to arrest you for?
No idea, but it won't be shoplifting. And once I'm in jail, I think I might have an accident. I saw plenty of accidents like that in Iraq.
That's crazy.
But it had the horrid plausibility she had sometimes experienced in nightmares. Think about it, Brenda. Rennie has something to cover up, he needs a scapegoat, and the new police chief is in his pocket. The stars are in alignment.
I was planning to go see him anyway, Brenda said, and I was going to take Julia with me for safety's sake.
Don't take Julia, he said, but don't go alone.
You don't actually think he'd... I don't know what he'd do, how far he'd go. Who do you trust besides Julia?
She flashed back to that afternoon. The fire's almost out, standing beside Little Bitch Road, feeling good in spite of her grief, because she was flush with endorphins. Romeo Burpee telling her she ought to at least stand for fire chief.
Romeo Burpee, she said.
Okay, then he's the one.
Do I tell him what Howie had on...
No, Barbie said. He's just your insurance policy. And here's another one. Lock up your husband's laptop.
Okay, but if I lock up the laptop and leave the printout with Julia, what am I going to show Jim? I guess I could print a second copy.
No, one of those floating around is enough, for now at least. Putting the fear of God into him is one thing. Freaking him out would make him too unpredictable. Brenda, do you believe he's dirty? She did not hesitate. With all my heart. Because Howie believed it, and that's good enough for me. And you remember what's in the file?
Not the exact figures and the names of all the banks they use, but enough.
Then he'll believe you, Barbie said, with or without a second copy of the paperwork. He'll believe you. 5. Brenda put the Vader file in a manila envelope. On the front, she printed Julia's name. She put the envelope on the kitchen table, then went into Howie's study and locked his laptop in the safe. The safe was small, and she had to turn the Mac on its side. But in the end, it just fit. She finished by giving the combination dial not just 1 but 2 spins, as per her dead husband's instructions. As she did, the lights went out. For a moment, some primitive part of her was certain she had blown them just by giving the dial that extra spin. And then she realized that the generator out back had died. 6. When Junior came in at 5 minutes past 6 on Tuesday morning, his pale cheeks stubbly, his hair standing up in haystacks, Big Jim was sitting at the kitchen table in a white bathrobe, the approximate size of a clipper ship's mainsail. He was drinking a Coke. Junior nodded at it.
A good day starts with a good breakfast.
Big Jim raised the can, took a swallow, and set it down.
There's no coffee. Well, there is, but there's no electricity. The generator's out of LP. Grab yourself a pop, why don't you? They're still fairly cold. And you look like you could use it.
Junior opened the fridge and peered into its dark interior.
Am I supposed to believe you couldn't score some bottled gas any time you wanted it?
Big Jim started a little at that, then relaxed. It was a reasonable question and didn't mean Junior knew anything. The guilty man flees where none pursueth, Big Jim reminded himself.
Let's just say it might not be politic at this point in time.
Uh-huh. Junior closed the refrigerator door and sat down on the other side of the table. He looked at his old man with a certain hollow amusement, which Big Jim mistook for affection. The family that slays together stays together, Junior thought. At least for the time being. As long as it's
politic,
he said. Big Jim nodded and studied his son, who was supplementing his early morning beverage with a big jerk beef stick. He did not ask, "Where have you been?" He did not ask, "What's wrong with you?" although it was obvious in the unforgiving first light that flooded the kitchen that something was. But he did have a question. "There are bodies. Plural. Is that right?" "Yes." Junior took a big bite of his beefsteak and washed it down with Coke. The kitchen was weirdly silent without the hum of the fridge and the burble of the Mr. Coffee. "And all these bodies can be laid at Mr. Barber's door?" "Yes. All." Another chomp, another swallow, Junior looking at him steadily, rubbing his left temple as he did so. "Can you plausibly discover those bodies around noon today?" "No prob." "And the evidence against our Mr. Barber, of course." "Yes." Junior smiled. "It's good evidence." "Don't report to the police station this morning, son." "I better," Junior said. "It might look funny if I don't. Besides, I'm not tired. I slept with—" He shook his head. "I slept. Leave it at that." Big Jim also did not ask, "Who did you sleep with?" He had other concerns than whom his son might be diddling. He was just glad the boy hadn't been among the fellows who'd done their business with that nasty piece of trailer trash out on Moughton Road. Doing business with that sort of girl was a good way to catch something and get sick. "He's already sick," a voice in Big Jim's head whispered. It might have been the fading voice of his wife. "Just look at him." That voice was probably right, but this morning he had greater concerns than Junior Rennie's eating disorder, or whatever it was. "I didn't say go to bed. I want you on motor patrol, and I want you to do a job for me. Just stay away from Food City while you're doing it. There's going to be trouble there, I think." Junior's eyes livened up. "What kind of trouble?" Big Jim didn't answer directly. "Can you find Sam Verdreau?" "Sure, he'll be in that little shack out on God Creek Road. Ordinarily he'd be sleeping it off, but today he's more apt to be shaking himself awake with the DTs." Junior snickered at this image, then winced, and went back to rubbing his temple. "You really think I'm the person to talk to him? He's not my biggest fan right now. He's probably even deleted me from his Facebook page." "I don't understand." "It's a joke, Dad. Forget it." "Do you think he'd warm up to you if you offered him 3 quarts of whiskey? And more later if he does a good job." "That skanky old bastard would warm up to me if I offered him half a juice glass of $2 chuck." "You can get the whiskey from Brownie's," Big Jim said. In addition to cheap-ass groceries and beaver books, Brownie's was one of 3 agency liquor stores in the mill, and the PD had keys to all 3. Big Jim slid the key across the table. "Back door. Don't let anyone see you going in." "What's Sloppy Sam supposed to do for the booze?" Big Jim explained. Junior listened impassively, except for his bloodshot eyes, which danced. He had only one more question. Would it work? Big Jim nodded. "It will. I'm feeling it." Junior took another chomp on his beefsteak and another swallow of his soda. "So am I, Dad," he said. "So am I." 7. When Junior was gone, Big Jim went into his study with his robe billowing grandly around him. He took his cell phone from the center drawer of his desk, where he kept it as much as possible. He thought they were godless things that did nothing but encourage a lot of loose and useless talk. How many man-hours had been lost to useless gabble on these things? And what kind of nasty rays did they shoot into your head while you were gabbling? Still, they could come in handy. He reckoned that Sam Verdreau would do as Junior told him, but he also knew it would be foolish not to take out insurance. He selected a number in the cell phone's hidden directory, which could be accessed only via numeric code. The phone rang half a dozen times before it was picked up. "What?" the sire of the multitudinous Killian brood barked. Big Jim winced, and held the phone away from his ear for a second. When he put it back, he heard low, clucking sounds in the background. "Are you in the chicken house, Raj?" "Ah, yes, sir, Big Jim, I sure am. Chicken's got to be fed, come hell or high water." A 180-degree turn from irritation to respect. And Roger Killian ought to be respectful. Big Jim had made him a gosh-darn millionaire. If he was wasting what could have been a good life with no financial worries by still getting up at dawn to feed a bunch of chickens, that was God's will. Roger was too dumb to stop. It was his heaven-sent nature, and would no doubt serve Big Jim well today. And the town, he thought. It's the town I'm doing this for, the good of the town. "Roger, I've got a job for you and your 3 oldest sons." "Only got 2 to hum," Roger said. In his thick Yankee accent, home came out hum. Ricky and Randall are here, but Roland was in Oxford buying feed when the Christing Dome came down." He paused and considered what he had just said. In the background, the chickens clucked. "Sorry about the profanity." "I'm sure God forgives you," Big Jim said. "You and your two oldest, then. Can you get them to town by—" Big Jim calculated it didn't take long. When you were feeling it, few decisions did. "Say 9 o'clock, 9:15 at the latest." "I'll have to rouse them, but sure," Roger said. "What are we doing? Bringing in some of the extra propane?" "No," Big Jim said, "and you hush about that, God love you. Just listen." Big Jim talked. Roger Killian, God love him, listened. In the background, roughly 800 chickens clucked as they stuffed themselves with steroid-laced feed. 8. What? Why? Jack Cale was sitting at his desk in the cramped little Food City manager's office. The desk was littered with inventory lists he and Ernie Calvert had finally completed at 1 in the morning, their hopes of finishing earlier dashed by the meteor shower. Now he swept them up, handwritten on long, yellow legal pad sheets, and shook them at Peter Randolph, who stood in the office doorway. The new chief had dolled up in full uniform for this visit. "Look at these, Pete, before you do something foolish." "Sorry, Jack. Market's closed. It'll reopen on Thursday as a food depot. Share and share alike. We'll keep all the records. Food City Corps won't lose a cent, I promise you." "That's not the point!" Jack nearly groaned. He was a baby-faced 30-something with a thatch of wiry red hair he was currently torturing with the hand not holding out the yellow sheets, which Peter Randolph showed no signs of taking. Here, what in the name of jumped-up Jack Sprat Jesus are you talking about, Peter Randolph?" Ernie Calvert came barreling up from the basement storage area. He was broad-bellied and red-faced, his gray hair mowed into the crew cut he'd worn all his life. He was wearing a green Food City duster. "He wants to close the market," Jack said. "Why in God's name would you want to do that when there's still plenty of food?" Ernie asked angrily. "Why would you want to go scaring people like that? There'll be plenty scared in time if this goes on. What dumb idea was this?" "Selectmen voted," Randolph said. "Any problems you have with the plan, take them up at the special town meeting on Thursday night. If this isn't over by then, of course." "What plan?" Ernie shouted. "Are you telling me Andrea Grinnell was in favor of this? She knows better." "I understand she's got the flu," Randolph said. "Flat on her back, so Andy decided." Big Jim seconded the decision. No one had told him to put it this way. No one had to. Randolph knew how Big Jim liked to do business. "Rationing might make sense at some point," Jack said, "but why now?" He shook the sheets again, his cheeks almost as red as his hair. "Why? When we've still got so much?" "That's the best time to start conserving," Randolph said. "That's rich, coming from a man with a powerboat on Sebago Lake and a Winnebago Vectra in his dooryard," Jack said. "Don't forget Big Jim's Hummer," Ernie put in. "Enough," Randolph said. "The selectmen decided." "Well, 2 of them did," Jack said. "You mean 1 of them did," Ernie said, "and we know which one." "And I carried the message, so there's an end to it. Put a sign in the window, market closed until further notice." "Pete, look, be reasonable." Ernie no longer seemed angry. Now he seemed almost to be pleading. "That'll scare the dickens out of people. If you're set on this, how about I put closed for inventory, we'll reopen soon. Maybe add, sorry for the temporary inconvenience. Put temporary in red or something." Peter Randolph shook his head slowly and weightily. "Can't let you, Ern. Couldn't let you, even if you were still an official employee, like him." He nodded to Jack Cale, who put down the inventory sheet so he could torture his hair with both hands. "Closed until further notice. That's what the selectmen told me, and I carry out their orders. Besides, lies always come back to bite you in the ass." "Yeah, well, Duke Perkins would have told them to take this particular order and wipe their asses with it," Ernie said. "You ought to be ashamed, Pete, carrying that fat shit's water. He says jump, you ask how high." "You want to shut up right now if you know what's good for you," Randolph said, pointing at him. The finger shook a little. "If you don't want to spend the rest of the day in jail on a disrespect charge, you just want to close your mouth and follow orders. This is a crisis situation." Ernie looked at him unbelievingly. "Disrespect charge? No such animal." "There is now. If you don't believe it, go on and try me." 9. Later on, much too late to do any good, Julia Shumway would piece together most of how the Food City riot started, although she never got a chance to print it. Even if she had, she would have done so as a pure news story. The 5 W's and the H. If asked to write about the emotional heart of the event, she would have been lost. How to explain that people she'd known all her life, people she respected, people she loved, had turned into a mob. She told herself, I could have gotten a better handle on it if I'd been there from the very beginning and seen how it started. But that was pure rationalization, a refusal to face the orderless, reasonless beast that can arise when frightened people are provoked. She had seen such beasts on the TV news, usually in foreign countries. She never expected to see one in her own town. And there was no need for it. This was what she kept coming back to. The town had been cut off for only 70 hours, and it was stuffed with provisions of almost every kind. Only propane gas was in mysteriously short supply. Later, she would say, it was the moment when this town finally realized what was happening. There was probably truth in the idea, but it didn't satisfy her. All she could say with complete certainty, and she said it only to herself, was that she watched her town lose its mind, and afterward she would never be the same person. 10. The first 2 people to see the sign are Gina Buffalino and her friend Harriet Bigelow. Both girls are dressed in white nurses' uniforms. This was Ginny Tomlinson's idea. She felt the whites inspired more confidence among the patients than candy striper pinafores, and they look most seriously cute. They also look tired, in spite of their youthful resiliency. It has been a hard 2 days, and another is ahead of them, after a night of short sleep. They have come for candy bars. They will get enough for everyone, but poor diabetic Jimmy Soroy. That's the plan. And they are talking about the meteor shower. The conversation stops when they see the sign on the door. The market can't be closed, Gina says unbelievingly. It's Tuesday morning. She puts her face to the glass with her hands cupped to the sides to cut the glare of the bright morning sun. While she's so occupied, Anson Wheeler drives up with Rose Twitchell, riding shotgun. They have left Barbie back at Sweetbriar, finishing up the breakfast service. Rose is out of the little panel truck with her namesake painted on the side even before Anson has turned off the engine. She has a long list of staples and wants to get as much as she can as soon as she can. Then she sees, closed until further notice, posted on the door. What the hell? I saw Jack Cale just last night, and he never said a word about this. She's speaking to Anson, who's chugging along in her wake, but it's Gina Buffalino who answers. It's still full of stuff, too. All the shelves are stocked. Other people are pulling in. The market is due to open in 5 minutes, and Rose isn't the only one who planned to get an early start on her marketing. Folks from all over town woke up to find the dome still in place and decided to stock up on supplies. Asked later to explain this sudden rush of custom, Rose would say, the same thing happens every winter when the Weather Bureau upgrades a storm warning to a blizzard warning. Sanders and Rennie couldn't have picked a worse day to pull this bullshit. Among the early arrivals are Units 2 and 4 of the Chester's Mill PD. Close behind them comes Frank de Lesseps in his Nova. He's ripped off the ass, gas, or grass sticker, feeling it hardly becomes an officer of the law. Carter and George are in 2, Mel Searles and Freddie Denton in 4. They've been parked down the street by Leclerc's Maison des Fleurs, by order of Chief Randolph. No need to get there too soon, he has instructed them. Wait until there are a dozen or so cars in the parking lot. Hey, maybe they'll just read the sign and go home. This doesn't happen, of course, just as Big Jim Rennie knew it wouldn't. And the appearance of the officers, especially such young and callow ones for the most part, acts as an incitement, rather than a calmative. Rose is the first to begin haranguing them. She picks on Freddie, showing him her long list of supplies, then pointing through the window, where most of the stuff she wants is racked neatly on the shelves. Freddie is polite to begin with, aware that people, not quite a crowd, not yet, are watching, but it's hard to keep his temper with this mouthy little pipsqueak in his face. Doesn't she realize he's only following orders? Who do you think is feeding this town, Fred? Rose asks. Anson puts a hand on her shoulder. Rose shakes it off. She knows Freddie is seeing rage instead of the deep distress she feels, but she can't help it. Do you think a Cisco truck full of supplies is just going to parachute down from the sky? Ma'am. Oh, can it? Since when am I ma'am to you? You've been eating blueberry pancakes and that nasty limp bacon you like at my place 4 and 5 days a week for 20 years, and calling me Rosie while you did it. But you won't be eating pancakes tomorrow unless I get some flour and some shortening and some syrup and... She breaks off. Finally, sense, thank you, God. Jack Cale is opening one of the double doors. Mel and Frank have taken up station in front of it, and he has just room to squeeze between them. The prospective shoppers, there are nearly 24 now, even though the market's official opening time of 9 a.m. is still a minute away, surge forward, only to stop when Jack selects a key from the bunch on his belt and locks up again. There's a collective groan. "Why the hell did you do that?" Bill Wicker calls out indignantly. "My wife sent me down for eggs." "Take it up with the selectman and Chief Randolph," Jack responds. His hair is raring every which way. He throws Frank the Lessup's a black look and fires an even blacker one at Mel Searles, who is trying unsuccessfully to suppress a grin, perhaps even his famous nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. "I know I will, but for now, I've had enough of this shit. I'm done." He strides off through the crowd with his head down and his cheeks burning even brighter than his hair. Lissa Jameson just arriving on her bicycle. Everything on her list will fit into the milk box perched on the rear fender. Her wants are small, going on minuscule. Has to swerve to avoid him. Carter, Georgia, and Freddie are ranged in front of the large plate glass window, where Jack would have set out wheelbarrows and fertilizer on an ordinary day. Carter's fingers are band-aided, and a thicker bandage bulks under his shirt. Freddie has his hand on his gun butt as Rose Twitchell continues to chew on him, and Carter wishes he could backhand her one. His fingers are okay, but his shoulder aches a bitch. The small cluster of would-be shoppers has become a large cluster, and more cars are turning into the parking lot. Before Officer Thibodeau can really study the crowd, however, Alden Dinsmore gets into his personal space. Alden looks haggard, and seems to have lost 20 pounds since the death of his son. He's wearing a black mourning band on his left arm, and seems dazed. "Need to go in, son. My wife sent me to stock up on the canned." Alden doesn't say the canned what, probably the canned everything. Or maybe he just got thinking about the empty bed upstairs, the one that will never be filled again, and the Foo Fighters poster that will never be looked at again, and the model airplane on the desk that will never be finished, and clean forgot. "Sorry, Mr. Dimsdale," Carter says. "You can't do that." "It's Dinsmore," Alden says in a dazed voice. He starts toward the doors. They are locked. No way he can get in, but Carter still gives the farmer a good hearty shove backward. For the first time, Carter has some sympathy for the teachers who used to send him to detention back in high school. It is irritating not to be minded. Also, it's hot, and his shoulder aches in spite of the 2 Percocet his mother gave him. 75 at 9 a.m. is rare in October, and the faded blue color of the sky says it will be hotter by noon, hotter still by 3 p.m. Alden stumbles backward into Gina Buffalino, and they both would fall if not for Petra Searles, no lightweight she, steadying them. Alden doesn't look angry, only puzzled. "My wife sent me for the canned," he explains to Petra. A mutter comes from the gathering people. It's not an angry sound, not quite yet. They came for groceries, and the groceries are there, but the door is locked. Now, a man has been shoved by a high school dropout who was a car mechanic last week. Gina is looking at Carter, Mel, and Frank the Lessups with widening eyes. She points.
"Those are the guys that raped her," she tells her friend Harriet without lowering her voice. "Those are the guys that raped Sammy Bushy."
The smile disappears from Mel's face. The urge to nyuk nyuk has left him. "Shut up," he says. At the back of the crowd, Ricky and Randall Killian have arrived in a Chevrolet Canyon pick-em-up. Sam Boudreau is not far behind, walking, of course. Sam lost his license to drive for good in 07. Gina takes a step backward, staring at Mel with wide eyes. Beside her, Alden Dinsmore hulks like a farmer robot with a dead battery.
"You guys are supposed to be police. Hello?"
"That rape stuff was nothing but a whore lie," Frank says, "and you better quit yelling about it before you get arrested for disturbing the peace."
"Fucking right,"
Georgia says. She has moved a little closer to Carter. He ignores her. He is surveying the crowd. And that's what it is now. If 50 people make a crowd, then this is one. More coming, too. Carter wishes he had his gun. He doesn't like the hostility he's seeing. Velma Winter, who runs Brownies, or did before it closed, arrives with Tommy and Willow Anderson. Velma is a big, burly woman who combs her hair like Bobby Darin, and looks like she could be the warrior queen of Dyke Nation. But she has buried 2 husbands, and the story you can hear at the bullshit table in Sweetbriar is that she fucked them both to death, and is looking for number 3 at Dippers on Wednesdays. That's country karaoke night, and draws an older crowd. Now she plants herself in front of Carter, hands on her meaty hips.
"Closed, huh?" she says in a businesslike voice. "Let's see your paperwork."
Carter is confused, and being confused makes him angry. "Back off, bitch. I don't need no paperwork. The chief sent us down here. The selectmen ordered it. It's gonna be a food depot." "Rationing? That what you mean?" she snorts. "Not in my town." She shoves between Mel and Frank and starts hammering on the door. "Open up! Open up in there!" "Nobody home," Frank says. "You might as well quit it." But Ernie Calvert hasn't left. He comes down the pasta, flour, and sugar aisle. Velma sees him and starts hammering louder. "Open up, Ernie! Open up!" "Open up!" voices from the crowd agree. Frank looks at Mel and nods. Together, they grab Velma and muscle her 200 pounds away from the door. Georgia Rue has turned and is waving Ernie back. Ernie doesn't go. Numbfuck just stands there. "Open up!" Velma bawls. "Open up! Open up!" Tommy and Willow join her. So does Bill Wicker, the postman. So does Lissa, her face shining. All her life she has hoped to be part of a spontaneous demonstration, and here's her chance. She raises a clenched fist and begins to shake it in time. 2 small shakes on open and a big one on up. Others imitate her. Open up becomes open up, open up, open up. Now they're all shaking their fists in that 2 + 1 rhythm. Maybe 70 people, maybe 80, and more arriving all the time. The thin blue line in front of the market looks thinner than ever. The 4 younger cops look toward Freddie Denton for ideas, but Freddie has no ideas. He does, however, have a gun. "You better fire it into the air pretty soon, Baldy," Carter thinks, "or these people are going to run us down." 2 more cops, Rupert Libby and Toby Whalen, drive down Main Street from the PD, where they've been drinking coffee and watching CNN, blowing past Julia Shumway, who is jogging along with a camera slung over her shoulder. Jackie Weddington and Henry Morrison also start toward the supermarket, but then the walkie-talkie on Henry's belt crackles. It's Chief Randolph, saying that Henry and Jackie should hold their station at the gas and grocery. "But we hear," Henry begins. "Those are your orders," Randolph says, not adding that they are orders he is just passing on, from a higher power, as it were. "Open up! Open up! Open up!" The crowd shaking fisted power salutes in the warm air. Still scared, but excited, too, getting into it. The chef would have looked at them and seen a bunch of tyro tweakers, needing only a Grateful Dead tune on the soundtrack to make the picture complete. The Killian boys and Sam Boudreau are working their way through the crowd. They chant, not as protective coloration, but because that crowd molting into mob vibe is just too strong to resist. But don't bother shaking their fists. They have work to do. No one pays them any particular mind. Later, only a few people will remember seeing them at all. Nurse Ginny Tomlinson is also working her way through the crowd. She has come to tell the girls they are needed at Kathy Russell. There are new patients, one a serious case. That would be Wanda Crumley from Eastchester. The Crumleys live next to the Evanses out near the Motton town line. When Wanda went over this morning to check on Jack, she found him dead, not 20 feet from where the dome cut off his wife's hand. Jack was sprawled on his back with a bottle beside him and his brains drying on the grass. Wanda ran back to her house, crying her husband's name, and she had no more than reached him when she was felled by a coronary. Wendell Crumley was lucky not to crash his little Subaru wagon on his way to the hospital. He did 80 most of the way. Rusty is with Wanda now, but Ginny doesn't think Wanda, 50, overweight, a heavy smoker, is going to make it. "Girls," she says, "we need you at the hospital." "Those are the ones, Mrs. Tomlinson," Gina shouts. She has to shout to be heard over the chanting crowd. She's pointing at the cops and beginning to cry, partly from fear and tiredness, mostly from outrage. "Those are the ones who raped her." This time Ginny looks beyond the uniforms and realizes Gina's right. Ginny Tomlinson isn't afflicted with Piper Libby's admittedly vile temper, but she has a temper. And there's an aggravating factor at work here. Unlike Piper, Ginny saw the bushy girl with her pants off, her vagina lacerated and swelled. Huge bruises on her thighs that couldn't be seen until the blood was washed off. Such a lot of blood. Ginny forgets about the girls being needed at the hospital. She forgets about getting them out of a dangerous and volatile situation. She even forgets about Wanda Crumley's heart attack. She strides forward, elbowing someone out of her way. It happens to be Bruce Yardley, the cashier-cum-bag boy, who is shaking his fist like everyone else, and approaches Mel and Frank. They are both studying the ever more hostile crowd, and they don't see her coming. Ginny raises both hands, looking for a moment like the bad guy surrendering to the sheriff in a western. Then she brings both hands around and slaps both young men at the same time. "You bastards," she shouts. "How could you? How could you be so cowardly, so cat-dirt mean? You'll go to jail for this, all of you." Mel doesn't think, just reacts. He punches her in the center of her face, breaking her glasses and her nose. She goes stumbling backward, bleeding, crying out. Her old-fashioned RN cap, shocked free of the bobby pins holding it, tumbles from her head. Bruce Yardley, the young cashier, tries to grab her and misses. Ginny hits a line of shopping carts. They go rolling like a little train. She drops to her hands and knees, crying in pain and shock. Bright drops of blood from her nose, not just broken, but shattered, begin falling on the big yellow RK of no parking zone. The crowd goes temporarily silent, shocked, as Gina and Harriet rush to where Ginny crouches. Then Lissa Jameson's voice rises, a clear, perfect soprano. "You pig bastards!" That's when the chunk of rock flies. The first rock thrower is never identified. It may be the only crime Sloppy Sam Boudreau ever got away with. Junior dropped him off at the upper end of town, and Sam, with visions of whiskey dancing in his head, went prospecting on the east bank of Presteel Stream for just the right rock. It had to be big, but not too big, or he wouldn't be able to throw it with any accuracy, even though once, a century ago, it seems sometimes. At others, it seems very close. He was the starting pitcher for the Mills Wildcats in the first game of the Maine State Tourney. He had found it, at last, not far from the Peace Bridge, a pound and a half, and as smooth as a goose egg. "One more thing," Junior had said as he dropped Sloppy Sam off. It wasn't Junior's one more thing, but Junior did not tell Sam this any more than Chief Randolph had told Weddington and Morrison, who had ordered them to stay on station. It wouldn't have been politic. "Aim for the chick." That was Junior's final word to Sloppy Sam before leaving him. "She deserves it, so don't miss." As Gina and Harriet, in their white uniforms, kneel beside the sobbing, bleeding RN on her hands and knees, and while everyone else's attention is there too, Sam winds up, just as he did on that long-ago day in 1970, lets fly, and throws his first strike in over 40 years. In more ways than one, the 20-ounce chunk of quartz-shot granite strikes Georgia Rue dead in the mouth, shattering her jaw in 5 places, and all but 4 of her teeth. She goes reeling back against the plate glass window, her jaw sagging grotesquely, almost to her chest, her yawning mouth pouring blood. An instant later, 2 more rocks fly, one from Ricky Killian, one from Randall. Ricky's connects with the back of Bill Allnutt's head and knocks the janitor to the pavement, not far from Ginny Tomlinson. Shit, Ricky thinks, I was supposed to hit a fucking cop. Not only were those his orders, it's sort of what he's always wanted to do. Randall's aim is better. He nails Mel Searles square in the forehead. Mel goes down like a bag of mail. There is a pause, a moment of indrawn breath. Think of a car teetering on 2 wheels, deciding whether or not to go over. See Rose Twitchell looking around, bewildered and frightened, not sure what's happening, let alone what to do about it. See Anson put his arm around her waist. Listen to Georgia Rue howl through her hanging mouth, her cries weirdly like the sound the wind makes slipping across the waxed string of a tin can moose blower. Blood pours over her lacerated tongue as she hollers. See the reinforcements. Toby Whalen and Rupert Libby, he's Piper's cousin, though she doesn't brag on the connection, are first to arrive on the scene. They survey it, then hang back. Next comes Linda Everett. She's on foot with another part-time cop, Marty Arsenault, puffing along in her wake. She starts to push through the crowd, but Marty, who didn't even put on his uniform this morning, just rolled out of bed and slipped into an old pair of blue jeans, grabs her by the shoulder. Linda almost breaks away from him, then thinks of her daughters. Ashamed of her own cowardice, she allows Marty to lead her over to where Roop and Toby are watching developments. Of these 4, only Roop is wearing a gun this morning. And would he shoot? Balls, he would. He can see his own wife in that crowd, holding hands with her mother. The mother-in-law Roop wouldn't have minded shooting. See Julia arrive just behind Linda and Marty, gasping for breath but already grabbing her camera, dropping the lens cap in her hurry to start shooting. See Frank de Lesseps kneel down beside Mel just in time to avoid another rock, which whizzes over his head and shatters a hole in one of the supermarket doors. Then someone yells. Who will never be known. Not even the sex of the shouter will ever be agreed upon, although most think a woman. And Rose will tell Anson later she's almost sure it was Lissa Jameson. Get them! Someone else bellows, "Groceries!" And the crowd surges forward. Freddie Denton fires his pistol once, into the air. Then he lowers it, in his panic about to empty it into the crowd. Before he can, someone wrests it from his hand. He goes down, shouting in pain. Then the toe of a big old farmer's boot, Alden Dinsmore's, connects with his temple. The lights don't go completely out for Officer Denton, but they dim considerably. And by the time they come back up to bright, the great supermarket riot is over. Blood seeps through the bandage on Carter Thibodeau's shoulder, and small rosettes are blooming on his blue shirt, but he is, for the time being at least, unaware of the pain. He makes no attempt to run. He sets his feet and unloads on the first person to come into range. This happens to be Charles Stubby Norman, who runs the antique shop on the 117 edge of town. And Stubby drops, clutching his spouting mouth. "Get back, you fucks," Carter snarls. "Back, you sons of bitches. No looting. Get back." Marta Edmonds, Rusty's babysitter, tries to help Stubby, and gets a Frank the Lessep's fist to the cheekbone for her pains. She staggers, holding the side of her face and looking unbelievingly at the young man who has just hit her, and is then knocked flat, with Stubby beneath her, by a wave of charging would-be shoppers. Carter and Frank start punching at them, but they land only 3 blows before they are distracted by a weird, ululating scream. It's the town librarian, her hair hanging around her usually mild face. She's pushing a line of shopping carts, and she might be screaming "Banzai!" Frank leaps out of her way, but the carts take care of Carter, sending him flying. He waves his arms, trying to stay up, and might actually manage to do so, except for George's feet. He trips over them, lands on his back, and is trampled. He rolls over on his stomach, laces his hands over his head, and waits for it to be over. Julia Shumway clicks and clicks and clicks. Perhaps the pictures will reveal the faces of people she knows, but she sees only strangers in the viewfinder. A mob. Roop Libby draws his sidearm and fires 4 shots into the air. The gunfire rolls off into the warm morning, flat and declamatory, a line of auditory exclamation points. Toby Whalen dives back into the car, bumping his head and knocking off his cap. Chester's Mill deputy on the front in yellow. He snatches the bullhorn off the back seat, puts it to his lips, and shouts, "Stop what you're doing! Back off! Police! Stop! That is an order!" Julia snaps him. The crowd pays no attention to the gunshots or the bullhorn. They pay no attention to Ernie Calvert when he comes around the side of the building with his green duster churning about his pumping knees. "Come in the back," he yells. "You don't need to do that. I've opened up the back." The crowd is intent upon breaking and entering. They smash against the doors with their stickers reading "in and out" and everyday low prices. The doors hold at first, then the lock snaps under the crowd's combined weight. The first to arrive are crushed against the doors and suffer injuries. 2 people with broken ribs, 1 sprained neck, 2 broken arms. Toby Whalen starts to raise the bullhorn again, then just sets it down, with exquisite care, on the hood of the car in which he and Roop arrived. He picks up his deputy cap, brushes it off, puts it back on. He and Roop walk toward the store, then stop, helpless. Linda and Marty Arsenault join them. Linda sees Marta, and leads her back to the little cluster of cops. "What happened?" Marta asked, dazed. "Did someone hit me? The side of my face is all hot. Who's watching Judy and Janelle?" "Your sister took them this morning," Linda says and hugs her. "Don't worry." "Cora?" "Wendy." Cora, Marta's older sister, has been living in Seattle for years. Linda wonders if Marta has suffered a concussion. She thinks that Dr. Haskell should check her, and then remembers that Haskell is either in the hospital morgue or the Bowie funeral home. Rusty is on his own now, and today he's going to be very busy. Carter is half carrying Georgia toward Unit 2. She is still howling those eerie moose-blower cries. Mel Searles has regained some soupy semblance of consciousness. Frankie leads him toward Linda, Marta, Toby, and the other cops. Mel tries to raise his head, then drops it back into his chest. His split forehead is pouring blood. His shirt is soaked. People stream into the market. They race along the aisles, pushing shopping carts or grabbing baskets from a stack beside the charcoal briquettes display. "Have yourself a fall cookout," the sign reads. Manuel Ortega, Alden Dinsmore's hired man, and his good friend Dave Douglas go straight to the checkout cash registers and start punching no sale buttons, grabbing money and stuffing it into their pockets, laughing like fools as they do so. The supermarket is full now. It is sale day. In frozen foods, 2 women are fighting over the last Pepperidge Farm lemon cake. In Delhi, one man baffs another man with a kielbasa, telling him to leave some of that goddamn lunch meat for other folks. The lunch meat shopper turns and biffs the kielbasa wielder in the nose. Soon they are rolling on the floor, fists flying. Other brawls are breaking out. Rance Conroy, proprietor and sole employee of Conroy's Western Maine Electrical Service and Supplies. Smiles our specialty. Punches Brendan Ellerby, a retired University of Maine science teacher, when Ellerby beats him to the last large sack of sugar. Ellerby goes down, but he holds on to the 10-pound bag of dominoes, and when Conroy bends to take it, Ellerby snarls, "Here, then," and smacks him in the face with it. The sugar sack bursts wide open, enveloping Rance Conroy in a white cloud. The electrician falls against one of the shelves, his face as white as a mime's, screaming that he can't see, he's blind. Carla Venciano, with her baby goggling over her shoulder from the carrier on her back, pushes Henrietta Clavard away from the display of Tex Mighty rice. Baby Stephen loves rice. He also loves to play with the empty plastic containers, and Carla means to make sure he has plenty. Henrietta, who was 84 in January, goes sprawling on the hard knot of scrawn that used to be her butt. Lissa Jameson shoves Will Freeman, who owns the local Toyota dealership, out of her way so she can get the last chicken in the cold case. Before she can grab it, a teenage girl wearing a Punk Rage t-shirt snatches it, sticks out her pierced tongue at Lissa, and hies gaily away. There's a sound of shattering glass followed by a hearty cheer, made up mostly, but not entirely, of men's voices. The beer cooler has been breached. Many shoppers, perhaps planning on having themselves a fall cookout, stream in that direction. Instead of "open up," the chant is now "beer, beer, beer." Other folks are streaming into the storerooms below and out back. Soon men and women are packing wine out by the jug and the case. Some carry cartons of vino on their heads like native bearers in an old jungle movie. Julia, her shoes crunching on crumbles of glass, shoots, shoots, shoots. Outside, the rest of the town cops are pulling up, including Jackie Weddington and Henry Morrison, who have abandoned their post at the gas and grocery by mutual consent. They join the other cops in a huddled worry cluster off to one side and simply watch. Jackie sees Linda Everett's stricken face and folds Linda into her arms. Ernie Calvert joins them, yelling, "So unnecessary, so completely unnecessary," with tears streaming down his chubby cheeks. "What do we do now?" Linda asks, her cheek pressed against Jackie's shoulder. Marta stands close beside her, gaping at the market and pressing a palm against the discolored, rapidly swelling bruise on the side of her face. Beyond them, Food City surges with yells, laughter, the occasional cry of pain. Objects are thrown. Linda sees a roll of toilet tissue unspooling like a party streamer as it arcs over the housewares aisle. "Honey," Jackie says, "I just don't know." 11. Anson snatched Rose's shopping list and went running into the market with it before the lady herself could stop him. Rose hesitated beside the restaurant panel truck, clenching and unclenching her hands, wondering whether or not to go in after him. She had just decided to stay put when an arm slipped around her shoulders. She jumped, then turned her head and saw Barbie. The depth of her relief actually weakened her knees. She clutched his arm, partly for comfort, mostly so she wouldn't faint. Barbie was smiling, without much humor. "Some fun, huh, kid?" "I don't know what to do," she said. "Anson's in there, everybody is, and the cops are just standing around." "Probably don't want to get beat up any worse than they already have been, and I don't blame them. This was well planned and beautifully executed." "What are you talking about?" "Never mind. Want to take a shot at stopping it before it gets any worse?" "How?" He lifted the bullhorn plucked from the hood of the car where Toby Whalen left it. When he tried to hand it to her, Rose drew back, holding her hands to her chest. "You do it, Barbie." "No. You're the one who's been feeding them for years. You're the one they know. You're the one they'll listen to." She took the bullhorn, although hesitantly. "I don't know what to say. I can't think of a single thing that will make them stop. Toby Whalen already tried. They didn't pay any attention." "Toby tried to give orders," Barbie said. "Giving orders to a mob is like giving orders to an anthill." "I still don't know what to—" "I'm going to tell you." Barbie spoke calmly, and that calmed her. He paused long enough to beckon Linda Everett. She and Jackie came together, their arms around each other's waists. "Can you get in touch with your husband?" Barbie asked. "If his cell phone's on." "Tell him to get down here, with an ambulance if possible. If he doesn't answer his phone, grab a police car and drive on up to the hospital." "He's got patients." "He's got some patients right here. He just doesn't know it." Barbie pointed to Ginny Tomlinson. now sitting with her back against the cinder block side of the market and her hands pressed to her bleeding face. Gina and Harriet Bigelow crouched on either side of her, but when Gina tried to staunch the bleeding from Ginny's radically altered nose with a folded handkerchief, Ginny cried out in pain and turned her head away. Starting with one of his 2 remaining trained nurses, if I'm not mistaken. "What are you going to do?" Linda asked, taking her cell phone from her belt. "Rose and I are going to make them stop. Aren't we, Rose?" 12. Rose stopped inside the door, mesmerized by the chaos before her. The eye-watering smell of vinegar was in the air, mingled with the aromas of brine and beer. Mustard and ketchup were splattered like gaudy puke on the linoleum of aisle 3. A cloud of mingled sugar and flour arose from aisle 5. People pushed their loaded shopping carts through it, many coughing and wiping their eyes. Some of the carts slewed as they rolled through a drift of spilled dry beans. "Stay there a sec," Barbie said, although Rose showed no sign of moving. She was hypnotized with the bullhorn clasped between her breasts. Barbie found Julia shooting pictures of the looted cash registers. "Quit that, and come with me," he said. "No, I have to do this, and there's no one else. I don't know where Pete Freeman is, and Tony—" "You don't have to shoot it, you have to stop it before something a lot worse than that happens." He was pointing to Fern Bowie, who was strolling past with a loaded basket in one hand and a beer in the other. His eyebrow was split and blood was dripping down his face, but Fern seemed content enough with all. "How?" He led her back to Rose. "Ready, Rose? Showtime." Well... Remember, serene. Don't try to stop them. Just try to lower the temperature." Rose took a deep breath, then raised the bullhorn to her mouth. "Hi, everybody, this is Rose Twitchell from Sweetbriar Rose." To her everlasting credit, she did sound serene. People looked around when they heard her voice. Not because it sounded urgent, Barbie knew, but because it didn't. He had seen this in Tikrit, Fallujah, Baghdad, mostly after bombings in crowded public places, when the police and the troop carriers arrived. "Please finish your shopping as quickly and as calmly as possible." A few people chuckled at this, then looked around at each other as if coming to. In aisle 7, Carla Venziano, shamefaced, helped Henrietta Claver to her feet. "There's plenty of text, Maddie, for both of us," Carla thought. What in God's name was I thinking? Barbie nodded at Rose to go on, mouthing, "Coffee." In the distance, he could hear the sweet warble of an approaching ambulance. "When you're done, come to Sweetbriar for coffee. It's fresh, and it's on the house." A few people clapped. Some leather lungs yelled, "Who wants coffee? We got beer." Laughter and whoops greeted this sally. Julia twitched Barbie's sleeve. Her forehead was creased in what Barbie thought was a very Republican frown. "They're not shopping, they're stealing." "Do you want to editorialize or get them out of here before someone gets killed over a bag of Blue Mountain dry roast?" he asked. She thought it over and nodded, her frown giving way to that inward-turning smile he was coming to like a great deal. "You have a point, Colonel," she said. Barbie turned to Rose, made a cranking gesture, and she started in again. He began to walk the 2 women up and down the aisles, starting with the mostly denuded deli and dairy section, on the lookout for anyone who might be cranked up enough to offer interference. There was no one. Rose was gaining confidence and the market was quieting. People were leaving. Many were pushing carts laden with loot, but Barbie still took it as a good sign. The sooner they were out, the better, no matter how much shit they took with them. And the key was for them to hear themselves referred to as shoppers, rather than stealers. Give a man or woman back his self-respect, and in most cases, not all, but most, you also give back that person's ability to think with at least some clarity. Anson Wheeler joined them, pushing a shopping cart full of supplies. He looked slightly shamefaced, and his arm was bleeding. "Someone hit me with a jar of olives," he explained. "Now I smell like an Italian sandwich." Rose handed the bullhorn to Julia, who began broadcasting the same message in the same pleasant voice. "Finish up, shoppers, and leave in orderly fashion." "We can't take that stuff," Rose said, pointing at Anson's cart. "But we need it, Rosie," he said. He sounded apologetic but firm. "We really do." "We'll leave some money then," she said. "If no one's stolen my purse out of the truck, that is." I don't think that'll work," Anson said. "Some guys were stealing the money out of the registers." He had seen which guys, but didn't want to say. Not with the editor of the local paper walking next to him. Rose was horrified. "What's happening here? In the name of God, what's happening?" "I don't know," Anson said. Outside, the ambulance pulled up, the siren dying to a growl. A minute or two later, while Barbie, Rose, and Julia were still canvassing the aisles with the bullhorn, the crowd was thinning out now. Someone behind them said, "That's enough, give me that." Barbie was not surprised to see Acting Chief Randolph, tricked out to the nines in his dress uniform. Here he was, a day late and $1 short. Right on schedule. Rose was working the bullhorn, extolling the virtues of free coffee at Sweetbriar. Randolph plucked it from her hand and immediately began giving orders and making threats. "Leave now. This is Chief Peter Randolph ordering you to leave now. Drop what you are holding and leave now. If you drop what you're holding and leave now, you may avoid charges." Rose looked at Barbie dismayed. He shrugged. It didn't matter. The spirit of the mob had departed. The cops, who were still ambulatory, even Carter Thibodeau, staggering, but on his feet, started hustling people out. When the shoppers wouldn't drop their loaded baskets, the cops struck several to the ground, and Frank de Lesseps overturned a loaded shopping cart. His face was grim, and pale, and angry. "Are you going to make those boys stop that?" Julia asked Randolph. "No, Miss Shumway, I am not," Randolph said. "Those people are looters, and they're being treated as such." "Whose fault is that? Who closed the market?" "Get out of my way," Randolph said. "I've got work to do." "Shame you weren't here when they broke in," Barbie remarked. Randolph looked at him. The glance was unfriendly, yet satisfied. Barbie sighed. Somewhere a clock was ticking. He knew it, and Randolph did too. Soon the alarm would ring. If not for the dome, he could run. But of course, if not for the dome, none of this would be happening. Down front, Mel Searles tried to take Al Timmons' loaded shopping basket. When Al wouldn't give it up, Mel tore it away, and then pushed the older man down. Al cried out in pain and shame and outrage. Chief Randolph laughed. It was a short, choppy, unamused sound. Haw, haw, haw. And in it, Barbie thought he heard what Chester's Mill might soon become, if the dome didn't lift. "Come on, ladies," he said. "Let's get out of here." 13. Rusty and Twitch were lining up the wounded, about a dozen in all, along the cinder-block side of the market when Barbie, Julia, and Rose came out. Anson was standing by the Sweetbriar panel truck with a paper towel pressed to his bleeding arm. Rusty's face was grim, but when he saw Barbie, he lightened up a little. "Hey, sport, you're with me this morning. In fact, you're my new RN." "You wildly overestimate my triage skills," Barbie said, but he walked toward Rusty. Linda Everett ran past Barbie and threw herself into Rusty's arms. He gave her a brief hug. "Can I help, honey?" she asked. It was Ginny she was looking at, and with horror. Ginny saw the look and wearily closed her eyes. "No," Rusty said. "You do what you need to. I've got Gina and Harriet, and I've got Nurse Barbara." "I'll do what I can," Barbie said, and almost added, "until I'm arrested, that is." "You'll be fine," Rusty said. In a lower voice he added, "Gina and Harriet are the most willing helpers in the world, but once they get past giving pills and slapping on Band-Aids, they're pretty much lost." Linda bent to Ginny. "I'm so sorry," she said. "I'll be fine," Ginny said, but she did not open her eyes. Linda gave her husband a kiss and a troubled look, then walked back toward where Jackie Weddington was standing with a pad in her hand, taking Ernie Calvert's statement. Ernie wiped his eyes repeatedly as he talked. Rusty and Barbie worked side by side for over an hour, while the cops strung yellow police tape in front of the market. At some point, Andy Sanders came down to survey the damage, clucking and shaking his head. Barbie heard him ask someone what the world was coming to, when hometown folks could get up to a thing like this. He also shook Chief Randolph's hand and told him he was doing a hell of a job. Hell of a job. 14. When you're feeling it, lousy breaks disappear. Strife becomes your friend. Bad luck turns hit the megabucks good. You do not accept these things with gratitude, an emotion reserved for wimps and losers in Big Jim Rennie's opinion. But as you do, feeling it is like riding in a magic swing, and one should, once more in Big Jim's opinion, glide imperiously. If he had emerged from the big old Rennie manse on Mill Street a little later or a little earlier, he would not have seen what he did, and he might have dealt with Brenda Perkins in an entirely different way. But he came out at exactly the right time. That was how it went when you were feeling it. The defense collapsed, and you rushed through the magical hole thus created, making the easy layup. It was the chanted cries of "Open up! Open up!" that got him out of his study, where he had been making notes for what he planned to call the Disaster Administration, of which cheerful, grinning Andy Sanders would be the titular head, and Big Jim would be the power behind the throne. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, was Rule 1 in Big Jim's political operating manual, and having Andy out front always worked like a charm. Most of Chester's Mill knew he was an idiot, but it didn't matter. You could run the same game on people over and over, because 98% of them were even bigger idiots. And although Big Jim had never planned a political campaign on such a grand scale, it amounted to a municipal dictatorship. He had no doubt it would work. He hadn't included Brenda Perkins in his list of possible complicating factors, but no matter. When you were feeling it, complicating factors had a way of disappearing. This you also accepted as your due. He walked down the sidewalk to the corner of Mill and Main, a distance of no more than 100 paces, with his belly swinging placidly before him. The town common was directly across the way. A little farther down the hill, on the other side of the street, were the town hall and the PD, with War Memorial Plaza in between. He couldn't see Food City from the corner, but he could see all of the Main Street business section. And he saw Julia Shumway. She came hurrying out of the Democrat's office, a camera in one hand. She jogged down the street toward the sound of the chanting, trying to sling the camera over her shoulder while on the move. Big Jim watched her. It was funny, really, how anxious she was to get to the latest disaster. It got funnier. She stopped, turned, jogged back, tried the newspaper office's door, found it open, and locked it. Then she hurried off once more, anxious to watch her friends and neighbors behaving badly. She is realizing, for the first time, that once the beast is out of its cage, it could bite anyone, anywhere, Big Jim thought. But don't worry, Julia. I'll take care of you, just as I always have. You may have to tone down that tiresome rag of yours, but isn't that a small price to pay for safety? Of course it was, and if she persisted... Sometimes stuff happens, Big Jim said. He was standing on the corner with his hands in his pockets, smiling. And when he heard the first screams, the sound of breaking glass, the gunshots, his smile widened. Stuff happens wasn't exactly how Junior put it, but Big Jim reckoned it was close enough for government whoop. His smile folded into a frown as he spotted Brenda Perkins. Most of the people on Main Street were heading toward Food City to see what all the ruckus was about, but Brenda was walking up Main Street instead of down. Maybe even up to the Rennie house, which would mean up to no good. What could she want with me this morning? What could be so important it trumps a food riot at the local supermarket? It was entirely possible he was the last thing on Brenda's mind, but his radar was pinging and he watched her closely. She and Julia passed on opposite sides of the street. Neither noticed the other. Julia was trying to run while managing her camera. Brenda was staring at the red ramshackle bulk of Burpee's department store. She had a canvas carrier bag that swung at her knee. When she reached Burpee's, Brenda tried the door with no success. Then she stood back and glanced around the way people do when they've hit an unexpected obstacle to their plans and are trying to decide what to do next. She might still have seen Shumway if she'd looked behind her, but she didn't. Brenda looked left, right, then across Main Street, at the offices of the Democrat. After another look at Burpee's, she crossed to the Democrat and tried that door. Also locked, of course. Big Jim had watched Julia do it. Brenda tried it again, rattling the knob for good measure. She knocked, peered in. Then she stood back, hands on hips, carrier bag dangling. When she once more started up Main Street, trudging, no longer looking around, Big Jim retreated to his house at a brisk pace. He didn't know why he wanted to make sure Brenda didn't see him watching. But he didn't have to know. You only had to act on your instincts when you were feeling it. That was the beauty of the thing. What he did know was that if Brenda knocked on his door, he would be ready for her, no matter what she wanted. 15. Tomorrow morning I want you to take the printout to Julia Shumway, Barbie had told her. But the Democrat's office was locked and dark. Julia was almost certainly at whatever mess was going on at the market. Pete Freeman and Tony Gay probably were, too. So what was she supposed to do with Howie's Vader file? If there had been a mail slot, she might have slipped the manila envelope in her carrier bag through it. Only there was no mail slot. Brenda supposed she should either go find Julia at the market or return home to wait until things quieted down and Julia came back to her office. Not being in a particularly logical mood, neither choice appealed. As to the former, it sounded like a full-scale riot was going on at Food City, and Brenda did not want to get sucked in. As to the latter, that was clearly the better choice, the sensible choice. Hadn't all things come to him who waits been one of Howie's favorite sayings? But waiting had never been Brenda's forte, and her mother had also had a saying, do it, and have done with it. That was what she wanted to do now, face him, wait out his ranting, his denials, his justifications, and then give him his choice. Resign in favor of Dale Barbara, or read all about his dirty deeds in the Democrat. Confrontation was bitter medicine to her, and the thing to do with bitter medicine was swallow it as fast as you could, then rinse your mouth. She planned to rinse hers with a double bourbon, and she wouldn't wait until noon to do it either. Only, don't go alone. Barbie had said that too. And when he'd asked who else she trusted, she'd said Romeo Burpee. But Burpee's was closed too. What did that leave? The question was whether or not Big Jim would actually hurt her, and Brenda thought the answer was no. She believed she was physically safe from Big Jim no matter what worries Barbie might have, worries that were no doubt partly the result of his wartime experiences. This was a dreadful miscalculation on her part, but understandable. She wasn't the only one who clung to the notion that the world was as it had been before the dome came down. 16. Which still left the problem of the Vader file. Brenda might be more afraid of Big Jim's tongue than of bodily harm, but she knew it would be mad to show up on his doorstep with the file still in her possession. He might take it from her, even if she said it wasn't the only copy. That she would not put past him. Halfway uptown Common Hill, she came to Presteel Street, cutting along the upper edge of the common. The first house belonged to the McCains. The one beyond was Andrea Grinnell's, and although Andrea was almost always overshadowed by her male counterparts on the Board of Selectmen, Brenda knew she was honest, and had no love for Big Jim. Oddly enough, it was Andy Sanders to whom Andrea was more apt to kowtow, although why anyone would take him seriously was beyond Brenda's understanding. Maybe he's got some sort of hold on her, Howie's voice spoke up in her head. Brenda almost laughed. That was ridiculous. The important thing about Andrea was that she had been a Twitchell before Tommy Grinnell married her, and Twitchells were tough, even the shy ones. Brenda thought she could leave the envelope containing the Vader file with Andrea, assuming her place wasn't also locked and empty. She didn't think it would be. Hadn't she heard from someone that Andrea was down with the flu? Brenda crossed Main, rehearsing what she'd say. Would you hold this for me? I'll be back for it in about half an hour. If I don't come back for it, give it to Julia at the newspaper. Also, make sure Dale Barbara knows. And if she was asked what all the mystery was about, Brenda decided she'd be frank. The news that she intended to force Jim Rennie's resignation would probably do Andrea more good than a double dose of Theraflu. In spite of her desire to get her distasteful errand done, Brenda paused for a moment in front of the McCain house. It looked deserted, but there was nothing strange about that. Plenty of families had been out of town when the dome came down. It was something else. A faint smell, for one thing, as if food were spoiling in there. All at once the day felt hotter, the air closer, and the sounds of whatever was going on at Food City seemed far away. Brenda realized what it came down to. She felt watched. She stood thinking about how much those shaded windows looked like closed eyes. But not completely closed, no, peeking eyes. Shake it off, woman, you've got things to do. She walked on to Andrea's house, pausing once to look back over her shoulder. She saw nothing but a house with drawn shades, sitting gloomily in the mild stink of its decaying supplies. Only meat smelled so bad so soon. Henry and LaDonna must have had a lot put by in their freezer, she thought. 17. It was Junior who watched Brenda. Junior on his knees. Junior dressed only in his underpants, his head whamming and slamming. He watched from the living room, peering around the edge of a drawn shade. When she was gone, he went back into the pantry. He would have to give his girlfriends up soon, he knew. But for now he wanted them, and he wanted the dark. He even wanted the stink rising from their blackening skin. Anything that would soothe his fiercely aching head. 18. After 3 twists of the old-fashioned crank doorbell, Brenda resigned herself to going home after all. She was turning away when she heard slow, shuffling steps approaching the door. She arranged a little "hello, neighbor" smile on her face. It froze there when she saw Andrea. Cheeks pale, dark circles under her eyes, hair in disarray, cinching the belt of a bathrobe around her middle, pajamas underneath. And this house smelled, too. Not of decaying meat, but of vomit. Andrea's smile was as wan as her cheeks and brow. "I know how I look," she said. The words came out in a croak. "I better not invite you in. I'm on the mend, but I still might be catching." "Have you seen Dr.—" But no, of course not. Dr. Haskell was dead. "Have you seen Rusty Everett?" "Indeed I have," Andrea said. "All will soon be well, I'm told." "You're perspiring." "Still a little touch of fever, but it's almost gone. Can I help you with something, Bren?" She almost said no. She didn't want to saddle a woman who was still clearly sick with a responsibility like the one in her carrier bag. But then Andrea said something that changed her mind. Great events often turn on small wheels. "I'm so sorry about Howie. I love that man." "Thank you, Andrea." Not just for the sympathy, but for calling him Howie, instead of Duke. To Brenda, he'd always been Howie, her dear Howie, and the Vader file was his last work, probably his greatest work. Brenda suddenly decided to put it to work, and with no further delay. She dipped into the carrier bag and brought out the manila envelope with Julia's name printed on the front. "Will you hold this for me, dear? Just for a little while. I have an errand to run, and I don't want to take it with me." Brenda would have answered any questions Andrea asked, but Andrea apparently had none. She only took the bulky envelope with a sort of distracted courtesy. And that was all right. It saved time. Also, it would keep Andrea out of the loop, and might spare her political blowback at some later date. "Happy to," Andrea said. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'd better get off my feet. But I'm not going to sleep," she added, as if Brenda had objected to this plan. "I'll hear you when you come back." "Thank you," Brenda said. "Are you drinking juices?" "By the gallon. Take your time, hon. I'll babysit your envelope." Brenda was going to thank her again, but the mill's third selectman had already closed the door. 19. Toward the end of her conversation with Brenda, Andrea's stomach began to flutter. She fought it, but this was a fight she was going to lose. She blathered something about drinking juice, told Brenda to take her time, then closed the door in the poor woman's face and sprinted for her stinking bathroom, making guttural "ark" noises deep down in her throat. There was an end table beside the living room couch, and she tossed the manila envelope at it blindly as she rushed past. The envelope skittered across the polished surface and fell off the other side, into the dark space between the table and the couch. Andrea made it to the bathroom, but not to the toilet, which was just as well. It was nearly filled with the stagnant, stinking brew that had been her body's output during the endless night just past. She leaned over the basin instead, retching until it seemed to her that her very esophagus would come loose and land on the splattery porcelain, still warm and pulsing. That didn't happen, but the world turned gray and teetered away from her on high heels, growing smaller and less tangible as she swayed and tried not to faint. When she felt a little better, she walked slowly down the hall on elastic legs, sliding one hand along the wood to keep her balance. She was shivering, and she could hear the jittery clitter of her teeth, a horrible sound she seemed to pick up not with her ears but with the backs of her eyes. She didn't even consider trying to reach her bedroom upstairs, but went out onto the screened-in back porch instead. The porch should have been too cold to be comfortable this late in October, but today the air was sultry. She did not lie down on the old chaise longue so much as collapse into its musty but somehow comforting embrace. "I'll get up in a minute," she told herself, "get the last bottle of Poland Spring out of the fridge, and wash that foul taste out of my maw." But here her thoughts slipped away. She fell into a deep and profound sleep, from which not even the restless twitching of her feet and hands could wake her. She had many dreams. One was of a terrible fire people ran from, coughing and retching, looking for any place where they might find air that was still cool and clean. Another was of Brenda Perkins coming to her door and giving her an envelope. When Andrea opened it, a never-ending stream of pink OxyContin pills poured out. By the time she woke up, it was evening, and the dreams were forgotten. So was Brenda Perkins' visit. 20. "Come into my study," Big Jim said cheerfully. "Or would you like something fresh to drink first? I have Cokes, although I'm afraid they're a little warm. My generator died last night, out of propane. But I imagine you know where you can get more," she said. He raised his eyebrows questioningly. "The methamphetamine you're making," she said patiently. "My understanding, based on Howie's notes, is that you've been cooking it in large batches. Amounts that boggle the mind, is how he put it. That must take a lot of propane gas." Now that she was actually into this, she found her jitters had melted away. She even took a certain cold pleasure in watching the color mount in his cheeks and go dashing across his forehead. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you're grief." He sighed, spread his blunt-fingered hands. "Come inside. We'll discuss this, and I'll set your mind at rest." She smiled. That she could smile was sort of a revelation, and it helped more to imagine Howie watching her from somewhere, also telling her to be careful. That was advice she planned to heed. On the Rennie front lawn, 2 Adirondack chairs sat amid the fallen leaves. "It's nice enough out here for me," she said. "I prefer to talk business inside. Would you prefer to see your picture on the front page of the Democrat? Because I can arrange that." He winced, as if she had struck him, and for just a moment she saw hate in those small, deep-set, piggy eyes. "Duke never liked me, and I suppose it's natural that his feelings should have been communicated to. His name was Howie." Big Jim threw up his hands as if to say there was no reasoning with some women, and led her to the chairs overlooking Mill Street. Brenda Perkins talked for almost half an hour, growing colder and angrier as she spoke. The meth lab, with Andy Sanders, and almost certainly Lester Coggins as silent partners. The staggering size of the thing. Its probable location. The mid-level distributors who had been promised immunity in exchange for information. The money trail. How the operation had gotten so big the local pharmacist could no longer safely supply the necessary ingredients, necessitating import from overseas. "The stuff came into town in trucks marked Gideon Bible Society," Brenda said. Howie's comment on that was, "Too clever by half." Big Jim sat looking out at the silent residential street. She could feel the anger and hate baking off him. It was like heat from a casserole dish. "You can't prove any of this," he said at last. "That won't matter if Howie's file turns up in the Democrat. It's not due process. But if anyone can understand bypassing a little thing like that, it would be you." He flapped a hand. "Oh, I'm sure you had a file," he said. "But my name is on nothing." "It's on the Town Ventures paperwork," she said, and Big Jim rocked in his chair as if she had lashed out with her fist and hit him in the temple. "Town Ventures, incorporated in Carson City. And from Nevada, the money trail leads to Chongqing City, the pharma capital of the People's Republic of China." She smiled. "You thought you were smart, didn't you? So smart." "Where is this file?" "I left a copy with Julia this morning." Bringing Andrea into it was the last thing she wanted to do. And thinking it was in the newspaper editor's hands would bring him to heel that much quicker. He might feel that he or Andy Sanders could jawbone Andrea. "There are other copies?" "What do you think?" He considered a moment, then said, "I kept it out of the town." She said nothing. "It was for the good of the town." "You've done a lot of good for the town, Jim. We've got the same sewer system we had in 1960. Chester Pond is filthy. The business district is moribund." She was sitting straight now, gripping the arms of her chair. "You fucking self-righteous turdworm." "What do you want?" He was staring straight ahead at the empty street. A large vein beat in his temple. "For you to announce your resignation. Bobby takes over as per the president's—" "I'll never resign in favor of that cotton picker." He turned to look at her. He was smiling. It was an appalling smile. "You didn't leave anything with Julia, because Julia's at the market watching the food fight. You might have Duke's file locked away somewhere, but you didn't leave a copy with anyone. You tried Rami, then you tried Julia, then you came here. I saw you walking uptown Common Hill." "I did," she said. I did have it. And if she told him where she had left it, bad luck for Andrea. She started to get up.
You had your chance. Now I'm leaving.
Your other mistake was thinking you'd be safe outside on the street. An empty street. His voice was almost kind, and when he touched her arm, she turned to look at him. He seized her face and twisted. Brenda Perkins heard a bitter crack, like the breaking of a branch overloaded with ice, and followed the sound into a great darkness, trying to call her husband's name as she went. 21. Big Jim went inside and got a Jim Rennie's used car's gimme cap from the front hall closet. Also some gloves. And a pumpkin from the pantry. Brenda was still in her Adirondack chair with her chin on her chest. He looked around. No one. The world was his. He put the hat on her head, pulling the brim low, the gloves on her hands, and the pumpkin in her lap. It would serve perfectly well, he thought, until Junior came back and took her to where she could become part of Dale Barbara's butcher's bill. Until then, she was just another stuffed Halloween dummy. He checked her carrier bag. It contained her wallet, a comb, and a paperback novel. So that was all right. It would be fine down cellar, behind the dead furnace. He left her with the hat slouched on her head and the pumpkin in her lap, and went inside to stash her bag and wait for his son. In the Jug. 1. Selectman Rennie's assumption that no one had seen Brenda come to his house that morning was correct. But she was seen on her morning travels, not by one person but by 3, including one who also lived on Mill Street. If Big Jim had known, would the knowledge have given him pause? Doubtful. By then he was committed to his course and it was too late to turn back. But it might have caused him to reflect, for he was a reflective man in his own way, on murder's similarity to Lay's potato chips. It's hard to stop with just one. 2. Big Jim didn't see the watchers when he came down to the corner of Mill and Main. Neither did Brenda as she walked uptown Common Hill. This was because they didn't want to be seen. They were sheltering just inside the Peace Bridge, which happened to be a condemned structure. But that wasn't the worst of it. If Claire McClatchy had seen the cigarettes, she would have shit a brick. In fact, she might have shit too. And certainly, she never would have let Joe chum with Norrie Calvert again. Not even if the fate of the town hinged upon their association. Because it was Norrie who supplied the smokes. Badly bent and croggled Winstons, which she had found on a shelf in the garage. Her father had quit smoking the year before, and the pack was covered with a fine scrim of dust, but the cigarettes inside had looked okay to Norrie. There were just 3, but 3 was perfect, 1 each. Think of it as a good luck right, she instructed. We'll smoke like Indians praying to the gods for a successful hunt. Then we'll go to work. Sounds good, Joe said. He had always been curious about smoking. He couldn't see the attraction, but there must be one, because a lot of people still did it. Which gods? Benny Drake asked. The gods of your choice, Norrie answered, looking at him as if he were the dumbest creature in the universe. God, if that's the one you like. Dressed in faded denim shorts and a pink sleeveless top, her hair for once down and framing her foxy little face instead of scrooped back in its usual slopping around town ponytail, she looked good to both boys. Totally awesome, in fact. I pray to Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is not a goddess, Joe said, taking one of the elderly Winstons and smoothing it straight. Wonder Woman is a superhero. He considered. Maybe a superhero-ette. She's a goddess to me, Norrie replied with a grave-eyed sincerity that could not be gainsaid, let alone ridiculed. She was carefully straightening her own cigarette. Benny left his the way it was. He thought a bent cigarette had a certain coolness factor. I had Wonder Woman power bracelets until I was 9, but then I lost them. I think that bitch Yvonne Nadeau stole them. She lit a match and touched it first to Scarecrow Joe's cigarette, then to Benny's. When she tried to use it to light her own, Benny blew it out. What did you do that for? She asked. We had a match, bad luck. You believe that? Not much, Benny said, but today we're going to need all the luck we can get. He glanced at the shopping bag and the basket of his bike, then took a pull on his cigarette. He inhaled a little and then coughed the smoke back out, his eyes watering. This tastes like panther shit. Smoked a lot of that, have you? Joe asked. He dragged on his own cigarette. He didn't want to look like a wuss, but he didn't want to start coughing and maybe throw up either. The smoke burned, but in sort of a good way. Maybe there was something to this after all. Only he already felt a little woozy. Go easy on the inhaling part, he thought. Passing out would be almost as uncool as puking. Unless maybe he passed out in Norrie Calvert's lap. That might be very cool indeed. Norrie reached into her shorts pocket and brought out the cap of a very fine juice bottle. We can use this for an ashtray. I want to do the Indian smoke ritual, but I don't want to catch the Peace Bridge on fire. She then closed her eyes. Her lips began to move. Her cigarette was between her fingers, growing in ash. Benny looked at Joe, shrugged, then closed his own eyes. Almighty G.I. Joe, please hear the prayer of your humble PFC Drake. Norrie kicked him without opening her eyes. Joe got up, a little dizzy, but not too bad. He chanced another drag when he was on his feet, and walked past their parked bikes to the town common end of the covered walkway. Where are you going? Norrie asked, without opening her eyes. I pray better when I look at nature, Joe said, but he actually just wanted a breath of fresh air. It wasn't the burning tobacco. He sort of liked that. It was the other smells inside the bridge. Decaying wood, old booze, and a sour chemical aroma that seemed to be rising up from the pressed steel beneath them. That was a smell, the chef might have told him, that you could come to love. Even the outside air wasn't that wonderful. It had a slightly used quality that made Joe think of the trip he'd made with his parents to New York the previous year. The subways had smelled a little like this, especially late in the day, when they were crowded with people headed home. He tapped ashes into his hand. As he scattered them, he spotted Brenda Perkins making her way up the hill. A moment later, a hand touched his shoulder, too light and delicate to be Benny's.
"Who's that?"
Norrie asked.
"No, the face, not the name," he said.
Benny joined them.
"That's Mrs. Perkins, the sheriff's widow."
Norrie elbowed him.
"Police chief, dummy."
Benny shrugged.
"Whatever."
They watched her, mostly because there was no one else to watch. The rest of the town was at the supermarket, apparently having the world's biggest food fight. The three kids had investigated, but from afar. They did not need persuasion to stay away, given the valuable piece of equipment that had been entrusted to their care. Brenda crossed Main to Prestille, paused outside the McCain house, then went on to Mrs. Grinnell's.
"Let's get going,"
Benny said.
"We can't get going until she's gone," Norrie said.
Benny shrugged.
"What's the big deal if she sees us? We're just some kids goofing around in the town common. And know what? She probably wouldn't see us if she looked right at us. Adults never see kids."
He considered this.
"Unless they're on skateboards. Or smoking," Norrie added.
They all glanced at their cigarettes. Joe hooked a thumb at the shopping bag sitting in the carrier attached to the handlebars of Benny's Schwinn High Plains.
"They also have a tendency to see kids who are goofing around with expensive town property."
Norrie tucked her cigarette in the corner of her mouth. It made her look wonderfully tough, wonderfully pretty, and wonderfully adult. The boys went back to watching. The police chief's widow was now talking to Mrs. Grinnell. It wasn't a long conversation. Mrs. Perkins had taken a big brown envelope from her carrier bag as she came up the steps, and they watched her hand it to Mrs. Grinnell. A few seconds later, Mrs. Grinnell pretty much slammed the door in her visitor's face.
"Whoa, that was rude," Benny said. "Week's detention."
Joe and Norrie laughed. Mrs. Perkins stood where she was for a moment as if perplexed, then went back down the steps. She was now facing the common, and the three children instinctively stepped further into the shadows of the walkway. This caused them to lose sight of her, but Joe found a handy gap in the wooden siding and peered through that.
"Going back to Maine," he reported.
"Okay, now she's going up the hill.
Now she's crossing over again."
Benny held an imaginary microphone.
"Video at 11.
Joe ignored this.
"Now she's going onto my street."
He turned to Benny and Norrie. "Do you think she's going to see my mom?"
"Mill Street's 4 blocks long, dude," Benny said. "What are the chances?"
Joe felt relieved, even though he could think of no reason why Mrs. Perkins going to see his mom would be a bad thing. Except his mother was all worried about Dad being out of town, and Joe would sure hate to see her more upset than she already was. She had almost forbidden him to go on this expedition. Thank God Ms. Shumway had talked her out of that idea, mostly by telling her that Dale Barbara had mentioned Joe specifically for this job, which Joe, Benny and Norrie too, preferred to think of as the mission.
"Mrs. McClatchy," Julia had said, "if anyone can put this gadget to use, Barbie thinks it's probably your son. It could be very important."
That made Joe feel good, but looking at his mother's face, worried, drawn, made him feel bad. It hadn't even been 3 days since the dome had come down, but she'd lost weight. And the way she kept holding his dad's picture, that made him feel bad too. It was like she thought he'd died instead of just being holed up in a motel somewhere, probably drinking beer and watching HBO. She had agreed with Mrs. Shumway, though.
"He's a smart boy, about gadgets all right, always has been."
She looked him over from head to foot and sighed.
"When did you get so tall, son?"
"I don't know," he had replied truthfully.
"If I let you do this, will you be careful?"
"And take your friends with you," Julia said.
"Benny and Norrie, sure."
"Also," Julia had added, "be a little discreet.
Do you know what that means, Joe?"
"Yes, ma'am,
I sure do."
It meant, don't get caught. 3. Brenda disappeared into the screening trees that lined Mill Street. "Okay," Benny said, "let's go." He carefully crushed a cigarette in the makeshift ashtray, then lifted the shopping bag out of the bike's wire carrier. Inside the bag was the old-fashioned yellow Geiger counter, which had gone from Barbie to Rusty to Julia, and finally to Joe and his posse. Joe took the juice lid and crushed out his own smoke, thinking he would like to try again when he had more time to concentrate on the experience. On the other hand, it might be better not to. He was addicted to computers, the graphic novels of Brian K. Vaughan, and skateboarding. Maybe that was enough monkeys for one back. "People are going to come by," he said to Benny and Norrie. "Probably lots of people once they get tired of playing in the supermarket. We'll just have to hope they don't pay any attention to us. In his mind, he heard Ms. Shumway telling his mom how important this could be to the town. She didn't have to tell him. He probably understood it better than they did. But if any cops come by, Norrie said. Joe nodded. Back into the bag it goes, and out comes the Frisbee. You really think there's some kind of alien generator buried under the town common? Benny asked. I said there might be, Joe replied, more sharply than he had intended. Anything's possible. In truth, Joe thought it more than possible. He thought it likely. If the dome wasn't supernatural in origin, then it was a force field. A force field had to be generated. It looked like a QED situation to him, but he didn't want to get their hopes up too high. Or his own, for that matter. Let's start looking, Norrie said. She ducked under the sagging yellow police tape. I just hope you two prayed enough. Joe didn't believe in praying for things he could do for himself, but he had sent up a brief one on a different subject, that if they found the generator, Norrie Calvert would give him another kiss. A nice long one. 4. Earlier that morning during their pre-exploration meeting in the McClatchy living room, Scarecrow Joe had taken off his right sneaker, then the white athletic sock beneath it. Trick or treat, smell my feet, give me something good to eat, Benny said cheerfully. Shut up, stupid, Joe replied. Don't call your friend stupid, Claire McClatchy said, but she gave Benny a reproachful look. Norrie added no repartee of her own, only watched with interest as Joe laid the sock on the living room rug and smoothed it out with the flat of his hand. This is Chester's Mill, Joe said. Same shape, right? You are correctamundo, Benny agreed. It's our fate to live in a town that looks like one of Joe McClatchy's athletic socks. Or the old woman's shoe, Norrie put in. There was an old woman who lived in a shoe, Mrs. McClatchy recited. She was sitting on the couch with the picture of her husband in her lap, just as she had been when Ms. Shumway came by with the Geiger counter late yesterday afternoon. She had so many children she didn't know what to do. Good one, Mom, Joe said, trying not to grin. The middle school version had been revised too. She had so many children, her cunt fell off. He looked down at the sock again. So, does a sock have a middle? Benny and Norrie thought it over. Joe let them. The fact that such a question could interest them was one of the things he dug about them. Not like a circle or square has a center, Norrie said at last. Those are geometric shapes. Benny said, I guess a sock is also a geometric shape, technically, but I don't know what you'd call it. A socktagon? Norrie laughed. Even Claire smiled a little. On the map, the mill's closer to a hexagon, Joe said, but never mind that. Just use common sense. Norrie pointed to the place on the sock where the foot-shaped bottom flowed into the tube top. There. That's the middle. Joe dotted it with the tip of his pen. I'm not sure that'll come out, mister, Claire sighed. But you need new ones anyway, I suppose. And before he could ask the next question, she said, on a map, that would be about where the town common is. Is that where you're going to look? That's where we're going to look first, Joe said, a little deflated at having his explicatory thunder stolen. Because if there's a generator, Mrs. McClatchy mused, you think it should be in the middle of the township, or as close to it as possible. Joe nodded. Cool, Mrs. McClatchy, Benny said. He raised one hand. Give me 5, mother of my soul, brother. Smiling wanly, still holding the picture of her husband, Claire McClatchy slapped Benny 5. Then she said, at least the town common's a safe place. She paused to consider that, frowning slightly. I hope so, anyway, but who really knows? Don't worry, Norrie said. I'll watch out for them. Just promise me that if you do find something, you'll let the experts handle things, Claire said. Mom, Joe thought, I think maybe we're the experts. But he didn't say it. He knew it would bum her out even more. Word up, Benny said, and held his hand up again. 5 more, oh mother of my... This time, she kept both hands on the picture. I love you, Benny, but sometimes you tire me out. He smiled sadly. My mom says the exact same thing. 5. Joe and his friends walked downhill to the bandstand that stood in the center of the common. Behind them, the pressed steel murmured. It was lower now, dammed up by the dome where it crossed into Chester's Mill from the northwest. If the dome was still in place tomorrow, Joe thought it would be nothing but a mudslick. Okay, Benny said. Enough with the Freddy fuck-around. Time for the board bangers to rescue Chester's Mill. Let's fire that baby up. Carefully, and with real reverence, Joe lifted the Geiger counter out of the shopping bag. The battery that powered it had been a long-dead soldier, and the terminals had been thick with gunk. But a little baking soda took care of the corrosion, and Norrie had found not just one but 3 6-volt dry cells in her father's tool closet.
"He's kind of a freak when it comes to batteries," she had confided, "and he's going to kill himself trying to learn boarding, but I love him."
Joe put his thumb on the power switch, then looked at them grimly. "You know, this thing could read zilch everywhere we take it, and there still might be a generator, just not one that emits alpha or beta
"Do it, for God's sake," Benny said. "The suspense is killing me."
"He's right," Norrie said. "Do it." But here was an interesting thing. They had tested the Geiger counter plenty around Joe's house, and it worked fine. When they tried it on an old watch with a radium dial, the needle jerked appreciably. They'd each taken a turn. But now that they were out here, on site, so to speak, Joe felt frozen. There was sweat on his forehead. He could feel it beating up and getting ready to trickle down. He might have stood there quite a while if Norrie hadn't put her hand over his. Then Benny added his. The 3 of them ended up pushing the slide switch together. The needle in the counts per second window immediately jumped to +5, and Norrie clutched Joe's shoulder. Then it settled back to +2, and she relaxed her hold. They had no experience with radiation counters, but they all guessed they were seeing no more than a background count. Slowly, Joe walked around the bandstand with the Geiger-Mueller tube held out on its coiled phone receiver-type cord. The power lamp glowed a bright amber, and the needle jiggled a little bit from time to time, but mostly it stayed close to the 0 end of the dial. The little jumps they saw were probably being caused by their own movements. He wasn't surprised. Part of him knew it couldn't be so easy, but at the same time, he was bitterly disappointed. It was amazing, really, how well disappointment and lack of surprise complemented each other. They were like the Olsen twins of emotion.
"Let me," Norrie said. "Maybe I'll have better luck."
He gave it over without protest. Over the next hour or so, they crisscrossed the town common, taking turns with the Geiger counter. They saw a car turned down Mill Street, but didn't notice Junior Rennie, who was feeling better again, behind the wheel. Nor did he notice them. An ambulance sped down Town Common Hill in the direction of Food City with its lights flashing and its siren wailing. This they looked at briefly, but were again absorbed when Junior reappeared shortly after, this time behind the wheel of his father's Hummer. They never used the Frisbee they had brought as camouflage. They were too preoccupied. Nor did it matter. Few of the townspeople heading back to their homes bothered looking into the common. A few were hurt. Most were carrying liberated foodstuffs, and some were wheeling loaded shopping carts. Almost all looked ashamed of themselves. By noon, Joe and his friends were ready to give up. They were also hungry.
"Let's go to my house," Joe said. "My mom will make us something to eat."
"Great," Benny said.
"Hope it's chop suey. Your mom's chop suey is tight." "Can we go through the Peace Bridge and try the other side first?" Norrie asked.
Joe shrugged. "Okay, but there's nothing over there but woods. Also, it's moving away from the center."
"Yes, but..."
She trailed off. "But what?"
"Nothing, just an idea. It's probably stupid."
Joe looked at Benny. Benny shrugged and handed her the Geiger counter. They went back to the Peace Bridge and ducked under the sagging police tape. The walkway was dim, but not too dim for Joe to look over Norrie's shoulder and see the Geiger counter's needle stir as they passed the halfway point, walking single file so as not to test the rotted boards under their feet too much. When they came out on the other side, a sign informed them, "You are now leaving the Chester's Mill Town Common, established 1808. A well-worn path led up a slope of oak, ash, and beech. Their fall foliage hung limply, looking sullen rather than gay. By the time they reached the foot of this path, the needle in the counts per second window stood between +5 and +10. Beyond +10, the meter's calibration rose steeply to +500 and then to +1000. The top end of the dial was marked in red. The needle was miles below that, but Joe was pretty sure its current position indicated more than just a background count. Benny was looking at the faintly quivering needle, but Joe was looking at Norrie. "What were you thinking about?" he asked her. "Don't be afraid to spill it, because it doesn't seem like such a stupid idea after all." "No," Benny agreed. He tapped the counts per second window. The needle jumped, then settled back to +7 or 8.
"I was thinking a generator and a transmitter are practically the same thing," Norrie said. "And a transmitter doesn't have to be in the middle, just high up."
"The CIK tower isn't," Benny said. "It just sits in a clearing, pumping out the Jesus. I've seen it."
"Yeah, but that thing's like super powerful," Norrie replied. "My dad said it's 100,000 watts or something."
maybe what we're looking for has a shorter range, so then I thought, what's the highest part of town?
Black Ridge, Joe said.
Black Ridge, she agreed, and held up a small fist. Joe bumped her, then pointed.
That way, 2 miles, maybe 3.
He turned the Geiger-Muller tube in that direction, and they all watched fascinated as the needle rose to +10.
I'll be fucked, Benny said.
Maybe when you're 40, Norrie said, tough as ever, but blushing, just a little.
There's an old orchard out on the Black Ridge Road, Joe said. You can see the whole mill from it. TR-90, too. That's what my dad says. Anyway, it could be there. Norrie, you're a genius.
He didn't have to wait for her to kiss him, after all. He did the honors, although daring no more than the corner of her mouth. She looked pleased, but there was still a frown line between her eyes.
It might not mean anything. The needle's not exactly going crazy. Can we go out there on our bikes?
Sure, Joe said.
After lunch, Benny added. He thought of himself as the practical one. 6. While Joe, Benny, and Norrie were eating lunch at the McClatchy house, it was indeed chop suey, and Rusty Everett, assisted by Barbie and the 2 teenage girls, were treating supermarket riot casualties at Kathy Russell, Big Jim Rennie sat in his study, going over a list and checking off items. He saw his Hummer roll back up the driveway and checked off another item. Brenda dropped off with the others. He thought he was ready, as ready as he could be anyway, and even if the dome disappeared this afternoon, he thought his butt was covered. Junior came in and dropped the Hummer's keys on Big Jim's desk. He was pale and needed a shave worse than ever, but he no longer looked like death on a cracker. His left eye was red, but not flaming.
All set, son?
Junior nodded.
Are we going to jail?
He spoke with an almost disinterested curiosity.
No, Big Jim said.
The idea that he might go to jail had never crossed his mind, not even when the Perkins witch had shown up here and started making her accusations. He smiled.
But Dale Barbara is.
No one's going to believe he killed Brenda Perkins. Big Jim continued to smile.
They will. They're frightened and they will. That's how these things work.
How would you know?
Because I'm a student of history. You ought to try it sometime.
It was on the tip of his tongue to ask Junior why he had left Bowden. Had he quit, flunked out, or been asked to leave? But this wasn't the time or the place. Instead, he asked his son if he was up to one more errand. Junior rubbed at his temple.
I guess. In for a penny, in for a pound. You'll need help. You could take Frank, I suppose, but I prefer the Thibodeau lad if he's able to move around today. Not Searles, though. A good fellow, but stupid.
Junior said nothing. Big Jim wondered again what was wrong with the boy. But did he really want to know? Perhaps when this crisis was over. In the meantime, he had many pots and skillets on the stove, and dinner would be served soon.
What do you want me to do?
Let me check one thing first. Big Jim picked up his cell. Each time he did this, he expected to find it as useless as tits on a bull, but it was still working. At least for in-town calls, which was all he cared about. He selected PD. It rang 3 times at the cop shop before Stacy Moggan picked up. She sounded harried, not at all like her usual businesslike self. Big Jim wasn't surprised by that, given the morning's festivities. He could hear quite an uproar in the background.
Please, she said, if this isn't an emergency, please hang up and call back later. We're awfully busy.
It's Jim Rennie, hon.
He knew that Stacy hated being called hon, which is why he did it.
Put on the chief. Chop, chop.
He's trying to break up a fist fight in front of the main desk right now, she said. Maybe you could call back late.
No, I can't call back later, Big Jim said. Do you think I'd be calling if this wasn't important? Just go over there, hon, and mace the most aggressive one. Then you send Pete into his office, too.
She didn't let him finish, and she didn't put him on hold either. The phone hit the desk with a clunk. Big Jim was not put out of countenance. When he was getting under somebody's skin, he liked to know it. In the far distance, he heard someone call someone else a thieving son of a bitch. This made him smile. A moment later, he was put on hold, Stacy not bothering to inform him. Big Jim listened to McGruff the crime dog for a while. Then the phone was picked up. It was Randolph, sounding out of breath.
Talk fast, Jim, because this place is a madhouse. The ones who didn't go to the hospital with broken ribs or something are mad as hornets. Everybody's blaming everybody else. I'm trying to keep from filling up the cells downstairs, but it's like half of them want to go there.
Does increasing the size of the police force sound like a better idea to you today, Chief?
Christ, yes. We took a beating. I've got one of the new officers, that Rue girl, up to the hospital. with the whole lower half of her face broken. She looks like the Bride of Frankenstein. Big Jim's smile widened to a grin. Sam Verdreau had come through. But of course that was another thing about feeling it. When you did have to pass the ball, on those infrequent occasions when you couldn't shoot it yourself, you always passed it to the right person. Someone nailed her with a rock. Mel Searles, too. He was knocked out for a while, but he seems to be all right now. It's ugly, though. I sent him to the hospital to get patched up.
Well, that's a shame, Big Jim said.
Someone was targeting my officers. More than one someone, I think. Big Jim, can we really get more volunteers?
I think you'll find plenty of willing recruits among the upstanding young people of this town, Big Jim said. In fact, I know several from the Holy Redeemer congregation. The Killian boys, for instance.
Jim, the Killian boys are dumber than Cracker Jacks.
I know, but they're strong and they'll take orders. He paused. Also, they can shoot.
Are we going to arm the new police?
Randolph sounded doubtful and hopeful at the same time. After what happened today, of course. I was thinking 10 or a dozen good, trustworthy young people to start with. Frank and Junior can help pick them out, and we'll need more if this thing isn't sorted out by next week. Pam and Scripp. Give them first dibs on supplies when and if rationing starts. Them and their families.
Okay, send Junior down, will you? Frank's here and so's Thibodeau. He got banged around some at the market, and he had to get the bandage on his shoulder changed, but he's pretty much good to go.
Randolph lowered his voice.
He said Barbara changed the bandage. Did a good job, too.
That's ducky, but our Mr. Barbara won't be changing bandages for long. And I've got another job for Junior. Officer Thibodeau, too. Send him up here.
What for?
If you needed to know, I'd tell you. Just send him up. Junior and Frank can make a list of possible new recruits later on.
Well, if you say...
Randolph was interrupted by a fresh uproar. Something either fell over or was thrown. There was a crash as something else shattered.
Break that up!
Randolph roared. Smiling, Big Jim held the phone away from his ear. He could hear perfectly well, just the same.
Get those two! Not those two, you idiot, the other two! No, I don't want them arrested. I want them the hell out of here! On their asses if they won't go any other way.
A moment later, he was speaking to Big Jim again.
Remind me why I wanted this job, because I'm starting to forget.
It'll sort itself out, Big Jim soothed. You'll have 5 new bodies by tomorrow, fresh young bucks, and another 5 by Thursday. Another 5 at least. Now, send young Thibodeau up here, and make sure that cell at the far end downstairs is ready for a fresh occupant. Mr. Barbara will be using it as of this afternoon.
On what charge?
How about 4 counts of murder, plus inciting a riot at the local supermarket? Will that do? He hung up before Randolph could reply.
What do you want me and Carter to do? Junior asked.
This afternoon, first a little reconnaissance and planning. I'll assist with the planning. Then you take part in arresting Barbara. You'll enjoy that, I think.
Yes, I will.
Once Barbara's in the jug, you and Officer Thibodeau should eat a good supper because your real job's tonight.
What?
Burning down the Democrat office. How does that sound?
Junior's eyes widened.
Why?
That his son had to ask was a disappointment.
Because for the immediate future, having a newspaper is not in the town's best interest. Any objections?
Dad, has it ever occurred to you that you might be crazy?
Big Jim nodded. Like a fox, he said.
7. All the times I've been in this room, Jenny Tomlinson said in her new foggy voice, and I never once imagined myself on the table.
Even if you had, you probably wouldn't have imagined being worked on by the guy who served you your morning steak and eggs.
Barbie tried to keep it light, but he'd been patching and bandaging since arriving at Kathy Russell on the ambulance's first run, and he was tired. A lot of that he suspected was stress. He was scared to death of making someone worse instead of better. He could see the same worry on the faces of Gina Buffalino and Harriet Bigelow, and they didn't have the Jim Rennie clock ticking in their heads to make things worse. I think it'll be a while before I'm capable of eating another steak, Ginny said. Rusty had set her nose before seeing any of the other patients. Barbie had assisted, holding the sides of her head as gently as he could and murmuring encouragement. Rusty plugged her nostrils with gauze soaked in medicinal cocaine.
He gave the anesthetic 10 minutes to work, using the time to treat a badly sprained wrist and put an elastic bandage on an obese woman's swollen knee. Then tweezed out the gauze strips and grabbed a scalpel. The PA was admirably quick. Before Barbie could tell Ginny to say wishbone, Rusty had slid the scalpel's handle up the clearer of her nostrils, braced it against her septum, and used it as a lever. Like a man prying off a hubcap, Barbie had thought, listening to the small but perfectly audible crunch as Ginny's nose came back to something approximating its normal position. She didn't scream, but her fingernails tore holes in the paper covering the examination table, and tears poured down her cheeks. She was calm now. Rusty had given her a couple of Percocets, but tears were still leaking from her less swollen eye. Her cheeks were a puffy purple. Barbie thought she looked a little like Rocky Balboa after the Apollo Creed fight. "Look on the bright side," he said. "Is there one?" "Definitely, the Rue girl is looking at a month of soup and milkshakes." "Georgia? I heard she took a hit. How bad?" "She'll live, but it's going to be a long time before she's pretty." "That one was never going to be Miss Apple Blossom." And in a lower voice, "Was it her, screaming?" Barbie nodded. Georgia's yowls had filled the whole hospital, it seemed. Rusty gave her morphine, but she didn't go down for a long time. She must have the constitution of a horse. "And the conscience of an alligator," Ginny added in her foggy voice. "I wouldn't wish what happened to her on anybody, but it's still a damn good argument for karmic retribution. How long have I been here? My darn watch is broken." Barbie glanced at his own. "It's now 14:30, so I guess that puts you about 5.5 hours on the road to recovery." He twisted at the hips, heard his back crackle, and felt it loosen up a little. He decided Tom Petty was right. The waiting was the hardest part. He reckoned he would feel easier once he was actually in a cell. Unless he was dead. It had crossed his mind that it might be convenient for him to be killed while resisting arrest. "What are you smiling about?" she asked. "Nothing." He held up a set of tweezers. "Now be quiet and let me do this. Soon as begun, soon as done." "I ought to get up and pitch in." "If you try it, the only pitching you'll do will be straight down to the floor." She looked at the tweezers. "Do you know what you're doing with those?" "You bet. I won a gold medal in Olympic glass removal." "Your bullshit quotient is even higher than my ex-husband's." She was smiling a little. Barbie guessed it hurt her, even with painkillers on board, and he liked her for it. "You're not going to be one of those tiresome medical people who turns into a tyrant when it's her turn for treatment, are you?" he asked. "That was Dr. Haskell. He ran a big splinter under his thumbnail once, and when Rusty offered to take it out, the whiz said he wanted a specialist." She laughed, then winced, then groaned. "If it makes you feel any better, the cop who punched you took a rock in the head." "More karma. Is he up and around?" "Yep." Mel Searles had walked out of the hospital 2 hours ago with a bandage wrapped around his head. When Barbie bent toward her with the tweezers, she instinctively turned her head away. He turned it back, pressing his hand, very gently, against the cheek that was less swollen. "I know you have to," she said. "I'm just a baby about my eyes." "Given how hard he hit you, you're lucky the glass is around them instead of in them." "I know. Just don't hurt me, okay?" "Okay," he said. "You'll be on your feet in no time, Ginny. I'll make this quick." He wiped his hands to make sure they were dry. He hadn't wanted the gloves, didn't trust his grip in them. Then bent closer. There were maybe half a dozen small splinters of broken spectacle lens peppered in her brows and around her eyes, but the one he was worried about was a tiny dagger just below the corner of her left eye. Barbie was sure Rusty would have taken it out himself if he'd seen it, but he'd been concentrating on her nose. Do it quick, he thought. He who hesitates is usually fucked. He tweezed the shard out and dropped it into a plastic basin on the counter. A tiny seed pearl of blood welled up where it had been. He let out his breath. "Okay, nothing to the rest of these. Smooth sailing." "From your lips to God's ear," Ginny said. He had just removed the last of the splinters when Rusty opened the door of the exam room and told Barbie he could use a little help. The PA was holding a tin Sucrets box in one hand. "Help with what?" "A hemorrhoid that walks like a man," Rusty said. "This anal sore wants to leave with his ill-gotten gains. Under normal circumstances, I'd be delighted to see his miserable backside going out the door, but right now I might be able to use him." "Ginny?" Barbie asked. "You okay?" She made a waving gesture at the door. He had reached it, following after Rusty when she called, "Hey, handsome." He turned back, and she blew him a kiss. Barbie caught it. 8. There was only one dentist in Chester's Mill. His name was Joe Boxer. His office was at the end of Strout Lane, where his dental suite offered a scenic view of Presteel Stream and the Peace Bridge, which was nice if you were sitting up. Most visitors to said suite were in the reclining position, with nothing to look at but several dozen pictures of Joe Boxer's Chihuahua pasted on the ceiling. In one of them, the goddamn dog looks like he's unloading, Dougie Twitchell told Rusty after one visit. Maybe it's just the way that kind of dog sits down, but I don't think so. I think I spent half an hour looking at a dish rag with eyes take a shit while the box dug 2 wisdom teeth out of my jaw. With a screwdriver, it felt like. The shingle hung outside Dr. Boxer's office looked like a pair of basketball shorts large enough to fit a fairy tale giant. They were painted a gaudy green and gold, the colors of the mill's Wildcats. The sign read, Joseph Boxer, DDS, and below that, Boxer is brief. And he was fairly speedy, everyone agreed. But he recognized no medical plans and accepted only cash. If a pulp cutter walked in with his gums suppurating and his cheeks puffed out like those of a squirrel with a mouthful of nuts and started talking about his dental insurance, Boxer would tell him to get the money from Anthem, or Blue Cross, or whoever, and then come back to see him. A little competition in town might have forced him to soften these draconian policies, but the half a dozen who'd tried to make a go of it in the mill since the early 90s had given up. There was speculation that Joe Boxer's good friend Jim Rennie might have had something to do with the paucity of competition, but no proof. Meantime, Boxer might be seen on any given day cruising around in his Porsche, with its bumper sticker reading, My other car is also a Porsche. As Rusty came down the hall with Barbie trailing after, Boxer was heading for the main doors, or trying to. Twitch had him by the arm. Hung from Boxer's other arm was a basket filled with Eggo waffles. Nothing else, just packages and packages of Eggos. Barbie wondered, not for the first time, if maybe he was lying in the ditch that ran behind Dipper's parking lot, beaten to a pulp and having a terrible, brain-damaged dream. I'm not staying, Boxer yapped. I have to get these home to the freezer. What you're proposing has almost no chance of working anyway, so take your hands off me. Barbie observed the butterfly bandage bisecting one of Boxer's eyebrows and the larger bandage on his right forearm. The dentist had fought the good fight for his frozen waffles, it seemed. Tell this goon to take his hands off me, he said when he saw Rusty. I've been treated, and now I'm going home. Not just yet, Rusty said. You were treated gratis, and I expect you to pay that forward. Boxer was a little guy, no more than 5'4", but he drew himself up to his full height and puffed out his chest. Expect and be damned. I hardly see oral surgery, which the state of Maine hasn't certified me to do, by the way, as a quid pro quo for a couple of bandages. I work for a living, Everett, and I expect to be paid for my work. You'll be paid back in heaven, Barbie said. Isn't that what your friend Rennie would say? He has nothing to do with... Barbie took a step closer and peered into Boxer's green plastic shopping basket. The words, Property of Food City, were printed on the handle. Boxer tried, with no great success, to shield the basket from him. Speaking of payment, did you pay for those waffles? Don't be ridiculous. Everybody was taking everything. All I took were these. He looked at Barbie defiantly. I have a very large freezer, and I happen to enjoy waffles. Everyone was taking everything won't be much of a defense if you're charged with looting, Barbie said mildly. It was impossible for Boxer to draw himself up any further, and yet somehow he did. His face was so red, it was almost purple. Then take me to court. What court? Case closed. Ha! He started to turn away again. Barbie reached out and grabbed him, not by the arm, but by the basket. I'll just confiscate this then, shall I? You can't do that. No, take me to court then. Barbie smiled. Oh, I forgot. What court? Dr. Boxer glared at him, lips drawn back to show the tips of tiny, perfect teeth. We'll just toast those old waffles up in the calf, Rusty said. Yum. Tasty. Yeah, well, we've still got some electricity to toast them with, Twitch muttered. After that, we can poke them on forks and cook them over the incinerator out back. You can't do this. Barbie said, let me be perfectly clear. Unless you do whatever it is Rusty wants you to do, I have no intention of letting go your Eggos. Chaz Bender, who had a Band-Aid on the bridge of his nose and another on the side of his neck, laughed, not very kindly. Pay up, Doc, he called. Isn't that what you always say? Boxer turned his glare first on Bender, then on Rusty. What you want has almost no chance of working. You must know that. Rusty opened the Sucrets box and held it out. Inside were 6 teeth. Tori McDonald picked these up outside the supermarket. She got down on her knees and grub through puddles of Georgia Rue's blood to find them. And if you want to have Eggos for breakfast in the near future, Doc, you're going to put them back in George's head.
And if I just walk away?
Chaz Bender, the history teacher, took a step forward. His fists were clenched. In that case, my mercenary friend, I'll beat the shit out of you in the parking lot. I'll help, Twitch said. I won't help, Barbie said, but I'll watch. There was laughter and some applause. Barbie felt simultaneously amused and sick to his stomach. Boxer's shoulders slumped. All at once, he was just a little man caught in a situation too big for him. He took the Sucrets box, then looked at Rusty. An oral surgeon working under optimum conditions might be able to reimplant these teeth, and they might actually root, although he would be careful to give the patient no guarantees. If I do it, she'll be lucky to get back 1 or 2. She's more likely to pull them down her windpipe and choke on them. A stocky woman with a lot of flaming red hair shouldered Chaz Bender aside.
I'll sit with her and make sure that doesn't happen. I'm her mother.
Dr. Boxer sighed.
Is she unconscious?
Before he could get any further, 2 Chester's Mill police units, one of them the green chief's car, pulled up in the turnaround. Freddie Denton, Jr., Rennie, Frank DeLesseps, and Carter Thibodeau got out of the lead car. Chief Randolph and Jackie Weddington emerged from the chief's car. Rusty's wife got out of the back. All were armed, and as they approached the main doors of the hospital, they drew their weapons. The little crowd that had been watching the confrontation with Joe Boxer murmured and drew back, some in its number undoubtedly expecting to be arrested for theft. Barbie turned to Rusty Everett. "Look at me," he said. "What do you mean?" "Look at me." Barbie lifted his arms, turning them to show both sides. Then he pulled up his T-shirt, showing first his flat stomach, then turning to exhibit his back. "Do you see marks, bruises?" "No." "Make sure they know that," Barbie said. It was all he had time for. Randolph led his officers through the door. "Dale Barbara, step forward." Before Randolph could lift his gun and point it at him, Barbie did so, because accidents happen, sometimes on purpose. Barbie saw Rusty's puzzlement and liked him even better for his innocence. He saw Gina Buffalino and Harriet Bigelow, their eyes wide, but most of his attention was reserved for Randolph and his backups. All the faces were stony, but on Thibodeau's and DeLesseps, he saw undeniable satisfaction. For them, this was all about payback for that night at Dippers. And payback was going to be a bitch. Rusty stepped in front of Barbie as if to shield him. "Don't do that," Barbie murmured. "Rusty, no," Linda cried. "Peter?" Rusty asked. "What's this about? Barbie's been helping out and he's been doing a damn good job." Barbie was afraid to move the big PA aside or even touch him. He raised his arms instead, very slowly, holding his palms out. When they saw his arms go up, Junior and Freddie Denton came at Barbie, and fast. Junior bumped Randolph on his way by, and the Beretta clutched in the chief's fist went off. The sound was deafening in the reception area. The bullet went into the floor 3 inches in front of Randolph's right shoe, making a surprisingly large hole. The smell of gunpowder was immediate and startling. Gina and Harriet screamed and bolted back down the main corridor, vaulting nimbly over Joe Boxer, who was crawling along with his head tucked and his normally neat hair hanging in his face. Brendan Ellerby, who had been treated for a mildly dislocated jaw, kicked the dentist in the forearm as he stampeded past. The Sucrets box spun out of Boxer's hand, struck the main desk, and flew open, scattering the teeth Torrey McDonald had so carefully picked up. Junior and Freddie grabbed Rusty, who made no effort to fight them. He looked totally confused. They pushed him aside. Rusty went stumbling across the main lobby trying to keep his feet. Linda grabbed him, and they sprawled to the floor together. "What the fuck?" Twitch was roaring. "What in the fuck?" Limping slightly, Carter Thibodeau approached Barbie, who saw what was coming but kept his hands raised. Lowering them could get him killed. And maybe not just him. Now that one gun had been fired, the chance of others going off was that much higher. "Hello, Hoss," Carter said. "Ain't you been a busy boy?" He punched Barbie in the stomach. Barbie had tensed his muscles in anticipation of the blow, but it still doubled him over. The son of a bitch was strong. "Stop that!" Rusty roared. He still looked bewildered, but now he looked angry as well. "Stop that right goddamn now!" He tried to get up, but Linda put both of her arms around him and held him down. "Don't," she said. "Don't. He's dangerous." "What?" Rusty turned his head and stared at her with disbelief. Are you crazy? Barbie was still holding his hands up, showing them to the cops. Doubled over as he was, it made him look like he was salaaming. Thibodeau, Randolph said. Step back. That's enough. Put that gun away, you idiot, Rusty shouted at Randolph. You going to kill someone? Randolph gave him a brief look of dismissive contempt, then turned to Barbie. Stand up straight, son. Barbie did. It hurt, but he managed. He knew that if he hadn't been prepared for Thibodeau's gut punch, he would have been curled on the floor, gasping for breath. And would Randolph have tried kicking him to his feet? Would the other cops have joined him in spite of the spectators in the hall, some of whom were now creeping back for a better view? Of course, because their blood was up. It was how these things went. Randolph said, I'm arresting you for the murders of Angela McCain, Dodie Sanders, Lester A. Coggins, and Brenda Perkins. Each name struck Barbie, but the last one hit the hardest. The last one was a fist. That sweet woman. She had forgotten to be careful. Barbie couldn't blame her. She had still been in deep grief for her husband. But he could blame himself for letting her go to Rennie, for encouraging her. What happened? He asked Randolph. What in God's name did you people do? Like you don't know, Freddie Denton said. What kind of psycho are you? Jackie Weddington asked. Her face was a twisted mask of loathing, her eyes small with rage. Barbie ignored them both. He was staring into Randolph's face with his hand still raised over his head. All it would take was the smallest excuse and they'd be on him. Even Jackie, ordinarily the pleasantest of women, might join in, although with her it would take a reason instead of just an excuse. Or perhaps not. Sometimes even good people snapped. A better question, he said to Randolph, is what you let Rennie do, because this is his mess and you know it. His fingerprints are all over it. Shut up! Randolph turned to Junior. Cuff him. Junior reached for Barbie, but before he could so much as touch a raised wrist, Barbie put his hands behind his back and turned around. Rusty and Linda Everett were still on the floor, Linda with her arms wrapped around her husband's chest in a restraining bear hug. Remember, Barbie said to Rusty as the plastic cuffs went on, and were then tightened until they dug into the scant meat above the heels of his hands. Rusty stood up. When Linda tried to hold him, he pushed her away and gave her a look she had never seen before. There was sternness in it and reproach, but there was also pity. Peter, he said, and when Randolph began to turn away, he raised his voice to a shout. I'm talking to you. You look at me while I do. Randolph turned. His face was a stone. He knew you were here for him. Sure he did, Junior said. He may be crazy, but he's not stupid. Rusty took no notice of this. He showed me his arms. His face raised his shirt to show me his stomach and back. He is unmarked, unless he raises a bruise where Thibodeau sucker punched him. Carter said, 3 women. 3 women and a preacher. He deserved it. Rusty didn't shift his gaze from Randolph. This is a setup. All due respect, Eric, not your department, Randolph said. He had holstered his sidearm, which was a relief. That's right, Rusty said. I'm a patch-him-up guy, not a cop or a lawyer. What I'm telling you is, if I have occasion to look him over again while he's in your custody, and he's got a lot of cuts and bruises, God help you. What are you going to do? Call the Civil Liberties Union? Frank de Lesseps asked. He was white-lipped with fury. Your friend there beat 4 people to death. Brenda Perkins' neck was broken. One of the girls was my fiancée, and she was sexually molested, probably after she was dead, as well as before, is the way it looks. Most of the crowd that had scattered at the gunshot had crept back to watch, and now a soft and horrified groan arose from it. This is the guy you're defending? You ought to be in jail yourself. Frank, shut up, Linda said. Rusty looked at Frank de Lesseps, the boy he had treated for chickenpox, measles, head lice picked up at summer camp, a broken wrist suffered sliding into second base, and once, when he was 12, a particularly malicious case of poison ivy. He saw very little resemblance between that boy and this man. And if I was locked up, then what, Frankie? What if your mother has another gallbladder attack, like last year? Do I wait for visiting hours at the jail to treat her? Frank stepped forward, raising a hand to either slap or punch. Junior grabbed him. He'll get his, don't worry. Everyone on Barbara's side will. All in good time. Sides? Rusty sounded honestly bewildered. What are you talking about, sides? This isn't a goddamn football game. Junior smiled, as if he knew a secret. Rusty turned to Linda. Those are your colleagues talking. Do you like how they sound? For a moment she couldn't look at him. Then, with an effort, She did.
They're mad, that's all, and I don't blame them. I am too. 4 people, Eric, didn't you hear? He killed them, and he almost certainly raped at least 2 of the women. I helped take them out of the hearse at Bowie's. I saw the stains.
Rusty shook his head. I just spent the morning with him, watching him help people, not hurt them. Let it go, Barbie said. Stand back, big guy. It's not that Junior poked him in the ribs. Hard.
You have the right to remain silent, ass munch. He did it, Linda said.
She stretched out a hand to Rusty, saw he wasn't going to take it, and dropped it to her side.
They found his dog tags in Angie McCain's hand.
Rusty was speechless. He could only watch as Barbie was hustled out to the chief's car and locked in the back seat with his hands still cuffed behind him. There was one moment when Barbie's eyes found Rusty's. Barbie shook his head. A single shake only, but hard and firm. Then he was driven away. There was silence in the lobby. Junior and Frank had gone with Randolph. Carter, Jackie, and Freddie Denton headed out to the other police car. Linda stood looking at her husband with pleading and anger. Then the anger disappeared. She stepped toward him, raising her arms, wanting to be held, if only for a few seconds. No, he said. She stopped.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? Did you miss what just happened here?
Rusty, she was holding his dog tags.
He nodded slowly. Convenient, wouldn't you say? Her face, which had been both hurt and hopeful, now froze. She seemed to notice that her arms were still held out to him, and she lowered them.
4 people, she said. 3 beaten almost beyond recognition. There are sides, and you need to think about which one you're on.
So do you, honey, Rusty said. From outside, Jackie called,
Linda, come on.
Rusty was suddenly aware he had an audience, and that many among it had voted for Jim Rennie again and again. Just think about this, Lynn, and think about who Pete Randolph works for. Linda! Jackie called. Linda Everett left with her head dropped. She didn't look back. Rusty was okay until she got into the car. Then he began to tremble. He thought if he didn't sit down soon, he might fall down. A hand fell on his shoulder. It was Twitch. You okay, boss? Yes. As if saying so would make it so. Barbie had been hauled up to jail, and he'd had his first real argument with his wife in, 4 years? More like 6. No, he wasn't okay. Got a question, Twitch said. If those people were murdered, why'd they take the bodies to the Bowie funeral home instead of bringing them here for post-mortem examination? Whose idea was that? Before Rusty could reply, the lights went out. The hospital generator had finally run dry. 9. After watching them polish off the last of her chop suey, which had contained the last of her hamburger, Claire motioned the 3 children to stand in front of her in the kitchen. She looked at them solemnly, and they looked back. So young and scarily determined. Then, with a sigh, she handed Joe his backpack. Benny peered inside and saw 3 PB&Js, 3 deviled eggs, 3 bottles of Snapple, and half a dozen oatmeal raisin cookies. Although still full of lunch, he brightened. Most excellent Mrs. McC. You are a true... She paid no heed. All her attention was fixed on Joe. I understand that this could be important, so I'm going along. I'll even drive you out there if you... Don't have to, Mom, Joe said. It's an easy ride. Safe, too, Nori added. Hardly anyone on the roads. Claire's eyes were locked on her son's in the mom death stare. But I need 2 promises. First, that you'll be home before dark. And I don't mean the last gasp of twilight either. I mean while the sun is still up. Second, if you do find something, mark its location and then leave it utterly and completely alone. I accept that you 3 might be the best people to look for this, whatever it might be, but dealing with it is a job for adults. So, do I have your word? Give it to me, or I'll have to come with you as your chaperone. Benny looked doubtful. I've never been down Black Ridge Road, Mrs. McC, but I've been past it. I don't think your Civic would exactly be, up to the task. Then promise me, or you stay right here. How's that? Joe promised. So did the other 2. Nori even crossed herself. Joe started to shoulder the backpack. Claire slipped in her cell phone. Don't lose that, mister. I won't, Mom. Joe was shifting from foot to foot, anxious to be gone. Nori, can I trust you to put the brakes on if these 2 get crazy? Yes, ma'am, Norrie Calvert said, as if she hadn't dared death or disfigurement on her skateboard 1,000 times just in the last year. You sure can. I hope so, she said. I hope so. Claire rubbed at her temples as if she were getting a headache. Awesome lunch, Mrs. McSee, Benny said, and held up his hand. Slap me 5. Dear God, what am I doing? Claire asked. Then she slapped him 5. 10. Behind the chest-high front desk in the police department lobby, where people came to complain about such troubles as theft, vandalism, and the neighbor's ceaselessly barking dog, was the ready room. It contained desks, lockers, and a coffee station, where a grouchy sign announced, "Coffee and donuts are not free." It was also the booking area. Here, Barbie was photographed by Freddie Denton and fingerprinted by Henry Morrison, while Peter Randolph and Denton stood close by with their guns drawn. "Limp. Keep 'em limp," Henry shouted. This was not the man who had enjoyed talking with Barbie about the Red Sox-Yankees rivalry over lunch at Sweetbriar Rose. Always a BLT with a dill pickle spear on the side. This was a fellow who looked like he'd enjoy punching Dale Barber in the nose. Hard. "You don't roll 'em, I do, so keep 'em limp." Barbie thought of telling Henry it was hard to relax your hands when you were standing this close to men with guns, especially if you knew the men wouldn't mind using them. He kept his mouth shut instead, and concentrated on relaxing his hands so Henry could roll the prints. And he wasn't bad at it, not at all. Under other circumstances, Barbie might have asked Henry why they were bothering. But he held his tongue on this subject as well. "All right," Henry said when he judged the prints clear. "Take him downstairs. I want to wash my hands. I feel dirty just touching him." Jackie and Linda had been standing to one side. Now, as Randolph and Denton holstered their guns and grabbed Barbie's arms, the two women drew their own. They were pointed down but ready. "I'd puke up everything you ever fed me if I could," Henry said. "You disgust me." "I didn't do it," Barbie said. "Think about it, Henry." Morrison only turned away. Thinking's in short supply around here today, Barbie thought, which he was sure was just the way Rennie liked it. "Linda," he said, "Mrs. Everett, don't talk to me." Her face was paper pale except for dark purplish crescents beneath her eyes. They looked like bruises. "Come on, sunshine," Freddie said, and ground a knuckle into the small of Barbie's back, just above the kidney. "Your sweet awaits." 11. Joe, Benny, and Norrie rode their bikes north along Route 119. The afternoon was summer hot, the air hazy and humid. Not a breath of breeze stirred. Crickets sang dozily in the high weeds at the sides of the road. The sky at the horizon had a yellow look that Joe first took for clouds. Then he realized it was a mixture of pollen and pollution on the surface of the dome. Out here, Pressfield Stream ran close beside the highway, and they should have heard it chuckling as it sped southeast toward Castle Rock, eager to join the mighty Androscoggin. But they heard only the crickets, and a few crows cawing lackadaisically in the trees. They passed the deep-cut road, and came to the Black Ridge Road about a mile further on. It was dirt, badly potholed, and marked with two leaning, frost-heaved signs. The one on the left read, "Four-wheel drive recommended." The one on the right added, "Bridge weight limit 4 tons, large trucks posted." Both signs were riddled with bullet holes. "I like a town where the folks take regular target practice," Benny said. "Makes me feel safe from El Collider." "That's Al-Qaeda, Nitboy," Joe said. Benny shook his head, smiling indulgently. "I'm talking about El Collider, the terrible Mexican bandit who has relocated to western Maine in order to avoid—" "Let's try the Geiger counter," Norrie said, dismounting her bike. It was back in the carrier of Benny's High Plains Schwinn. They had nested it in a few old towels from Claire's rag basket. Benny took it out and handed it to Joe, its yellow case the brightest thing in that hazy landscape. Benny's smile had disappeared. "You do it. I'm too nervous." Joe considered the Geiger counter, then handed it off to Norrie. "Chicken shits," she said, not unkindly, and turned it on. The needle swung immediately to +50. Joe stared at it and felt his heart suddenly bumping in his throat instead of his chest. "Whoa," Benny said. "We have liftoff." Norrie looked from the needle, which was steady, but still half a dial away from the red, to Joe. "Keep going?" "Hell yeah," he said. 12. There was no power shortage at the police department, at least not yet. A green-tiled corridor ran the length of the basement beneath fluorescence that cast a depressingly changeless light. Dawn or midnight, it was always the blare of noon down here. Chief Randolph and Freddie Denton escorted, if such a word could be used considering the fists clamped on his upper arms, Barbie down the steps. The two women officers, guns still drawn, followed behind. To the left was the file room. To the right were 5 cells, 2 on each side, and 1 at the very end. The last was the smallest, with a narrow bunk all but overhanging the seatless steel toilet. And this was the one toward which they frog-marched him. On orders from Pete Randolph, who had gotten his from Big Jim, even the worst actors in the supermarket riot had been released on their own recognizance. Where were they going to go? And all the cells were supposed to be empty. So, it was a surprise when Melvin Searles came bolting from number 4, where he had been lurking. The bandage wound around his head had slipped down, and he was wearing sunglasses to mask 2 gaudily blackening eyes. In one hand he was carrying an athletic sock with something weighting the toe. A homemade blackjack. Barbie's first blurred impression was that he was about to be attacked by the Invisible Man. "Bastard!" Mel shouted, and swung his kosh. Barbie ducked, it whizzed over his head, striking Freddie Denton on the shoulder. Freddie bellowed and let go of Barbie. Behind them, the women were shouting. "Fucking murderer! Who'd you pay to bust my head, huh?" Mel swung again, and this time connected with the bicep of Barbie's left arm. That arm seemed to fall dead. Not sand in the sock, but a paperweight of some kind. Glass or metal, probably, but at least it was round. If it had had an angle, he would be bleeding. "You fucking fucked up fuck!" Mel roared, and swung the loaded sock again. Chief Randolph ducked backward, also letting go of Barbie. Barbie grabbed the top of the sock, wincing as the weight inside wound the bottom around his wrist. He pulled back hard and managed to yank Mel Searles' homemade weapon free. At the same time, Mel's bandage fell down over his dark glasses like a blindfold. "Hold it! Hold it!" Jackie Weddington cried. "Stop what you're doing, prisoner. This is your only warning." Barbie felt a small, cold circle form between his shoulder blades. He couldn't see it, but knew without looking that Jackie had drawn her sidearm. If she shoots me, that's where the bullet will go. And she might, because in a small town where Big Trouble's almost a complete stranger, even the professionals are amateurs. He dropped the sock. Whatever was in it clunked on the lino. Then he raised his hands. "Ma'am, I have dropped it," he called. "Ma'am, I am unarmed. Please lower your weapon." Mel brushed the slipping bandage aside. It unrolled down his back like the tail of a Swami's turban. He hit Barbie twice, once in the solar plexus and once in the pit of the stomach. This time Barbie wasn't prepared, and the air exploded out of his lungs with a harsh "pah" sound. He doubled over, then went to his knees. Mel hammered a fist down on the nape of his neck. Or maybe it was Freddie. For all Barbie knew, it could have been the fearless leader himself. And he went sprawling, the world growing thin and indistinct, except for a chip in the linoleum. That he could see very well. With breathtaking clarity, in fact, and why not? It was less than an inch from his eyes. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop hitting him!" The voice was coming from a great distance, but Barbie was pretty sure it belonged to Rusty's wife. "He's down, don't you see? He's down!" Feet shuffled around him in a complicated dance. Someone stepped on his ass, stumbled, cried, "Oh, fuck," and then he was kicked in the hip. It was all happening far away. It might hurt later, but right now it wasn't too bad. Hands grabbed him and hauled him upright. Barbie tried to raise his head, but it was easier on the whole just to let it hang. He was propelled down the hall toward the final cell, the green lino sliding between his feet. What had Denton said upstairs? "Your suite awaits." But I doubt if there's pillow mints or turn-down service, Barbie thought, nor did he care. All he wanted was to be left alone, to lick his wounds. Outside the cell, someone put a shoe in his ass to hurry him along even more. He flew forward, raising his right arm to stop himself from crashing face first into the green cinder block wall. He tried to raise his left arm as well, but it was still dead from the elbow down. He managed to protect his head, though, and that was good. He rebounded, staggered, then went to his knees again, this time beside the cot, as if about to say a prayer prior to turning in. Behind him, the cell door rumbled shut along its track. Barbie braced his hands on the bunk and pushed himself up, the left arm working a little now. He turned around just in time to see Randolph walking away in a pugnacious strut. Fists clenched, head lowered. Beyond him, Denton was unwinding what remained of Searles's bandage while Searles glared, the power of the glare somewhat vitiated by the sunglasses, now sitting askew on his nose. Beyond the male officers at the foot of the stairs were the women. They wore identical expressions of dismay and confusion. Linda Everett's face was paler than ever, and Barbie thought he saw the gleam of tears in her lashes. Barbie summoned all his will and called out to her. "Officer Everett!" She jumped, a little startled. Had anyone ever called her Officer Everett before? Perhaps schoolchildren, when she pulled crossing guard duty, which had probably been her heaviest responsibility as a part-time cop. Up until this week. "Officer Everett, ma'am. Please, ma'am." "Shut up," Freddie Denton said. Barbie paid him no mind. He thought he was going to pass out, or at least gray out, but for the time being he held on grimly. "Tell your husband to examine the bodies. Mrs. Perkins in particular. Ma'am, he must examine the bodies. They won't be at the hospital. Rennie won't allow them to—" Peter Randolph strode forward. Barbie saw what he had taken off Freddie Denton's belt and tried to raise his arms across his face, but they were just too heavy. "That's enough out of you, son," Randolph said. He shoved the mace dispenser between the bars and squeezed the pistol grip. 13. Halfway over the rust-eaten Black Ridge Bridge, Norrie stopped her bike and stood looking at the far side of the cut. "We better keep going," Joe said. "Use the daylight while we got it." "I know, but look," Norrie said, pointing. On the other bank, below a steep drop and sprawled in the drying mud where the Prestille had run full before the dome began to choke its flow, were the bodies of 4 deer, a buck, 2 does, and a yearling. All were of good size. It had been a fine summer in the mill, and they had fed well. Joe could see clouds of flies swarming above the carcasses, could even hear their somnolent buzz. It was a sound that would have been covered by running water on an ordinary day. "What happened to them?" Benny asked. "Do you think it has anything to do with what we're looking for?" "If you're talking about radiation," Joe said, "I don't think it works that fast." "Unless it's really high radiation," Norrie said uneasily. Joe pointed the Geiger counter's needle. "Maybe, but this still isn't very high. Even if it was all the way in the red, I don't think it would kill animals as big as a deer in only 3 days. Benny said, "That buck's got a broken leg. You can see it from here." "I'm pretty sure one of the does has got 2, Norrie said. She was shading her eyes. "The front ones. See how they're bent?" Joe thought the doe looked as if she had died while trying to do some strenuous gymnastic stunt. "I think they jumped," Norrie said. "Jumped off the bank, like those little rat guys are supposed to." "Lemons," Benny said. "Lemmings, birdbrain," Joe said. "Trying to get away from something?" Norrie asked. "Is that what they were doing?" Neither boy answered. Both looked younger than they had the week before, like children forced to listen to a campfire story that's much too scary. The 3 of them stood by their bikes, looking at the dead deer and listening to the somnolent hum of the flies. "Go on?" Joe asked. "I think we have to," Norrie said. She swung a leg over the fork of her bike and stood astride it. "Right," Joe said, and mounted his own bike. "Ollie," Benny said, "this is another fine mess you've gotten me into." "Huh?" "Never mind," Benny said. "Ride, my soul brother, ride." On the far side of the bridge they could see that all the deer had broken legs. The yearling also had a crushed skull. Probably suffered when it came down on a large boulder that would have been covered by water on an ordinary day. "Try the Geiger counter again," Joe said. Norrie turned it on. This time, the needle danced just below plus 75. 14. Pete Randolph exhumed an old cassette recorder from one of Duke Perkins' desk drawers, tested it, and found the battery still good. When Junior Rennie came in, Randolph pressed record and set the little Sony on the corner of the desk, where the young man could see it. Junior's latest migraine was down to a dull mutter on the left side of his head, and he felt calm enough. He and his father had been over this, and Junior knew what to say. "It'll be strictly softball," Big Jim had said. "A formality." And so it was. "How'd you find the bodies, son?" Randolph asked, rocking back in the swivel chair behind the desk. He had removed all of Perkins' personal items and put them in a file cabinet on the other side of the room. Now that Brenda was dead, he supposed he could dump them in the trash. Personal effects were no good when there was no next of kin. "Well," Junior said. I was coming back from patrol out on 117. I missed the whole supermarket thing.
Good luck for you, Randolph said. That was a total cock and balls, if you'll pardon my francaise.
Coffee? No, thanks, sir. I'm subject to migraines, and coffee seems to make them worse.
Bad habit, anyway. Not as bad as cigarettes, but bad. Did you know I smoked until I was saved?
No, sir, I sure didn't.
Junior hoped this idiot would stop blathering and let him tell his story so he could get out of here. Yep, by Lester Coggins. Randolph splayed his hands on his chest. Full body immersion in the press steel. Gave my heart to Jesus right then and there. I haven't been as faithful a churchgoer as some. Certainly not as faithful as your dad. But Reverend Coggins was a good man. Randolph shook his head. Dale Barbara's got a lot on his conscience. Always assuming he has one.
Yes, sir.
A lot to answer for, too. I gave him a shot of mace, and that was just a small down payment on what he's got coming. So, you were coming back from patrol,
And I got to thinking that someone told me they'd seen Angie's car in the garage. You know, the McCain garage.
Who told you that?
Frank?
Junior rubbed his temple.
I think maybe it was Frank.
Go on.
So anyway, I looked in one of the garage windows, and her car was there. I went to the front door and rang the bell, but nobody answered. Then I went around to the back because I was worried. There was a smell.
Randolph nodded sympathetically. Basically, you just followed your nose. That was good police work, son. Junior looked at Randolph sharply, wondering if this was a joke or a sly dig. But the chief's eyes seemed to hold nothing but honest admiration. Junior realized that his father might have found an assistant. The first word, actually, to occur to him was accomplice, who was even dumber than Andy Sanders. He wouldn't have thought that possible. Go on, finish up. I know this is painful to you. It's painful to all of us.
Yes, sir. Basically, it's just what you said. The back door was unlocked, and I followed my nose, straight to the pantry. I could hardly believe what I found there.
Did you see the dog tags then?
Yes. No, kind of. I saw Angie had something in her hand, on a chain, and I couldn't tell what it was, and I didn't want to touch anything.
Junior looked down modestly.
I know I'm just a rookie.
Good call, Randolph said. Smart call. You know, we have a whole forensic team from the state attorney general's office in there under ordinary circumstances. Really nailed Barbara to the wall. But these aren't ordinary circumstances. Still, we've got enough, I'd say. He was a fool to overlook those dog tags.
I used my cell phone and called my father. Based on all the radio chatter, I figured you'd be busy down here.
Busy? Randolph rolled his eyes. Son, you don't know the half of it. You did the right thing calling your dad. He's practically a member of the department.
Dad grabbed 2 officers, Fred Denton and Jackie Weddington, and they came on over to the McCain's house. Linda Everett joined us while Freddie was photographing the crime scene. Then Stuart, Bowie, and his brother showed up with the funeral hack. My dad thought that was best, things being so busy at the hospital with the riot and all.
Randolph nodded. Just right. Help the living, store the dead. Who found the dog tags?
Jackie. She pushed Angie's hand open with a pencil, and they fell right out on the floor. Freddie took pictures of everything.
Helpful at a trial, Randolph said, which we'll have to handle ourselves if this dome thing doesn't clear up. But we can. You know what the Bible says. With faith, we can move mountains. What time did you find the body, son?
Around noon.
After I took some time to say goodbye to my girlfriends. And you called your father right away?
Not right away.
Junior gave Randolph a frank stare.
First, I had to go outside and vomit. They were beaten up so bad. I never saw anything like that in my life. He let out a long sigh, being careful to put a small tremble in it.
The tape recorder probably wouldn't pick up that tremble, but Randolph would remember it.
When I was done heaving, that was when I called Dad.
Okay. I think that's all I need.
No more questions about the timeline or about his morning patrol. Not even a request for Junior to write up a report, which was good, since writing inevitably gave him a headache these days. Randolph leaned forward to snap off the tape recorder.
Thank you, Junior. Why don't you take the rest of the day off? Go home and rest. You look beat.
I'd like to be here when you question him, sir. Barbara.
Well, you don't have to worry about missing that today. We're going to give him 24 hours to stew in his own juices. Your dad's idea, and a good one. We'll question him tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night.
And you'll be there, I give you my word. We're going to question him vigorously.
Yes, sir, good.
None of this Miranda stuff.
No, sir.
And thanks to the dome, no turning him over to the county sheriff, either. Randolph looked at Junior keenly. Son, this is going to be a true case of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Junior didn't know whether to say yes, sir, or no, sir, to that, because he had no idea what the idiot behind the desk was talking about. Randolph held him with that keen glance a moment or two longer, as if to assure himself that they understood one another, then clapped his hands together once and stood up. Go home, Junior. You've got to be shaken up a bit.
Yes, sir, I am. And I think I will. Rest, that is.
I had a pack of cigarettes in my pocket when Reverend Coggins dipped me, Randolph said in a tone of fond-hearted reminiscence. He put an arm around Junior's shoulders as they walked to the door. Junior retained his respectful listening expression, but felt like screaming at the weight of that heavy arm. It was like wearing a meat necktie. They were ruined, of course, and I never bought another pack, save from the devil's weed by the Son of God. How's that for grace?
Awesome,
Junior managed. Brenda and Angie will get most of the attention, of course, and that's normal. Prominent town citizen and young girl, with her life ahead of her. But Reverend Coggins had his fans, too, not to mention a large and loving congregation. Junior could see Randolph's blunt-fingered hand from the corner of his left eye. He wondered what Randolph would do if he suddenly cocked his head around and bit it. Bit one of those fingers right off, maybe, and spat it on the floor.
Don't forget Dodie.
He had no idea why he said it, but it worked. Randolph's hand dropped from his shoulder. The man looked thunderstruck. Junior realized he had forgotten Dodie. Oh, God, Randolph said.
Dodie.
Has anyone called Andy and told him?
No, sir.
Your father will have, surely.
He's been awfully busy.
That was true. Big Jim was at home in his study, drafting his speech for the town meeting on Thursday night. The one that he'd give just before the townsfolk voted the selectmen emergency governing powers for the duration of the crisis. I better call him, Randolph said. But maybe I better pray on it first. Do you want to get knee-bound with me, son? Junior would have sooner poured lighter fluid down his pants and set his balls on fire, but didn't say so.
Speak to God on your own and you'll hear him answer more clearly. That's what my dad always says.
All right, son. That's good advice. Before Randolph could say any more, Junior slipped first out of the office, then out of the police station. He walked home deep in thought, mourning his lost girlfriends and wondering if he could get another. Maybe more than one. Under the dome, all sorts of things might be possible. 15. Pete Randolph did try to pray, but there was too much on his mind. Besides, the Lord helped those who help themselves. He didn't think that was in the Bible, but it was true just the same. He called Andy Sanders' cell from the list of numbers thumbtacked to the bulletin board on the wall. He hoped for no answer, but the guy picked up on the very first ring. Wasn't that always the way? Hello, Andy. Chief Randolph, here. I've got some pretty tough news for you, my friend. Maybe you better sit down. It was a difficult conversation. Hellacious, actually. When it was finally over, Randolph sat drumming his fingers on his desk. He thought again that if Duke Perkins were the one sitting behind this desk, he wouldn't be entirely sorry. Maybe not sorry at all. It had turned out to be a much harder and dirtier job than he had imagined. The private office wasn't worth the aggravation. Even the green chief's car wasn't. Every time he got behind the wheel and his butt slipped into the hollow Duke's meteor hindquarters had made before him, the same thought occurred. You're not up to this. Sanders was coming down here. He wanted to confront Barbara. Randolph had tried to talk him out of it, but halfway through his suggestion that Andy's time would be better spent on his knees, praying for the souls of his wife and daughter, not to mention the strength to bear his cross, Andy had broken the connection. Randolph sighed and punched up another number. After 2 rings, Big Jim's ill-tempered voice was in his ear. What? What? It's me, Jim. I know you're working, and I hate to interrupt you, but could you come down here? I need help. 16. The 3 children stood in the somehow depthless afternoon light, under a sky that now had a decided yellowish tinge, and looked at the dead bear at the foot of the telephone pole. The pole was leaning crookedly. 4 feet up from its base, the creosoted wood was splintered and splashed with blood. Other stuff, too. White stuff that Joe supposed was fragments of bone, and grayish mealy stuff that had to be brain. He turned around. trying to control his gorge. He almost had it too, but then Benny threw up, a big wet yerp sound, and Norrie followed suit. Joe gave in and joined the club. When they were under control again, Joe unslung his backpack, took out the bottles of Snapple, and handed them around. He used the first mouthful to rinse with and spat it out. Norrie and Benny did the same. Then they drank. The sweet tea was warm, but it still felt like heaven on Joe's raw throat. Norrie took 2 cautious steps toward the black, fly-buzzing heap at the foot of the foam pole. "Like the deer," she said. "Poor guy didn't have any riverbank to jump over, so he beat his brains out on a foam pole." "Maybe it had rabies," Benny said in a thin voice. "Maybe the deer did, too." Joe guessed that was a technical possibility, but he didn't believe it. "I've been thinking about this suicide thing." He hated the tremble he heard in his voice, but couldn't seem to do anything about it. "Whales and dolphins do it. They beach themselves. I've seen it on TV. And my dad says octopuses do it." "Pie," Norrie said. "Octopi." "Whatever. My dad said when their environment gets polluted, they eat off their own tentacles." "Dude, do you want me to throw up again?" Benny asked. He sounded querulous and tired. "Is that what's going on here?" Norrie asked. "The environment's polluted?" Joe glanced up at the yellowish sky. Then he pointed southwest, where a hanging black residue from the fire started by the missile strike discolored the air. The smutch looked to be 200 or 300 feet high, and a mile across. Maybe more. "Yes," she said, "but that's different, isn't it?" Joe shrugged. "If we're going to feel a sudden urge to kill ourselves, maybe we should go back," Benny said. "I got a lot to live for. I still haven't been able to beat Warhammer." "Try the Geiger counter on the bear," Norrie said. Joe held the sensor tube out toward the bear's carcass. The needle didn't drop, but it didn't rise either. Norrie pointed east. Ahead of them, the road emerged from the thick band of black oak that gave the ridge its name. Once they were out of the trees, Joe thought they'd be able to see the apple orchard at the top. "Let's at least keep going until we're out of the trees," she said. "We'll take a reading from there, and if it's still going up, we'll head back to town and tell Dr. Everett or that guy, Barbara, or both of them. Let them figure it out." Benny looked doubtful. "I don't know." "If we feel anything weird, we'll turn back right away," Joe said. "If it might help, we should do it," Norrie said. "I want to get out of the mill before I go completely stir-crazy." She smiled to show this was a joke, but it didn't sound like a joke, and Joe didn't take it as one. Lots of people kidded about what a small burg the mill was. It was probably why the James McMurtry song had been so popular. And it was, intellectually speaking, he supposed. Demographically, too. He could think of only one Asian American, Pamela Chen, who sometimes helped Lissa Jameson out at the library. And there were no black people at all, since the Laverty family had moved to Auburn. There was no McDonald's, let alone a Starbucks, and the movie theater was closed down. But until now, it had always felt geographically big to him, with plenty of room to roam. It was amazing how much it shrank in his mind once he realized that he and his mom and dad couldn't just pile into the family car and drive to Lewiston for fried clams and ice cream at Yoder's. Also, the town had plenty of resources. But they wouldn't last forever. "You're right," he said. "It's important, worth the risk. At least I think so. You can stay here if you want to, Benny. This part of the mission is strictly volunteer." "No, I'm in," Benny said. "If I let you guys go without me, you'd rank me to the dogs and back." "You're already there," Joe and Norrie yelled in unison, then looked at each other and laughed. 17. "That's right. Cry." The voice was coming from far away. Barbie struggled toward it, but it was hard to open his burning eyes. "You've got a lot to cry about." The person making these declarations sounded like he was crying himself, and the voice was familiar. Barbie tried to see, but his lids felt swollen and heavy. The eyes beneath were pulsing with his heartbeat. His sinuses were so full his ears crackled when he swallowed. "Why did you kill her? Why did you kill my baby?" "Some son of a bitch maced me. Denton? No, Randolph." Barbie managed to open his eyes by placing the heels of his hands over his eyebrows and shoving upward. He saw Andy Sanders standing outside the cell with tears rolling down his cheeks. And what was Sanders seeing? A guy in a cell. And a guy in a cell always looked guilty. Sanders screamed. "She was all I had!" Randolph stood behind him, looking embarrassed, and shuffling like a kid 20 minutes overdue for a bathroom pass. Even with his eyes burning and his sinuses pounding, Barbie wasn't surprised that Randolph had let Sanders come down here. Not because Sanders was the first selectman, but because Peter Randolph found it almost impossible to say no. "Now, Andy," Randolph said. That's enough. You wanted to see him and I let you, even though it was against my better judgment. He's jugged good and proper, and he'll pay the price for what he did. So now, come on upstairs, and I'll pour you a cup of... Andy grabbed the front of Randolph's uniform. He was 4 inches shorter, but Randolph still looked scared. Barbie didn't blame him. He was viewing the world through a deep red film. But he could see Andy Sanders' fury clearly enough. Give me your gun. A trial's too good for him. He's apt to get off anyway. He's got friends in high places. Jim says so. I want some satisfaction. I deserve some satisfaction, so give me your gun. Barbie didn't think Randolph's desire to please would go so far as handing over his weapon so that Andy could shoot him in this cell like a rat in a rain barrel. But he wasn't entirely sure. There might be a reason other than the craven need to please that had caused Randolph to bring Sanders down here, and to bring him down alone. He struggled to his feet. Mr. Sanders. Some of the mace had gotten into his mouth. His tongue and throat were swollen, his voice an unconvincing nasal croak. I did not kill your daughter, sir. I did not kill anyone. If you think about this, you'll see that your friend, Rennie, needs a scapegoat, and I'm the most convenient. But Andy was in no shape to think about anything. He dropped his hands to Randolph's holster and began clawing at the Glock there. Alarmed, Randolph struggled to keep it where it was. At that moment, a large-bellied figure descended the stairs, moving gracefully despite his bulk. Andy, Big Jim boomed. Andy, pal, come here. He opened his arms. Andy stopped struggling for the gun and rushed to him like a weeping child to the arms of his father. And Big Jim enfolded him. I want a gun, Andy babbled, lifting his tear-streaked, snot-creamy face to Big Jim's. Get me a gun, Jim, now, right now. I want to shoot him for what he did. It's my right as a father. He killed my baby girl. Maybe not just her, Big Jim said. Maybe not just Angie, Lester, and poor Brenda either. This halted the verbal flood. Andy stared up into Big Jim's slab of a face, dumbfounded, fascinated. Maybe your wife, too. Duke, Myra Evans, all the others. What? Somebody's responsible for the dome, pal, am I right? Yeah. Andy was capable of no more, but Big Jim nodded benignly. And it seems to me that the people who did it had to have at least one inside man, someone to stir the pot, and who's better at pot stirring than a short-order cook? He put an arm around Andy's shoulder and led him to Chief Randolph. Big Jim glanced back at Barbie's red and swollen face, as if looking at some species of bug. We'll find proof, I have no doubt of it. He's already demonstrated he's not smart enough to cover his tracks. Barbie fixed his attention on Randolph. This is a setup, he said in his nasal, foghorning voice. It might have started just because Rennie needed to cover his ass, but now it's just a naked power grab. You may not be expendable yet, Chief, but when you are, you'll go too. Shut up, Randolph said. Rennie was stroking Andy's hair. Barbie thought of his mother, and how she used to stroke their cocker spaniel, Missy, when Missy got old and stupid and incontinent. He'll pay the price, Andy. You have my word on that. But first we're going to get all the details, the what, the when, the why, and who else was involved, because he's not in it alone. You can bet your Rudy Toot on that. He's got accomplices. He'll pay the price. But first, we're going to wring him dry of information. What price? Andy asked. He was looking up at Big Jim almost rapturously now. What price will he pay? Well, if he knows how to lift the dome, and I wouldn't put it past him, I guess we'll have to be satisfied with seeing him in Shawshank. Life without parole. Not good enough, Andy whispered. Rennie was still stroking Andy's head. If the dome doesn't let go, he smiled, in that case, we'll have to try him ourselves, and when we find him guilty, we'll execute him. Do you like that better? Much, Andy whispered. So do I, pal. Stroking. So do I. 18. They came out of the woods, 3 abreast, and stopped, looking up at the orchard. There's something up there, Benny said. I see it. His voice sounded excited, but to Joe it also sounded strangely far away. So do I, Norrie said. It looks like a radio beacon were the words she wanted to say, but she never got them out. She managed only a sound like a toddler playing trucks in a sandpile. Then she fell off her bike and lay on the road with her arms and legs jerking. Norrie? Joe looked down at her, more with bemusement than alarm, then up at Benny. Their eyes met for just a moment, and then Benny also toppled, pulling his bike over on top of him. He began to thrash, kicking the high planes off to one side. The Geiger counter flew into the ditch, dial side down. Joe tottered toward it and reached out an arm that seemed to stretch like rubber. He turned the yellow box over. The needle had jumped to +200 just below the red danger zone. He saw this, then fell into a black hole full of orange flames. He thought they were coming from a huge heap of pumpkins, a funeral pyre of blazing jack-o'-lanterns. Somewhere voices were calling, lost and terrified. Then the darkness swallowed him. 19. When Julia came into the Democrat office after leaving the supermarket, Tony Gay, the former sports reporter who was now the entire news department, was typing on his laptop. She handed him the camera and said, "Stop what you're doing and print these." She sat down at her computer to write her story. She'd been holding the Open in her head all the way up Main Street. Ernie Calvert, the former manager of Food City, called for people to come in the back. He said he had opened the doors for them. But by then it was too late. The riot was on. It was a good lead. The problem was she couldn't write it. She kept hitting all the wrong keys. "Go upstairs and lie down," Tony said. "No, I have to write." "You're not going to write anything like you are. You're shaking like a leaf. It's shock. Lie down for an hour. I'll print the pictures and send them to your computer desktop. Transcribe your notes, too. Go on up." She didn't like what he was saying, but recognized the wisdom of it. Only it turned out to be more than an hour. She hadn't slept well since Friday night, which seemed a century ago, and she had no more than put her head on the pillow before she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, she saw with panic that the shadows in her bedroom had grown long. It was late afternoon. And Horace? He would have wet in some corner and would give her his most shamefaced look as though it were his fault instead of hers. She slipped on her sneakers, hurried into the kitchen, and found her corgi not by the door, whining to go out, but peacefully asleep on his blanket bed, between the stove and the refrigerator. There was a note on the kitchen table, propped up against the salt and pepper shakers. 3 p.m. Julia. Pete F. and I collaborated on the supermarket story. It ain't great, but will be when you put your stamp on it. The pics you got aren't bad either. Romy Verpy came by and says he still has plenty of papers, so we're okay on that score. Also says you need to write an editorial about what happened. Totally unnecessary, he said, and totally incompetent, unless they wanted it to happen. I wouldn't put it past that guy, and I don't mean Randolph. Pete and I agree that there should be an editorial, but we need to watch our step until all the facts are known. We also agreed that you needed some sleep in order to write it the way it needs to be written. Those were suitcases under your eyes, boss. I'm going home to spend some time with my wife and kids. Pete's gone to the PD. Says something big has happened, and he wants to find out what. Tony G. P.S. I walked Horace. He did all his business. Julia, not wanting Horace to forget she was part of his life, woke him up long enough for him to gobble half a bacon strip, then went downstairs to punch up the news story and write the editorial Tony and Pete were suggesting. Just as she was starting, her cell rang. Shumway, Democrat. Julia, it was Pete Freeman. I think you better get down here. Marty Arsenault's on the desk, and he won't let me in. Told me to wait out goddamn side. He's no cop, just a dumb pulp jockey who picks up a little side money directing traffic in the summertime. But now he's acting like Chief Big Dick of Horny Mountain. Pete, I've got a ton of stuff to do here, so unless... Brenda Perkins is dead, so are Angie McCain, Dodie Sanders. What? She stood up so suddenly her chair tipped over. And Lester Coggins, they were killed, and get this. Dale Barbara's been arrested for the murders. He's in jail downstairs. I'll be right there. Ah, fuck, Pete said. Here comes Andy Sanders, and he's crying his goddamn eyes out. Should I try for a comment, or... Not if the man lost his daughter 3 days after losing his wife. We're not the New York Post. I'll be right there. She broke the connection without waiting for a reply. Initially, she felt calm enough she even remembered to lock up the office. But once she was on the sidewalk, in the heat and under that tobacco-stained sky, her calm broke, and she began to run. 20. Joe, Norrie, and Benny lay twitching on the Black Ridge Road in sunlight that was too diffuse. Heat that was too hot blared down on them. A crow, not in the least suicidal, landed on a telephone wire and gazed at them with bright, intelligent eyes. It cawed once, then flapped away through the strange afternoon air. Halloween, Joe muttered. Make them stop screaming, Benny groaned. No sun, Norrie said. Her hands groped at the air. She was crying. No sun, oh my God, there's no more sun. At the top of Black Ridge, in the apple orchard that overlooked all of Chester's Mill, a brilliant mauve light flashed. Every 15 seconds, it flashed again. 21. Julia hurried up the police station steps, her face still puffy from sleep, her hair standing up and back. When Pete made to fall in beside her, she shook her head. Better stay here. I may call you in when I get the interview. Love the positive thinking, but don't hold your breath, Pete said. Not long after Andy showed up, guess who? He pointed at the Hummer parked in front of a fire hydrant. Linda Everett and Jackie Whittington were standing near it, deep in conversation. Both women looked seriously freaked out. Inside the station, Julia was first struck by how warm it was. The air conditioning had been turned off, presumably to save juice. Next, by the number of young men who were sitting around, including two of the God-knew-how-many Killian brothers. There was no mistaking those long beaks and bullet heads. The young men all seemed to be filling out forms. What if you didn't have no last place of employment? One asked another. There was tearful shouting from downstairs. Andy Sanders. Julia headed toward the ready room where she had been a frequent visitor over the years, even a contributor to the Coffee and Donuts Fund. A wicker basket. She had never been stopped before, but this time, Marty Arsenal said, "You can't go back there, Miss Shumway. Orders." He spoke in an apologetic, conciliatory voice he probably had not used with Pete Freeman. Just then, Big Jim Rennie and Andy Sanders came up the stairs from what Mill PD officers called the chicken coop. Andy was crying. Big Jim had an arm around him and was speaking soothingly. Peter Randolph came behind them. Randolph's uniform was resplendent, but the face above it was that of a man who has barely escaped a bomb blast. "Jim, Pete," Julia called. "I want to talk to you for the Democrat." Big Jim turned around long enough to give her a glance that said people in hell wanted ice water, too. Then he began leading Andy toward the chief's office. Rennie was talking about praying. Julia tried to bolt past the desk. Still looking apologetic, Marty grabbed her arm. She said, "When you asked me to keep that little altercation with your wife last year out of the paper, Marty, I did. Because you would have lost your job otherwise. So if you've got an ounce of gratitude in you, let me go." Marty let her go. "I tried to stop you, but you wouldn't listen," he muttered. "Remember that." Julia trotted across the ready room. "Just a damn minute," she said to Big Jim. "You and Chief Randolph are town officials, and you're going to talk to me." This time, the look Big Jim gave her was angry, as well as contemptuous. "No, we're not. You have no business back here." "But he does?" she asked, and nodded to Andy Sanders. "If what I'm hearing about Dodie is right, he's the last person who should have been allowed downstairs." "That son of a bitch killed my precious girl," Andy bawled. Big Jim jabbed a finger at Julia. "You'll get the story when we're ready to give it out, not before." "I want to see Barbara." "He's under arrest for 4 murders. Are you insane?" "If the father of one of his supposed victims can get downstairs to see him, why not me?" "Because you're neither a victim nor next of kin," Big Jim said. His upper lip rose, exposing his teeth. "Does he have a lawyer?" "I'm done talking to you, woman." "He doesn't need a lawyer. He needs to be hung. He killed my precious girl." "Come on, pal," Big Jim said. "We'll take it to the Lord in prayer." "What kind of evidence do you have? Has he confessed? If he hasn't, what kind of alibi has he offered? How does it match up with the times of death? Do you even know the times of death? If the bodies were just discovered, how can you? Were they shot or stabbed or—" "Pete, get rid of this rhymes with witch," Big Jim said without turning around. "If she won't go on her own, throw her out, and tell whoever's on the desk that he's fired." Marty Arsenal winced and passed a hand over his eyes. Big Jim escorted Andy into the chief's office and closed the door. "Is he charged?" Julia asked Randolph. "You can't charge him without a lawyer, you know. It isn't legal." And although he still didn't look dangerous, only stunned, Pete Randolph said something that chilled her heart. "Until the dome goes away, Julia, I guess legal is whatever we decide it is." "When were they killed? Tell me that much anyhow." "Well, it looks like the 2 girls were first." The office door opened, and she had no doubt at all that Big Jim had been standing on the other side, listening. Andy was sitting behind what was now Randolph's desk, with his face in his hands. "Get her out," Big Jim snarled. "I don't want to have to tell you again." "You can't hold him incommunicado, and you can't deny information to the people of this town," Julia shouted. "You're wrong on both counts," Big Jim said. Have you ever heard that saying, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem? Well, you're not solving anything by being here. You're a tiresome, nosy Parker. You always were, and if you don't leave, you're going to be arrested. Fair warning.
Fine, arrest me. Stick me in a cell downstairs.
She held out her hands with the wrists together as if for handcuffs. For one moment, she thought Jim Rennie was going to hit her. The desire to do so was clear on his face. Instead, he spoke to Pete Randolph. For the last time, get this nosy Parker out of here. If she resists, throw her out. And he slammed the door. Not meeting her eyes, and with his cheeks the color of freshly fired brick, Randolph took her arm. This time, Julia went. As she passed the duty desk, Marty Arsenault said, more in disconsolation than anger, "Now, look, I lost my job to one of these thuds who don't know their asses from their elbows." "You won't lose your job, Martz," Randolph said. "I can talk him around." A moment later, she was outside, blinking in the sunlight. "So," Pete Freeman said, "how'd that go?" 22. Benny was the first to come out of it, and aside from being hot, his shirt was stuck to his less-than-heroic chest. He felt okay. He crawled to Norrie and shook her. She opened her eyes and looked at him dazed. Her hair was clumped to her sweaty cheeks.
"What happened?" she asked. "I must have fallen asleep. I had a dream, only I can't remember what it was. It was bad, though. I know that."
Joe McClatchy rolled over and pushed himself to his knees. "Jojo?" Benny asked. He hadn't called his friend Jojo since 4th grade. "You okay?" "Yeah, the pumpkins were on fire." "What pumpkins?" Joe shook his head. He couldn't remember. All he knew was that he wanted to grab some shade and drink the rest of his Snapple. Then he thought of the Geiger counter. He fished it out of the ditch and saw with relief that it was still working. They'd built these things tough in the 20th century, it seemed. He showed Benny the plus 200 reading, and tried to show Norrie, but she was looking up the slope of Black Ridge to the orchard at the top. "What's that?" she asked, and pointed. Joe initially saw nothing. Then, a bright purple light flashed out. It was almost too bright to look at. Shortly thereafter, it flashed again. He looked down at his watch, wanting to time the flashes, but his watch had stopped at 4:02. "I think that's what we're looking for," he said, getting to his feet. He expected his legs to feel rubbery, but they didn't. Except for being too hot, he felt pretty much okay. "Now, let's get the hell out of here before it makes us sterile or something." "Dude," Benny said, "who wants kids? They might turn out like me." Nevertheless, he mounted his bike. They rode back the way they came, not stopping to rest and drink until they were over the bridge and back to Route 119. Salt. 1. The female officers standing by Big Jim's H3 were still talking, Jackie now nervously puffing a cigarette, but they broke off as Julia Shumway stalked past them. "Julia," Linda asked hesitantly, "what did—" Julia kept on. The last thing she wanted while she was still boiling was to talk to any more representatives of law and order as it now seemed to exist in Chester's Mill. She walked halfway to the Democrat's office before she realized that anger wasn't all she was feeling. It wasn't even most of what she was feeling. She stopped under the awning of Mill new and used books, closed until further notice, read the hand-lettered sign in the window. Partly to wait for her racing heart to slow, mostly to look inside herself. It didn't take long. "Mostly. I'm just scared," she said, and jumped a little at the sound of her own voice. She hadn't meant to speak aloud. Pete Freeman caught up with her. "Are you all right?" "Fine." It was a lie, but it emerged stoutly enough. Of course she couldn't tell what her face was saying. She reached up and tried to flatten the sleep stack of hair at the back of her head. It went down, then sprang up again. Bedhead on top of everything else, she thought. Very nice, the finishing touch. "I thought Rennie was actually going to have our new chief arrest you," Pete said. He was big-eyed, and at that moment looked much younger than his 30-something years. "I was hoping," Julia framed an invisible headline with her hands. "Democrat reporter scores exclusive jailhouse interview with accused murderer." "Julia, what's going on here? Aside from the dome, that is. Did you see all those guys filling out forms? It was kind of scary." "I saw it," Julia said, "and I intend to write about it. I intend to write about all this. And at town meeting on Thursday night, I don't think I'll be the only one with serious questions for James Rennie." She laid a hand on Pete's arm. "I'm going to see what I can find out about these murders, then I'll write what I have, plus an editorial as strong as I can make it without rabble-rousing." She uttered a humorless bark of laughter. "When it comes to rousing rabble, Jim Rennie's got the home court advantage." "I don't understand what you—" "That's okay, just get busy. I need a couple of minutes to get hold of myself. Then maybe I can figure out who to talk to first. Because there isn't a hell of a lot of time. If we're going to go to press tonight—" "Photocopier," he said. "Huh?" "Go to photocopier tonight." She gave him a shaky smile and shooed him on his way. At the door to the newspaper office, he looked back. She tossed him a wave to show she was okay, then peered through the dusty window of the bookstore. The downtown movie theater had been shut for half a decade, and the drive-in outside of town was long gone. Rennie's auxiliary car lot stood where its big screen had once towered over 119. But somehow, Ray Toll had kept this dirty little emporium galorium crutching along. Part of the window display consisted of self-help books. The rest of the window was heaped with paperbacks featuring fog-bound mansions, ladies in distress, and bare-chested hunks, both afoot and on horseback. Several of said hunks were waving swords, and appeared to be dressed in just their underpants. "Get the hots for dark plots," the sign on this side read. Dark plots indeed. If the dome wasn't bad enough, weird enough, there's the selectman from hell. What worried her the most, she realized, what scared her the most, was how fast this was happening. Rennie had gotten used to being the biggest, meanest rooster in the farmyard, and she would have expected him to try to strengthen his hold on the town eventually, say after a week or a month, cut off from the outside world. But this was only 3 days and change. Suppose Cox and his scientists cracked through the dome tonight. Suppose it even disappeared on its own. Big Jim would immediately shrink back to his former size. Only he'd have egg on his face, too. What egg? She asked herself, still looking at the dark plots. He'd just say he was doing the best he could under trying circumstances, and they'd believe him. That was probably true. But it still didn't explain why the man hadn't waited to make his move. Because something went wrong, and he had to. Also, I don't think he's completely sane, she told the heaped-up paperbacks. I don't think he ever was. Even if true, how did you explain people who still had fully stocked pantries rioting at the local supermarket? It made no sense unless he instigated it. That was ridiculous. The blue plate special at the Paranoid Cafe, wasn't it? She supposed she could ask some of the people who'd been at Food City what they'd seen, but weren't the murders more important? She was the only real reporter she had, after all, and... Julia, Miss Shumway. Julia was so deep in thought she almost lifted out of her loafers. She wheeled around and might have fallen if Jackie Weddington hadn't steadied her. Linda Everett was with her, and it was she who had spoken. They both looked scared. Can we talk to you? Jackie asked. Of course. Listening to people talk is what I do. The downside is that I write what they say. You ladies know that, don't you? But you can't use our names, Linda said. If you don't agree to that, forget the whole thing. As far as I'm concerned, Julia said, smiling, you two are just a source close to the investigation. Does that work? If you promise to answer our questions too, Jackie said, will you? All right. You were at the supermarket, weren't you? Linda asked. Curiouser and curiouser. Yes, so were you two, so let's talk, compare notes. Not here, Linda said. Not on the street, it's too public. And not at the newspaper office either. Take it easy, Lynn, Jackie said, putting a hand on her shoulder. You take it easy, Linda said. You're not the one with the husband who thinks you just helped railroad an innocent man. I don't have a husband, Jackie said, quite reasonably, Julia thought, and lucky for her. Husbands were so often a complicating factor. But I do know a place we can go. It's private and always unlocked. She considered. At least it was. Since the dome, I don't know. Julia, who had just been considering whom to interview first, had no intention of letting these two slip away. Come on, she said. We'll walk on opposite sides of the street until we're past the police station, shall we? At this, Linda managed a smile. What a good idea, she said. 2. Piper Libby lowered herself carefully in front of the altar of the First Congo Church, wincing, even though she had put down a pew pad for her bruised and swollen knees. She braced herself with her right hand, holding her recently dislocated left arm against her side. It seemed okay. Less painful than her knees, in fact. But she had no intention of testing it unnecessarily. It would be all too easy to get it out of joint again. She'd been informed of that, sternly, after her soccer injury in high school. She folded her hands and closed her eyes. Immediately, her tongue went to the hole where there had been a tooth up until yesterday. But there was a worse hole in her life. Hello, not there, she said. It's me again. Back for another helping of your love and mercy. A tear trickled from beneath one swollen eyelid and ran down one swollen, not to mention colorful, cheek. Is my dog anywhere around? I only asked because I miss him so much. If he is, I hope you'll give him the spiritual equivalent of a chew bone. He deserves one. More tears now. Slow and hot and stinging. Probably he's not. Most major religions agree that dogs don't go to heaven, although certain offshoot sects, and the Reader's Digest, I believe, disagree. Of course, if there was no heaven, the question was moot. And the idea of this heavenless existence, this heavenless cosmology, was where what remained of her faith seemed more and more at home. Maybe oblivion. Maybe something worse. A vast, trackless plain under a white sky, say. A place where none was always the hour, nowhere the destination, and nobody your companions. Just a big old not there, in other words. For bad cops, lady preachers, kids who accidentally shot themselves, and galoot German shepherds who died trying to protect their mistresses. No being to sort the wheat from the chaff. There was something histrionic about praying to such a concept, if not downright blasphemous, but occasionally it helped. But heaven's not the point, she resumed. The point right now is trying to figure out how much of what happened to Clover was my fault. I know I have to own some of it. My temper got the best of me. Again, my religious teaching suggests you put that short fuse in me to begin with, and it's my job to deal with it, but I hate that idea. I don't completely reject it, but I hate it. It makes me think of how when you take your car to get repaired, the guys in the shop always find a way to blame the problem on you. You ran it too much. You didn't run it enough. You forgot to release the handbrake. You forgot to close your windows. And the rain got in the wiring. And you know what's worse? If you're not there, I can't shove even a little of the blame off on you. What does that leave? Fucking genetics? She sighed. Sorry about the profanity. Why don't you just pretend it wasn't there? That's what my mother always used to do. In the meantime, I have another question. What do I do now? This town is in terrible trouble, and I'd like to do something to help, only I can't decide what. I feel foolish and weak and confused. I suppose if I was one of those Old Testament eremites, I'd say I need a sign. At this point, even yield or reduce speed in school zone would look good. The moment she finished saying this, the outside door opened, then boomed shut. Piper looked over her shoulder, half expecting to see an angel complete with wings and blazing white robe. If he wants to wrestle, he'll have to heal my arm first, she thought. It wasn't an angel. It was Romy Burpee. Half his shirt was untucked, hanging down his leg almost to mid-thigh, and he looked almost as downcast as she felt. He started down the center aisle, then saw her and stopped, as surprised to see Piper as she was him. "Oh, he said. only with his Lewiston on Paul accent. I'm sorry, I didn't know you was there. I'll come back later.
No, she said, and struggled to her feet once more, using just her right arm. I'm done, anyway.
I'm actually a Catholic, he said.
No shit, Piper thought.
But there isn't a Catholic church in the mill, which of course you know, being a minister, and you know what they say about any port in a storm. I thought I'd come in and say a little prayer for Brenda. I always liked that woman.
He rubbed a hand up one cheek. The rasp of his palm on the beard stubble there seemed very loud in the hollow silence of the church. His Elvis due was drooping around his ears.
Loved her, really. I never said, but I think she knew.
Piper stared at him with growing horror. She hadn't been out of the parsonage all day, and although she knew about what had happened at Food City, several of her parishioners had called her, she had heard nothing about Brenda Perkins. Brenda? What happened to her?
Murdered. Others, too. They saying that guy Bobby did it. He's been arrested.
Piper clapped a hand over her mouth and swayed on her feet. Romy hurried forward and put a steadying arm around her waist. And that was how they were standing before the altar, almost like a man and woman about to be married, when the vestibule door opened again, and Jackie led Linda and Julia inside. Maybe this isn't such a good place after all, Jackie said. The church was a sound box, and although she didn't speak loudly, Piper and Romeo Burpee heard her perfectly. Don't leave, Piper said. Not if it's about what happened. I can't believe Mr. Barbara. I would have said he was incapable. He put my arm back in after it was dislocated. He was very gentle about it. She paused to think about that. As gentle as he could be, under the circumstances. Come down front, please, come down front. People can fix a dislocated arm and still be capable of murder, Linda said, but she was biting her lip and twisting her wedding ring. Jackie put a hand on her wrist. We were going to keep this quiet, Lynn, remember? Too late for that, Linda said. They've seen us with Julia. If she writes a story, and those two say they saw us with her, we'll get blamed. Piper had no clear idea what Linda was talking about, but she got the general gist. She raised her right arm and swept it around. You're in my church, Mrs. Everett, and what's said here stays here. Do you promise? Linda asked. Yes. So why don't we talk about it? I was just praying for a sign. And here you all are. I don't believe in stuff like that, Jackie said. Neither do I, actually, Piper said, and laughed. I don't like it, Jackie said. It was Julia she was addressing. No matter what she says, this is too many people. Losing my job like Marty is one thing. I could deal with that. The pay sucks anyway. Getting Jim Rennie mad at me, though. She shook her head. Not a good idea. It isn't too many, Piper said. It's just the right number. Mr. Burpee, can you keep a secret? Romy Burpee, who had done any number of questionable deals in his time, nodded and put a finger over his lips. Mum's the word, he said. Let's go in the parsonage, Piper said. When she saw that Jackie still looked doubtful, Piper held out her left hand to her, very carefully. Come, let us reason together, maybe over a little tot of whiskey. And with this, Jackie was at last convinced. 3. 31 burn, cleanse, burn, cleanse. The beast will be cast into a burning lake of fire. Revelations 19:20. To be tormented day and night forever. 2010. Burn the wicked. Purify the saintly. Burn, cleanse, 31. 31 Jesus of fire coming, 31. The three men crammed into the cab of the rumbling public works truck looked at this cryptic message with some wonder. It had been painted on the storage building behind the WCIK studios, black on red, and in letters so large they covered almost the entire surface. The man in the middle was Roger Killian, the chicken farmer with the bullet-headed brood. He turned to Stuart Bowie, who was behind the wheel of the truck. What's it mean, Stewie? It was Fern Bowie who answered.
It means the goddamn Phil Bush is crazier than ever. That's what it means.
He opened the truck's glove compartment, removed a pair of greasy work gloves, and revealed a .38 revolver. He checked the loads, then snapped the cylinder back into place with a flick of his wrist and jammed the pistol into his belt. "In all funny," Stewart said. "That is a goddamn good way to blow your baby makers off."
"Don't you worry about me, worry about him," Fern said,
pointing back at the studio. From it, the faint sound of gospel music drifted to them. He's been getting high on his own supply for most of a year now, and he's about as reliable as nitroglycerin. Phil likes people to call him the chef now, Roger Killian said. They had first pulled up outside the studio, and Stewart had honked the PW truck's big horn, not once, but several times. Phil Bushy had not come out. He might be in there, hiding. He might be wandering in the woods behind the station. It was even possible, Stewart thought, that he was in the lab. Paranoid, dangerous, which still didn't make the gun a good idea. He leaned over, plucked it from Fern's belt, and tucked it under the driver's seat. "Hey," Fern cried. "You're not firing a gun in there," Stewart said. "You're apt to blow us all to the moon." And to Roger he said, "When's the last time you saw that scrawny motherfucker?" Roger mulled it over. "Been 4 weeks, at least, since the last big shipment out of town, when we had that big Chinook helicopter come in." Stewart considered. Not good. If Bushy was in the woods, that was all right. If he was cowering in the studio, paranoid and thinking they were feds, probably still no problem. Unless he decided to come out shooting, that was. If he was in the storage building, though, that might be a problem. Stewart said to his brother, "There's some good-sized chunks of wood in the back of the truck. Get you one of those. If Phil shows and starts cutting up rough, clock him one." "What if he has a gun?" Roger asked quite reasonably. "He won't," Stewart said. And although he wasn't actually sure of this, he had his orders. 2 tanks of propane to be delivered to the hospital post-haste. "And we're going to move the rest of it out of there as soon as we can," Big Jim had said. "We're officially out of the meth business." That was something of a relief. When they were shut of this dumb thing, Stewart intended to get out of the funeral business, too. Move someplace warm like Jamaica or Barbados. He never wanted to see another dead body. But he didn't want to be the one who told Chef Bushy they were closing down. Annie had informed Big Jim of that. "Let me worry about the chef," Big Jim had said. Stewart drove the big orange truck around the building and backed it up to the rear doors. He left the engine idling to run the winch and the hoist. "Look at that," Roger Killian marveled. He was staring into the west where the sun was going down in a troubling red smear. Soon it would sink below the great black smudge left by the woods fire and be blotted out in a dirty eclipse. "Don't that just beat the dickens?" "Quit gawking," Stewart said. "I want to do this and get gone. Fernie, get you a junk. Pick out a good one." Fern climbed over the hoist and picked out a leftover piece of planking about as long as a baseball bat. He held it in both hands and gave it an experimental swish. "This'll do," he said. "Baskin-Robbins," Roger said dreamily. He was still shading his eyes and squinting west. The squint was not a good look for him. It made him resemble a fairy tale troll. Stewart paused while unlocking the back door, a complicated process that involved a touchpad and 2 locks. "What are you pissing about?" 31 flavors, Roger said. He smiled, revealing a rotting set of teeth that had never been visited by Joe Boxer or probably any dentist. Stewart had no idea what Roger was talking about, but his brother did. "I don't think that's an ice cream ad on the side of the building," Fern said, "unless there's Baskin-Robbins in the Book of Revelations." "Shut up, both of you," Stewart said. "Fernie, stand ready with that junk." He pushed the door open and peered in. "Phil." "Call him Chef," Roger advised, "like that nigger cook on South Park. That's what he likes." "Chef," Stewart called. "You in there? Chef?" No answer. Stewart fumbled into the gloom, half expecting his hand to be seized at any moment, and found the light switch. He turned it on, revealing a room that stretched about 3/4 the length of the storage building. The walls were unfinished bare wood, the spaces between the laths stuffed with pink foam insulation. The room was almost filled with LP gas tanks and canisters of all sizes and brands. He had no idea how many there were in all, but if forced to guess, he would have said between 400 and 600. Stewart walked slowly up the center aisle, peering at the stenciling on the tanks. Big Jim had told him exactly which ones to take, had said they'd be near the back, and by God they were. He stopped at the 5 municipal-sized tanks with CRHOSP on the side. They were between tanks that had been filched from the post office, and some with Mill Middle School on the sides. "We're supposed to take 2, he said to Roger. Bring the chain and we'll hook 'em up. Fernie, go you down there and try that door to the lab. If it ain't locked, lock it. He tossed Fern his key ring. Fern could have done without this chore, but he was an obedient brother. He walked down the aisle between the piles of propane tanks. They ended 10 feet from the door, and the door, he saw with a sinking heart, was standing ajar. Behind him he heard the clank of the chain, then the whine of the winch and the low clatter of the first tank being dragged back to the truck. It sounded far away, especially when he imagined the chef crouching on the other side of that door, red-eyed and crazy, all smoked up and toting a Tech-9. "Chef," he asked, "you here, buddy?" No answer. And although he had no business doing so, was probably crazy himself for doing so, curiosity got the better of him, and he used his makeshift club to push open the door. The fluorescents in the lab were on, but otherwise this part of the Christ is King storage building looked empty. The 20 or so cookers, big electric grills, each hooked to its own exhaust fan and propane canister, were off. The pots, beakers, and expensive flasks were all on their shelves. The place stank. Always had, always would, Fern thought. But the floor was swept, and there was no sign of disarray. On one wall was a Rennie's used cars calendar, still turned to August. Probably when the motherfucker finished losing touch with reality, Fern thought. Just floated away. He ventured a little further into the lab. It had made them all rich men, but he had never liked it. It smelled too much like the funeral parlor's downstairs prep room. One corner had been partitioned off with a heavy steel panel. There was a door in the middle of it. This, Fern knew, was where the chef's product was stored. Long glass crystal meth put up not in gallon baggies, but in hefty garbage bags. Not shit glass, either. No tweaker scruffing the streets of New York or Los Angeles in search of a fix would have been able to credit such stocks. When the place was full, it held enough to supply the entire United States for months, perhaps even a year. Why did Big Jim let him make so fucking much? Fern wondered. And why did we go along? What were we thinking of?